Parkhead playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Day 3, CWI under 19 match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Welcome to the Parkhead playing field, to the live streaming in the game between TNT and Guyana. The umpires are out, the players are out. We're about to start at 9:30, a bit earlier, having lost time on day 1. So it started yesterday at 9:30. We'll do the same thing again today, 9:30. And game tilting certainly towards Guyana. Overnight, they will resume at 116 for 4, 116 for 4, with a lead of 149, or a lead of 149. In their second inning, Caesar got 8. Ramnath, a very belligerent 49. Dinval run out 12. Brilliant piece of fielding. A direct hit. Mohabir, he was made 12. Yearwood, 13 not out. Joda, 2 not out. 116 for 4. Just about getting ready to start. Good morning to you, Asnet.
Good morning, Gunny.
Morning, a nice, pleasant day thus far. Cool. No set of sunshine is out. But certainly, at least for now, there's no threat of rain.
Yes, definitely. It's a good day to be bowling, and we're seeing the premier fast bowler, Agard, starting from the northern end.
Yes, it's Agard from that end, outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. It fell, dropped, died on him before it got to him. And he did not take it cleanly, so there's 1 by. So the addition to the score, 117 now for 4. And certainly, the day cool, some clouds about, but not dark clouds, the white clouds, the cumulus clouds. We need the sunshine basically, but it's good conditions for cricket. And if you really watch your salt as a seamer, should be able to get something done out there. Either seam it in, cut it off the track, look for lateral movement, etc., etc. So pleasant conditions, all set, ready to go. We see the umpire having a little chat there. Or maybe he found one of the stake.
Yes, from the covers.
From the covers. That's the wicket keeper. And he handed it to the umpire. And he's passed it on now off the field. So just a slight delay here. Just a slight delay as they try to get things rolling. So 117 for 4, the right-handed Joda. He's on 2. And he will take in the second delivery. The first one went for a bye. It died on the wicketkeeper. Tough luck, one of these things. As Agard from that end in, outside the off stump, and he forces this one out to cover, and there is no run. But certainly, Guyana must be, I am certain that they do have their plans as to what they're thinking of in terms of where they should reach by what time, if they either they declare or they will bat on or be dismissed, whatever. But I'm certain that they will be looking to push on a little faster than they did on day 1 in their first innings. Agard in, delivers. This one outside the off stump, and he opened the face and ran that one down to second slip. No run, 117 for 4. But as I said yesterday afternoon, Asnet, I think 220 will be more than a challenging total on this pitch for the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Yeah, given what we have seen so far, Gunny, that would be a good total. At least they will try and bat Trinidad and Tobago out of the game, at least, because they already acquired the first innings points.
In. Outside the off stump, continuing that very good line. He's really been consistent just on outside the off stump to the right-handed Joda, taken cleanly by the keeper. No run, 117 for 4.
I think what we've seen so far, Gunny, is that the pitch itself, it's very slow at this point in time. The ball is not really going through to be taken by the wicket keeper, so perhaps they need to come forward a little bit because it's not flying through, as we would say.
Agard. In, left arm around, outside the off stump, and Joda defended it quite nicely. The ball is striking in the middle of the bat there, and there's no run. 117 for 4. But certainly, from the overnight and early morning, sweating, should be a little something out there for the seamer early up, because there's no sun really to bake off that moisture at the top. There's no real sun. It's cool. And let's see exactly what Agard will do. If he can pick a early pepper for Trinidad and Tobago. In. outside the leg stump. Again, the keeper did not take it cleanly. Maybe some variation, looking for a slow delivery, and there's no run. The end of the first over at 117 for 4. Yes, I was thinking that early morning sweat from overnight and into this morning, and we're starting a bit earlier, so there must be a little bit of a something there. There's a question if the Trinidad bowler in A-guard can exploit what maybe from the sweat.
Yes, that was the end of the first over. Nothing much happening there. The batsmen watchful as usual, just trying to start again. It's a new day. It's a new opportunity for you to get going. Yearwood, yesterday, he looked very well. Then in the last hour, so we saw him going into survival mode, basically. So this one is an opportunity for him to start afresh. You've seen what he can do yesterday, and Guyana will be hoping he'll bat a long period of time today.
So it seems to be Singh.
Yes.
Who'll be picking it up from the top end. And we'll really see if he will continue to bowl that beautiful line he bowled yesterday. Really, really bowled well. Didn't get the rewards at probably what he was looking for on the Trinidad and Tobago team, but he really, really bowled well. So I think this is probably the two best bowlers that they've employed to start with this morning. I think probably.
Yes, I agree, I'm going.
Singh in. This one outside the off stump and allowed to go by. Looking to get his line right early. Outside the off stump. A little wide, but first ball for the day. Wasn't bad at all. It wasn't short. It wasn't too full. And it's just about thereabout. As Singh into Yearwood. This one outside the off stump. Push it out that front pad. Allow it to go by to wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper, Kisonat. And no run. 117 for 4 here at the Park Hill playing field. Guyana in their second innings as Singh, right arm leggy in. This one a bit shorter, but on the stump this time. And Yearwood just pushes this one out to cover. Just pushes it, getting a feel of the situation very early this morning. We're starting definitely a bit early, having lost time, so they're making up for time. Singh from the top end to bowl to Yearwood. Yearwood back and forces it out to mid-off, no run. The conditions for the day, 83 overs before the mandatory 15. So quite a lot of things can happen today. 83 overs, a lot of overs to be bowled, but with the spinners being employed, they'll get through these overs fairly quickly and rapidly once there's no interruption. Singh in. Again, right on target, defended well, no run. Continuing from yesterday afternoon, keeping that line, keeping that length, and Yearwood feeling his way, and hopefully we would definitely see a changing tactic as the morning weighs on. Sun has come out through the clouds, peeped through the clouds. Singh in. This one flighted right on the stumps. He pushes it out. The end of I would say a pretty tidy over indeed there from Singh as a first up for the on this the third morning.
Yes, that is in continuing from where he left off yesterday. He bowled 6 overs yesterday, 1 for 6, and his first over today is a Menu, making the batsman play at most of those deliveries. A couple of deliveries outside the off stump, Yearwood was able to let them go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. But Singh has looked impressive throughout.
Yes, certainly. And the thing about him, he has kept that line just for the left-hander, just on outside the off. So I'm forcing him to play almost at every delivery. I think 4 of the 6 deliveries were on target. 2 went out a bit, but it's early morning. He had to get it himself, warm up and whatever else. But at the end of the day, you get a plus for that start on the third morning. 117 for 4. Ghana with a lead of 33 in the first innings. They are now 150 on. So it's a question of the approach by the Guyanese between now and whenever they see it fit to either declare or bat on. I'm not too sure. As A-guard, left arm wrong, and he drive in outside the off stump. That Joda, no run. And so far for the morning, we are seeing the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers on target, and the Guyanese pair in Yearwood and Joda defended well thus far. So it's all a question of their tactics, the instructions given by their coach, their manager, whomsoever, captain, to see exactly what the approach is going to be like. I would say probably for the second hour, but in the meantime, I think it's a watchful approach for now. In pushes it out to cover, no run. I believe that they'll be having a watchful approach maybe for the first half an hour or so there and see how it goes thereafter, and provided that they do not lose any early wicket. I think that is critical for as far as the Guyana is concerned, and as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned, they'll be hoping with Agard and Singh to effect an early breakthrough. Agard in around the wicket, left arm. This one, again, almost similar line, similar length, similar response, out to cover, no run, 117 for 4. And things are really tight as it happened yesterday afternoon late with the pressure on, and we'll see what the skipper do. He's calling for a helmet. I'm not too sure what will be the change in field. Yes, he's moving the man from second slip into a silly mid-off position. Yes, but I think... Yeah,
that's Jagasa, I think.
Yeah, he's going into a silly position. So there's a slip, a backward point, cover, silly mid-off, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. In goes Agard. This one on the midland leg, and he clips this one out to mid-wicket. No run. 117 for 4. Welcome to all to this streaming in the game CWI under 19 between Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago here at the Park Hill playing field on the northeastern side of the country, as Agard is coming round the wicket to bowl to Joda in, pushes it out to silly mid-off, no run. Of course, there are two other games present in progress, but I do not think they have their starters yet because they didn't lose time. So I believe they will start at 10 o'clock, yes, the appointed time. And certainly both games are interestingly paused. It seems as though Barbados is on top in their game. Jamaica will really and truly have to bat well today, as Agard in again. Pushes this one a bit airborne along the track. A very, very good over indeed, and handled well by Joda. 117 for 4. The end of the third over. Just one run, a bye for the morning. A good start as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned.
Yes, another good over there by the impressive Agard. Just coming around the wicket to the right under this time. But in a rather straight line. As you said, well negotiated by Joda as well. He'll be looking to just start. As we mentioned, start his innings over. And hopefully, as time goes by, they'll be able to pick up the scoring rate and increase the total that they want to set Trinidad and Tobago, if it comes down to that.
It's Vincent Singh from this end here with slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, silly mid-on, square leg in. Forward defensive he goes, well flighted, just around that off stump. And Yearwood defends, and there is no run. He hasn't added to the total for the morning. He's still on 30. Joda's on 2. Just one bye for the morning, in addition to the Guyanese overnight score from 116 for 4 to 117 for the same 4. Singh, the leg break googly bowler in. This one striking him on the pad. And optimistic appeal from the wicketkeeper and the bowler themselves. But clearly from our position, not out. From our position, despite we're not straight on, you can clearly see it's probably pitch outside the leg. 117 for 4. Singh to Yearwood. Yearwood driving this one out to cover, and there's no one. A more formative shot there. Looking to really try and pace the field. For the first time for the morning, we see him looking to try and score. All the other deliveries that he has faced, he's been on the defense. So too Joda. Singh. From this end, in. And this one, striking him on the pad. It certainly turned across him, struck him on the pad, and he's there rubbing it. It bounced as well, hit him somewhere just above the pad in the thigh area. So from this end here, at the Park Hill playing field, Singh to bowl to Yearwood. Yearwood goes back and beaten, certainly beaten by that one, a good one. And certainly Singh is definitely creating just a little bit of a problem for Yearwood. One that spun a while ago that struck him high There was an early appeal optimistic, and this one certainly beat him. It went up the other way. Maybe the leg break, straight leg break, goes outside the leg stump this time, looking to flick it away. But I think the turn is creating problems. But another good tight over maiden there from Singh as the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers looking to effect an early breakthrough here at the Park Hill playing field. 117 for 4.
Yes, a very good over there by Singh, making the batsmen play as much as possible, getting a bit of tone either way, and he has been very impressive so far this morning without any success.
The field is moving wrong, so the right-handed Joda will be facing the left-handed medium fast bowler from the northern end, so to speak. And he'll be bowling to Joda. That's Agard. Really bowled well in this entire game. Outside the off stump and punch this one away for the first time that he gets them on. Just one. Outside the off stump, and he hit this one to the left of cover. And my goodness, the return came in. It seemed it bounced higher than the wicketkeeper anticipated. And here's another return over the wicketkeeper's head. So they got 2 for that shot. I wish should have been only 1. And that's how it goes. So Joda goes up to 4. It's 119 now for the loss of 4. 119 for 4 Guyana. Stretching the lead to 152 as they continue their own style of scoring, taking a good old time. This time, this one, he pushed out to seal him it off, and there's no run. I think that fielder there is really a good decision by the skipper to put that fielder there, forcing him to think otherwise.
Yes, considering the pitch has slowed up quite a bit, perhaps looking for Joda to perhaps push it in the air a bit, giving Jalasa a chance there, hopefully.
Singh from the northern end to bowl to Joda in. This one driving outside the peel off the outer face of the bat past gully area. I'm assuming he's up to 5, 120 for the loss of 4, 120 for the loss of 4. As the Trinidad and Tobago squad looking to effect a breakthrough. It's a slow pitch, and there was no real pace in it, but Agard is really bowling an immaculate line, immaculate length, and making them play at almost every delivery. So this is the hallmark of good bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago left arm fast medium bowler from the northern end. So there's a slip, backward point, silly, I would call it short extra cover. I wouldn't call that silly mid off. Short extra cover. There's a cover, conventional cover, there's a deep extra cover, and there's a mid-off, no mid-on, mid-wicket straight. This one, he defends it on the off stump, he defended well, and there is no run. So basically what the skipper is saying to Agard, you have to bowl that off stump line with the field placing being what it is. 1, 2, 3. There's a 6-3 field. So there's the 6 on the offside, and there's a long leg, there's a sort of a backward square and a straightish mid-wicket, mid-off cover conventional, a square cover point, a backward point, a straight extra cover in. Outside the off stump, and he played at that one floating with danger and missed. Again, how many times you have seen that happen to Agard during this entire game so far, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper in 120 for the loss of 4, but certainly another good delivery, and Agard continues to probe away for his Trinidad and Tobago team. He hasn't had the rewards for the effort that he's put in thus far. Agard in, outside the off stump, and he forces it out to backward point, no run, 120 for the loss of 4, the end of another good over there from.
Yes, very good bowling by the Trinidadians, especially to Yearwood. We saw him yesterday, like to feel the bat on ball, but this morning he hasn't been able to add to his overnight total, and perhaps a bit of frustration is setting in as we saw him flaying at a delivery outside the off stump in that over.
All credit to the bowler. So he forced them into playing, looking to play a shot, missed. On another day, certainly he would have nicked it, but he didn't on this occasion, and he continues to carry the fight to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, and Agard in particular. But what is his figures like? Agard figures.
Agard 7 overs, none for 13.
None for 13 from 7. This is very good bowling here from the young man from the northern end. Now it's Singh continuing. We'll get Singh figures for you in a little while.
8 overs, 1 for 6.
8 overs, 1 for 6. He's really keeping things tight. In. Joda is out caught.
That's a very good catch.
It pushes that one and pushes at that one. It took the edge and it flew to first slip, and Joda goes, he's out. And Trinidad and Tobago has struck very early this morning in the person of Singh, having Joda caught at by Ramnath, caught by Ramnath of Singh for 5. Guyana 120 for the loss of 5. Early wicket as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. And Guyana lost their first wicket.
I think that is just reward for some very good bowling by Singh. Started yesterday with his 6-over spell, and this morning he has been very immaculate, caused a lot of problems to both batsmen, and he got the just reward there. A very good catch there by Ramnath. It was dying on him. The pitch is losing the pace, as we mentioned before, so he had to stay down as long as possible and took a very good catch to the right.
Very good low catch taken by him, and they affected the early breakthrough without any real addition to the total. So maybe they're hoping to try and claw their way back into this game. I
think there's something Guyana have to be very careful about Gunny. The fact that they're not scoring very quickly. If they continue to lose wickets, then Trinidad will always feel that they have a chance in the game.
Yes, I agree with you, and at the same time, without attempting to give their wickets away. It's not a T20 game. It's a question is to occupy the crease, but try to look for scoring opportunities.
I think this is Ramsamy.
Ramsamy now.
Played very well in the first innings, shepherded the tail.
Yes, he really shepherded his tail quite well, and he got how many in the first innings? He got Ramsamy, got 43. Yeah. Now, Singh will bowl to the right-hander with the same slip. No, there's a gully. There's a gully in place now. Singh to Ramsamy, looking to drive, beaten there, seemed to have been the googly. Turned back at him and certainly raised the hopes of Singh, looking to drive through the offside, thinking it was a leg spinner, but from our position it certainly had to be googly. It hit the inside portion of the bat and bubbled out on the onside.
How do you think Gunny can perhaps the captain get another feeler in, seeing that Ramsamy is new to the crease, Singh is bowling very well, very accurately. Perhaps he could bring in another feeler close by at short leg.
There's a little bit of a problem there with Ramsamy in his helmet. There's a bit of a problem there, but we'll wait to see how it unfolds. Seems to be some problem with the helmet, and there's going to be a change of helmet, but certainly he was beaten with that delivery there. If he's looking to attack, you have to be very careful, but at the same time you're looking for runs because you really and truly cannot afford to give your wickets away. Because as I said before, it is not a 2020 game. It's a matter of staying there and bat sensibly.
What score do you think Gunny Trinidad will be comfortable in chasing, given what we've seen so far from the Guyanese spinners, the state of the wicket, the state of the match?
I think anything under 200 they'll be comfortable with. Anything under, maybe even 180, they'll be comfortable.
So the lead at this point in time is 153 runs. So that's 27 runs away. So we are saying that if Trinidad can restrict Guyana.
As Singh into Ramsamy for our defensive, very good delivery there, and he defended it with bat and pat together, and there is no run. So I think anything under 200, because there's a psychological thing that goes into the human mind. 200 is a big difference to 199. So once you can try and keep them under 200, I think they will feel that they do have more than an even chance. Singh in. Sammy lost his line, clips this one off his leg. They're going to get 2 runs here. The return comes in. 2 runs there to Ramsamy. He's off the mark with 2. Singh lost his line, and he clipped them away nicely, and he collected 2 runs. He's off the mark with 2. It's 122 for the loss of 5.
Just to finish up on that point you mentioned a while ago, Gunny, even though you mentioned less than 200, Trinidad will definitely have to bat better than they did in the first innings.
As Singh in, Back he goes and he forces out to backward point. No run, 122 for 5. Yes, the thing about it, the Trinidad and Tobago top order, they will have to carry the load, so to speak, in Jagasa, Ramdu, Kishunat, Ramnad, Rambaram. I think up those 5 has to carry the bulk of the scoring for Trinidad. Outside the off stump, too wide, didn't attract a shot, taken cleanly by Kisunat, and the total remains 122 for 5. A wicket in that over there to Singh, and has lifted the hopes of Trinidad and Tobago 122 for 5. But those 5 will have to bat and bat properly and bat long, because what we saw of the lower order and the tail doesn't suggest permanence, period.
Yes, I think in comparing to Guyana, Guyana's lower order seem to be more prepared to bat and have better techniques, as we have seen in the first innings. So as you mentioned, the top order would definitely have to bat a bit longer. They got a bit of start. A few of them got starts in the first innings, but no one really carried on and played that long innings.
Yes, they need to turn those 20s and 30s that they got, 22, 27, 31, 32. Those scores need to be lifted to something much higher in order to give the Trinidad and Tobago more than an even chance. He got in. And he's bowled him.
Beautiful delivery.
An absolute beauty from Agard, a richly deserved wicket. The wicket of Yearwood, bowled by Agard. What a beautiful delivery. He's been there now for 25 minutes since the start of play. He hasn't scored a run, and he got such a beautiful delivery. And the stumps went cartwheeling, and Trinidad and Tobago have struck a second time. And as we said, they're trying to get themselves right back into the game. 2 very quick wickets, and who knows what can happen from here on in. So Yearwood is out, bowled by Agard for 30, 122 for the loss of 6. And has this game turned?
Well, definitely looking in that direction, Gunny. It was a beautiful delivery there. Yearwood was set from yesterday, and to see that he received such a good delivery there by Agard, it shows you how well Agard has bowled all match, getting that ball to move away from the left hander. This one was pitching on about the middle stump and hitting the top of off. A perfect fast bowler's dismissal.
Beautiful delivery there by Agard, and he richly deserved it. He's really bowled well. And you know, once a bowler delivering those deliveries in a match, I would say he deserves a little 3 or 4 wicket. Really bowled well. I'm very impressed with him. And that was the crowning of the spell from Agard. Beautiful delivery. And once you can breach the defense of Yearwood, right, and hit that top of off stump, really was a beautiful delivery. New man in is Rampasad, the man who caused the demise of the Trinidad and Tobago batting. He took 6 for 44 from 16.5 overs. He has gone to face the music now for Guyana, 122 for 6, and Trinidad and Tobago slowly but surely crawling their way back in. As I said to you, anything under 200, they must fancy the chances, and if wickets continue to tumble the way they're going, you never know what is going to happen. As you quite rightly say, it's one thing to stay at the crease, but you have to look for scoring opportunities, because you'll definitely give Trinidad more than enough time to get whatever you eventually end up with. Outside the off time, there's a confident appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire, right. Outside the leg stump, as Rampasad looked to swing that one along the leg side. Maybe it touched the top of the pad, and taken cleanly by Kisunat. Umpire said not out. 122 for 6.
We've seen that from Agard, though, the propensity to try the middle of the pitch at times. A very good bouncer.
Duck it into the pitch to see what's going to happen. But it's really a slow pitch, huh? As Agard in, right on target. No addition to the total. And the thing about the Trinidad and Tobago bowling, this bowling attack, as we said, I believe these are the 2 best bowlers. And I'm very happy that the captain made that decision. I rather suspect something, hasn't it? The officials from the Trinidad and Tobago, they are listening to us via the streaming, and apparently they're getting the message out there to them. I believe that is what is happening, because just what we are saying is what they are doing. Outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. You can see him actually indicating that he wanted to put that one in, but it's cut away, and he allowed it to go by. 122 for 6 with Ramsamy and 2 Rampasad yet to score. Trinidad and Tobago, as I said, really and truly clawing their way back into this game. Because if Guyana is not careful, as you said earlier, it's one thing to stay at the crease, but they have to look for scoring opportunities and try and bat long in order not to give Trinidad that glimmer of a hope. In. Good line, good length again. It really has kept the screws tight from that southern end, and Guyana finding it very difficult to score from him particularly. And this partnership, I think, is a vital one for Guyana. They will have to try and stay there for some time and hope at the same time get some runs, you know. So we'll see how it pan out as the morning goes, but they are facing a very accurate and consistent bowler in Agard. In. He pulls this one around. It's fielded brilliantly there by
Davis.
And,
Davis, the off spinner.
Davis, the off spinner, and there's no run. Wicket maiden over there from Agard. Beautiful bowling, richly deserved wicket of Yearwood for 30. 122 for 6.
Yes, what we have seen from Agard is the ability to actually move the ball. He's one of the few bowlers, the fast bowlers in this match. We have seen getting the ball to move off the wicket, and that was manifested in that dismissal of Yearwood, who was beaten all ends up and lost the top of his half stump.
So Singh continues, but remember, Agard can only bowl 6. How many is gone for the morning? 4? 3 or 4? 3 or 4. Oh, all right. 3 is gone, but he's going to bowl 6. He tried to do, he will, anyway, I'll get to that in a while. Singh in to bowl. This one hits out to mid-off, and there is no run. That's Ramsamy. Played an attacking shot there. And there is no run. 122 for 6. Remember, he got 43 in the first innings. As we look at Singh, the leggy from the southern end in. Forward defensive, right out on the front foot. He defends well, and there is no run. And with this situation where they're not scoring, the Trinidad and Tobago are eking away, just continue to probe and probe and probe. Sing in. This one outside the leg stump, and they're going for a sharp single, and they do make it. So 1 run there, single to Ramsamy. He's up to 3. 123 for 6. 123 for 6. Brings the left-handed Rampasad to face the music, so to speak. As I said, you know, with this restriction for 6 overs for the fast bowler, I'm certain that he will be trying to at least pick look for another wicket before his spell is finished. But certainly the Trinidad and Tobago out there and really putting a lot of pressure on the Guyanese as they try to claw their way back into this match. Sing into Rampasad, and this one he drives casually and comfortably out to mid-off. No run, 123 for 6. So the half an hour so far for the morning, they have moved their score from 116 to 120, just 7 runs. And for the half an hour they've been there in Sing bowls, forward defensive.
I think one of the key goals is for Guyana is to see off this opening boss. The remaining bowlers for TNT, they're not as tight as these 2 bowlers, and they'll have more scoring opportunities, providing that they're there after this opening boss from Singh and Agard.
But there's 12 overs they'll have to face. So we'll see how it goes. Another wicket can make a big difference. Now a man has been brought into gully. Good thinking on the part of the skipper there. In. Striking him on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. End of another tight over from Singh. As I said, you know, it's a question of seeing them off, but at the same time they need to get runs because there's only 7 runs in the half an hour. We're not saying to play big shots and get out. We're not saying that. At least look to work the singles away. But they're finding it very difficult, particularly from Agard.
Because with a minimum of 83 overs,
3 overs plus the
mandatory 15, that's a minimum of 98 overs in a day's play. Even though the final target is 200 and Trinidad and Tobago gets around 70 over, the required run rate is not that high. It's still below 3 runs per over, and Trinidad would fancy their chances of getting that.
I believe that this game is wide open, you know. I honestly believe that. I don't think anybody will be playing for any draw here. It seems somebody is going to go for an outright win. That's the impression I'm getting. Either way, he got in. This one again beaten. So he was looking to push and then he held back this defensive shot and it went out to the left of Silly mid off out to square cover point and there's no runs. So certainly we are looking at a situation whereby anything goes because it's just about 10 o'clock, just after 10, and we have a lot of time left in this game. As they got in, forward defensive again goes Sami, and there's no run. As you made a good analogy a while ago, if they could probably get 70 overs to get, even if say the 200 is still under 3, and the Trinidad and Tobago scoring rate was much higher than the Guyanese. But what we have seen from the Guyanese, that they're taking the time and bat. It doesn't matter how many overs, they're going to go at just about 2 per over overall. Good delivery again, right on target. And Ramsamy can only defend, no run as he continues to keep the pressure on. Certainly, as I said, we cannot overemphasize it. He's been an excellent bowler we have seen from this northern end.
I think the good thing about Agard is that his action is repetitive, which allows him to be consistent in his line and his length. He's a very good bowling action.
Agard from that end, the northern end in. Again, a Yorker length. Ramsamy digs this one out. And he's not really giving the batsman any room whatsoever to play shots. He's just thereabout. And he has really created the problem. And there's basically a stop on the scoring. A 1 here or a 1 there, that's about it. And these two balls are really brought Trinidad and Tobago right back into this contest here. From the northern end in. Outside the leg stump this time, losing his line a little bit. But that's expected. And there is no run. Still 123 for the loss of 6. 123 for 6. The men out this morning was Joda. He was caught Ramnath off Singh for 5. The total was 120. And at 122, it was Yearwood. He was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Agard for 30. And to be comprehensively beaten and bowled after being there for such a long time, it says that the pitch of a delivery that Agard got dismissed him with. In. Again, clips this one out on the onside, out to mid-wicket, no run. The end of another tight over. A maiden from Agard.
Yes, so Agard, 9 overs, 1 for 13. That's his 5th over for the morning. So we were mentioning before, the fast bowlers have a limit of 6 overs. So I think the captain will maximize the spell by giving him a 6th over.
He's doing the correct thing, keep him for the 6 overs, you know, and see what happens. Because the other bowler who seemed to have the potential to keep it tight is Rambaram. Seems that way. But you never know. As Singh will continue from from the southern end. I'll get to the field place in a while. As Singh into bowl to Rampasad. Singh to Rampasad. Flighty delivery, pushes this one back to the bowler, and there is no run in the first innings. Singh had what? 1 for 22 from 16 overs. He was pretty tight. He comes in from the southern end to bowl to Rampasad in. Back he goes and turns this one. Certainly that ball turned into him from a wrong middle stump. And Rampasad finally off the mark. 124 for 6. 124 for 6. Jason Agard 1 for 8 from 6 overs in the first innings. And you had Singh 1 for 22 from 16. But that gets aided and abetted by the approach by the Guyanese, how they're taking their time. And certainly
he has been just as economical this innings gone.
In this innings, as Singh in to bowl, forward defensive, stop
his
here.
bowling figures this innings 10.4 overs, 2 for 10.
2 for 10. That's Singh, 2 for 10 from 10.4 over. Very good bowling here. And they have made life very rough, very tough for the Guyanese batsmen. Singh in. Forward defensive. Outstretched front foot. Defended out to city mid off. No run. The pressure really intruded on here from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. At the end of this, we'll find out how many overs they have bowled for the morning. As again, how many runs have been scored. We'll get to that house net in a little while. Singh in. This one striking him on the pad, and he's out, LBW. Striking him on the pad there, looking to turn it on the onside. And maybe the googly from our position here caught him in front, and that's Ramsamy. He's out, LBW to Singh. LBW for Singh for 3. Guyana lose yet another wicket at 124, 125.
It's another flighty delivery there by Singh. We have seen that from him all morning. His willingness to give the ball some air. And Ramsamy perhaps playing across the line a bit on that one and struck him on the pad. And umpire Joseph says that was looking good.
Yes, it was looking good, and he raised that fatal finger, the finger that batsmen do not want to see. And Trinidad struck again. Ramsamy, LBW, Singh for 3, 124 for 7. And slowly but surely, Trinidad clawing their way right back into this game. As we've been saying, if they do not score, you will find, instead of looking at the 200, who knows? They may probably be asked to get 150, no, more than 150, 160, 170. The way things are happening this morning, things are tight, runs are dried up, and the wickets are going, you know, so it's a question of how much
the
more
lead
can
so
they
far
get?
is 157. Well, here's a guy who we know would not hang around a bit, Thorne. Even in the first innings, he was playing quite a bit of shots.
Yeah, he played
and he's a big fast bowler.
Yes, he got how much in the first innings?
So it will be interesting to see how he goes this time around.
As Ramsamy, LBW Singh for 3. Now, Singh to bowl to Thorne, the big man, the aggressive big man as we call him. Singh, it's going to be a nice little battle to see his approach against this tight bowling here. That's Thorne. Just a slight delay there from Singh for his first delivery to Thorne. Let's see what happens. In. Forward defensive. Seems like a bit of a kicker here. He was certainly looking for a second one, which was certainly on.
Interesting there that if a leg slip was in place there, that would have been a comfortable catch. But I guess they're playing on reputation. We saw the long off going back, the long one going back. This is first delivery. Perhaps they could have been a bit more aggressive there. But as you said, it's a learning curve for these players, and hopefully we'll see improvements as they go along. But they end up as successful over there for Singh. He has bowled wonderfully. We have 10 overs completed for the morning, so both bowlers bowling 5. Singh, he has 3 for 11 from 11 overs. So it's a wonderful effort there. He's single-handedly bringing Trinidad and Tobago back into this game, Gunny.
Definitely is bringing them. They brought them back right into this game. It's a question how quickly they can effect the dismissal of the lower order tail, if you want to put it that way. The Guyanese are batting right down to number 11. They are actually defending very, very well their wickets. So they're not going to get them that easy. As who's going to continue? Agard?
Yes, Agard. I think this will be his last based on the playing conditions.
And they are setting the field meticulously. But I would not have no long on and long off. I will leave things as they are and let him take the initiative to try and move Singh, who is right on target. He's really bowling up immaculate line, immaculate length. I would not go for that wide long on and that long off. Certainly I would not. I'll put him under the pressure because Trinidad and Tobago are right now in the ascendancy. The field placing, he's asking the straightish mid wicket to go back a bit. As you say, they're playing on reputation.
Yes, as you mentioned before, we saw how hard Thorne hit the ball in the first innings, so I guess they're thinking more of the same from him.
Agard into Thorne. Thorne defends, and there's no run. From experience, as I said, maybe they lack the experience. Allow him to take the initiative to you with this time of tight bowling, and certainly what you have done is actually stop him from playing the aggressive shots that we saw in the first inning, because he too is under pressure, bearing in mind 3 wickets has fallen for very little this morning, as Agard into Thorn, left arm wrong, and he clips this one down to long leg, and he's going to get a single, comfortable single. He's up to 2. Sometimes you have to forget about repetition and just play what is in front of you. 126 now for the loss of 7. 126 for 7 as the left-handed Rampasad comes in to strike. 126 for 7. Rampasad, I think he's facing Agard for the first time for the morning, because he was bowled a long spell at Ramsamy and Yearwood. So the battle continues here. A very intriguing battle is on here. 3 quick wickets this morning for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. As Agard to bowl now to Rampasad. Outside the off stump, keeping that line through to Jagannath, and there is no run. 127 for 7. 127 and 33, that's 60.
159, yeah.
Yeah, around 150, 160. I am certain that the Trinidad squad, the whole squad, be hoping that they can.
It's 126.
126. They're hoping that they'll be able to dismiss them fairly cheaply in outside the off stump, and he forces this one out to backward point. First time we're really seeing them taking a very quick single there. They recognize that the runs are not dry, the runs have dried up. Wickets are falling. We need to try and score. 127 now. 127 for the loss of 7. As Thorn, the big man, played this aggressive innings in the first innings. He's been respected, I should say. But the long off has come into long to mid off. But the wide long on remains. The deep square leg stays out. So are we going to see a bouncer? As Agard into bowl to Thorn. He aborted his run-up temporarily. Agard waits now on Thorn. There's a game out there between bat and ball, so to speak. As Thorn holds up Agard, who now comes in. And this one looking to flick it on the leg side. And the way the shot, the way he made up his mind to play the shot, that ball certainly would have gone into the air, because he went up on one leg and looked to clip it. But there is a long leg and there is a square leg. So he has to be careful. Maybe they are seeing something that we are not seeing. So we'll see how it goes. They're not going to put him on the drive because the long off has come into long mid-off.
Yes.
But the wide long on remains. So Agard, at least, to be honest with you, there has a policy. There's a ploy out there when they bowl into Thorn. Agard into Thorn. You can see it in. Forward defensive, out to mid-off. Oh my goodness.
It was close.
Very close.
I think it's Ramlal there. If he had taken that cleanly, he would have given himself an opportunity to run out on.
The end of the over, the end of another over from
Agard.
And I think his 6 overs are finished. What is his figures like for the morning?
It's 10 overs, 1 for 16. So it's a very good spell, a very economical spell.
I think that is his 6 overs for the morning, his spell.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 10 overs, 1 for 16. That's Agard at the end of his spell, I believe. And it's interesting to see who would replace him at the northern end. But because I rather suspect Singh will continue from this end. He has taken 3 wickets so far. 3 wickets for
3 for 11.
3 for 11, and certainly he seems to be the main wicket taker on this slow turning track here at the Park Hill playing field. As it's just about 18 minutes past 10. We have gone 43 minutes for the morning. And what has Guyana scored?
It was 116 overnight.
Yeah,
so they have only scored 12 runs for the morning.
Lost 3 wickets
from 11 overs. So
11 overs.
So it's just a run rate above 1. Very slow going.
I think there's a game of a cat and mouse going on between Thorn and the Trinidad and Tobago squad, And
we actually seen the leg slip now, Gunny, that I spoke about last over.
Yes. In goes Forward defensive on that leg stump. And the big man looking to defend that one. Peel off outer edge and fielded by silly mid off. So he's crowded. There's a slip, gully, silly mid off, leg slip. Crowded. A Singh to bowl to Ton. Ton foul defensive, and there's an appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire. Right. A vociferous appeal for an LBW. And I think he's probably playing against the grain of his nature of batting.
Yes, I think it's a very good field as well. In outside sort of field, but it's very attacking.
The inner ring and the outer ring.
Yes.
And it's forcing him to play against the way he knows how to bat. And it's unnatural for him. Sing in. Forward defensive and so he's found himself between the devil and the deep blue sea. Should I attack my normal game or should I defend? So a very interesting ploy. Let's see what Ton will do as he faces Singh. Bit of a talking going on out there. The game plan is this one is driving him out to long off and a single. That one pitched up closer to him and he drove this one out to wide long off and he gets a single. So Thorn goes up now to 4, 128 for the loss of 7, 128 for 7. Trinidad will be hoping that he'll be able to effect another breakthrough rather quickly. Maybe Thorn to get him out of the way because he can, from what we saw for innings, he has the propensity towards scoring rather quickly. As Singh to bowl now to Rampasad. He's on 2. Flighted. Defended well. Back to the bowler. No run. And the battle is really and truly on here between the Guyana batsmen in Rampasad and Thorn as against the leg break googly Singh. Well, Agard probably is finished. So we'll see who comes on. Bilo's certainly gone for Rambaran.
Yes.
Singh in. Outside the off stump and he guided this one and the spin actually took it away from the man at backward point and he collects a single. So he's up now to 3, 129 or 130?
130.
130, the end of that over. So it's interesting to see who would replace Agard for his 6 overs in the morning. He had 6 overs in the morning figures.
His overall figures is 12 overs, 3 for 13.
Yeah, Agard.
Oh, Agard figures. I'll get that for you in a while. As we see in Rambaran, as you mentioned, he's coming from the northern end.
Suspect we heard a little bit of a message going out. So I suspect they are listening to us because I keep saying the man to really bring on here now is Rambaran because he could be tight, but it depends on his spell now to keep things, continue to keep things tight. But from what we saw, he can it. But it's a matter of him executing and following up on that really good spell there from Agard. Rambaran in. Forward defensive, the ball outside the off stump, and we've seen Rampasad push that one, took the edge all along the ground.
The other option they had perhaps was CWI, but I think he has just gone onto the field. We saw him earlier with a strapping around his ankle, perhaps a slight ankle injury, but he's on the field now.
Okay.
So
he'll have to stay a long period of time on
yes.
the field before he can bowl, which will give Rambaran enough time to execute and continue to keep the pressure. I think he's the one I was saying that should replace Agard, and they have heard, and in he comes. Again, against for the 3rd time, the ball hitting the outer edge tells me that the ball is not really spinning into him. It's going through straight, fairly straight, and 3rd time, but that should indicate to the captain to bring in the gully.
Yes, because we have seen a couple of deliveries going in that direction.
Yes, he should definitely bring in the gully. And allow the cover point to come a bit wrong to his right. Rambaran in. Forward defensive. Pushes out to cover and there is no run. So once the gully goes in, the cover point should come around to his right and he will keep the pressure, continued pressure. Rambaran in. Forward defensive again. Good line, and at least he has started well. with in his first over. 4 deliveries definitely started well. And I will be saying that the skipper will be hoping that he continues this line, because exactly what is happening, that was happening from Agard from the end. Again, that ball edge along the ground, along the gully area. The end of a very good over, and 4 deliveries taking the outside edge and flying into that gully area. And certainly this should indicate to the skipper to have the gully.
Yes, very good over there. Good start from Rambaran. He has bowled very tight all match. Maybe not as effective as the other bowlers, but he has done a job for his captain. And we're going to see Singh again continue with a very longish spell this morning, a longish spell. We still haven't seen Davis or Ramlal. Perhaps we'll see those a bit later. But for now, I think the captain perhaps want to exert a bit of control. So that is why he chose to bring in Rambaran, who can be a bit more economical than the other 2 bowlers we just mentioned, in the form of Davis and Ramlal. So it will be Singh again in this intense battle with Thorne, who so far has managed to curb his inner instincts. As Singh, a shortish delivery, he's whipping this one away off the leg. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they will come back for a second. So that delivery a bit short. Haven't seen a lot of those from Singh throughout the game. He has been very economical, he has been very accurate, consistent in the lines and the lengths that he bowls. There's a good shot there from Thorne.
He's up to 6.
It's 132 for the loss of 7. As Singh comes in again. A flighty delivery this time, almost Yorker length. Thorne was winding up for a big shot, ended up adjusting his shot and just pushes it out to the man at silly mid off, and there's no run. I get the feeling that something is about to happen here whenever Singh is bowling to Thorne. As Singh comes in again, bowls, and he's hitting this one down too long off. As you mentioned before, that big shot seemed not to be too far away. As Singh is flighting the ball a bit, and Thorne just can't help himself, just trying to hit it as hard as possible. This time he managed to pick out the man at long off, and he gets a single. Score moves on to 133 for the loss of 7. As Singh comes in, bowls to Rampasad, and he pushes this one back up the pitch. There's no run. Very accurate bowling here by Singh. In the middle of a very long spell this morning, but he's still causing problems for the batsmen. As he comes in again, bowls a good delivery this time like the googly. That one going the other way. Not read there by Rampasad. A bit of bounce on that one as well. And very good bowling. As we see Singh again turning the end of his mark. Bowling to Rampasad. To this delivery of flight. He's hitting this one, a big shot, swept it straight over the pavilion, a big hit there. You've seen some monstrous hits in this match, Goni, and that was another one of them.
Yes, flighted, and you know they're trying to curb their natural instinct. That is Thorne and Rampasad, but he flighted in his arc too close to him, and he had a good swish at it, and it's gone right over our heads for the maximum of 6. And certainly that's the boldest shot we have seen for the morning from the Guyanese, and they need a bit more of that, as it's a water break whilst they're going to look for the ball. As we know, the area surrounded with a lot of agricultural stuff. So it ended up somewhere at the back of us here, but certainly a good bold blow from Rampasad. He's up now to 9. Thorne is on 7. 139 for the loss of 7. I would say the morning so far for the first hour has gone to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, definitely. They would have set out to get as much early wickets as they could, and they managed to get 3 early wickets, some big wickets as well. They got the wicket of Yearwood, who was looking very good overnight, and Ramsamy, who played well in the first innings as well. So it's a good start by Trinidad and Tobago. They just have to continue to take wickets, and that's the only way they're going to get themselves back into this game.
So resuming from 116 for 4 this morning, They've lost Joda. He was caught Ramnath off Singh for 5 at first slip. A very good low catch, followed by Yearwood, who was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Agard, Asian Agard for 30. Did not score, and he batted for a long time this morning. And Ramsamy, he was LBW Singh for 3. Wickets fell at 120, 122, 124. It's now 139, a partnership of 15, but very valuable runs as far as Guyana is concerned. Yes, they occupy the crease. That's what they need to do. But at the same time, there's a need for them to get runs. We just seen a bowl hit there from Rampasad. He's up to 9. It's 139 plus 33. That's 172.
172, yes. The
172
lead is
lead.
correct,
And,
yeah, 172.
I am certain that the Guyanese are feeling a little happier at this particular point in time, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're still trying hard to see if they will be able to at least have another dismissal rather quickly. The morning has definitely gone to Trinidad and Tobago. So in the hours played, they were added 23 and lost 3 wickets. So certainly a Trinidad and Tobago morning.
Yes, so 14 overs bowled for the morning. So in the first hour or so, it's a rather good over rate, considering the fact that they had a seamer on. As you know, the spinners get through the overs very quickly. So 14 overs bowled for the morning, and they scored 23 runs. So the run rate there is nothing really express. Yes, nothing to write home about, according to my co-commentator here. I think the key for Guyana is to just get above that 200 mark, but psychological 200, and I'm sure the Trinidad and Tobago would feel less and less into the game as long as the lead goes over 200.
Yes, you see, it's like you've played cricket. It's a difference between making a 90, and the difference between making a century, 100, and being dismissed for 99.
Yes, very much so. Close margins, but the psychological factor comes into the equation.
So I think that's what's happening to Trinidad here. They'll be hoping to dismiss them and do not look at 200 to win, or above 200 to win. They'll be hoping at 180, 190, thereabouts. They give them that confidence that we can get it. But 200 is a psychological thing, and it's a question of if they can dismiss them inside the 200. But this partnership is crucial in terms of getting to that 200, because Thorn, we know, is a big hitter, and we're just in a huge hit here from Rampasad. So how does the Trinidad and Tobago squad, the bowling attack, respond to that hit there from Rampasad? Because remember, there's Thorn, who we saw in the first innings playing some very bold and aggressive shots, and apparently they are wary of him in light of the fact of the field placing that took place earlier when he just came to the crease, when they should have applied pressure, more pressure. As used at one stage, you actually said they should have had a leg slip, and had there been a leg slip by pressuring him, he would have been back in the pavilion. But be that as it may, the battle continues, 139 for 7. As Rambaran will continue. The Trinidad bowling has been very, very tight this morning and very effective in the form of Singh. Agard kept it very, very tight from his end, and he got a richly rewarded wicket. Rambaran is on now, and he had a maiden. So outside of this maximum a while ago, the Trinidad bowling has been pretty good. They've been pretty tight, and they've been effective in removing 3 batsmen.
Yes, so it's going to be Rambaran again, and it's an in-out sort of field. We've seen a long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket as Rambaran comes in. Just missing his run up there. There's a man at a short extra cover, I would say. It's not really a silly mid-off. He's a bit deep. There's a slip as Rambaran comes in, bowls. His delivery is short of a length. Thorn going back and trying to punch that one through the covers. It's it up back to the bowler, and there's no run. As we see Rambaran again. His delivery is fighting a bit, and Thorn there trying to hit that one in the vicinity of the breadfruit tree that we see on the back. Yes. So I think the key here for Rambaran is to toss it up a bit and see what's going on in that mind of Thorn. Thorn just can't help himself, as we mentioned before. As we see Rambaran again. Another flighty delivery, and this one is hit straight. Can't get a boundary here. Well stopped. Very well stopped there on the boundary, there by Agard. It was hit powerfully by Thorn, who is going to go down fighting, as we would say. Fighting fire with fire.
It's his natural instinct. and he's not going to stay there and push around. So we expect this type of approach by him. That one is powerfully struck when he got 2 runs, but expect more of this.
I think that was Egard on the bungle there, making a very good stop. As we see Rambaran comes in, bowls this one is short for length. Thorn just a long way forward. Not in the most elegant manner, but he managed to keep it out. And there's no run. Change of field again, the short leg coming out, going into a extra cover region. As we see Rambaran again, what can he muster up here? Flighty delivery this time. And Thorn once again, in not the most elegant manner, managed to keep it out. This doesn't look like his preferred mode of operation, but he's trying his best to curb that natural instinct and play a long innings here as we see Rambaran. How long can this last? As Rambaran a bit of quicker delivery. Seeing that from the arm, and Thorn plays it out to mid-wicket. So another interesting over here from Rambaran. And at the end of it, the score is 141 for the loss of 7. Thorn, he's on 9 from 17. Rampasad has been there for a little bit. He's on 9 from 23. 141 for the loss of 7.
Yes, the game of cat and mouse continue with Thorn because you see him wanting to explode. At the same time, he wants to defend. Some little thing in his mind is holding him back not to explode. At the same time, should I explode? So it's a kind of situation here, we're not too sure what to expect of him. Except we know for sure that he is a good hitter for what we have seen thus far. But he's trying to curb his natural instinct. In the meantime, we saw a very powerful hit from Rampasad a while ago for the maximum. So I think for the next half an hour, very interesting time.
Yes, if all goes well for Guyana and these two are able to bat for any extended period of time, I think the scoring rate will gradually improve. As Singh bowls, his delivery is flighted, and that's a defensive shot there from Rampasad. And there's no run. I think a key point for Trinidad and Tobago as well is how long can Singh go. He's in the middle of a long spell here. Yes, so Singh comes in, bowls to Rampasad, and hitting this one, that's a good shot. Should get 6. Wonderful hit there. So I think Rampasad is prepared to play the big shot as well. That was a flighty delivery, and he just timed that one over long off for 6. Didn't try to hit it too hard, as we have seen from Thorn, trying to hit the ball perhaps a bit too hard and not making the connection that he's looking for, but that was very well timed.
Maybe he's doing what you expect of Thorn, to hit the maximum. So it was another good ball hit, so maybe rather than the big hitting coming from Thorn, we are seeing it from Rampasad, but it's a good straight hit.
Yes, that was a very good shot there by Rampasad, a very elegant shot over long off that prompted a change in the field. We now have a long off as well as a long on. So here Singh comes in again, bowl another flighty delivery, then he's trying to hit this one over mid-wicket. A big sweep shot there. So perhaps the attacking instincts are coming through now for Guyana. We've seen both players trying to play their shots. The lead at the moment is 180. What do you
think Thorn will be telling Rampasad?
Well, considering that he himself is of an attacking nature, it only leads to one thing: get bat on ball. But Singh, for the first time, he's under pressure. We've now seen 2 sixes off his bowling in the last 2 overs. What can he come up with? As Singh again is flighting it. That's the thing about Singh. He's still flighting the ball. He's not trying to push it through. He's giving the ball air, even though he has been hit for a couple of massive sixes in the last couple of overs there. That ball taking the outside edge, but falls safely, and they come through for a single. So Rampasad moves on to 16. The score is 148 for the loss of 7. Now brings Thorn on to strike.
I think Singh needs to bowl mainly googlies at Rampasad, because once he's going through the big shot, if one will peel off here and will sum up in the sky, you need to bowl far more googlies. I've seen bowlers at the international level. I have seen. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, as Singh will be bowling to Thorn. This delivery, another flight delivery. Hitting this one a big 6. That's a massive hit. Gunny, that's over 200 meters. It's a big hit right out of the ground. He was looking for that all day. And finally, he's able to time one, and it just shows the power of Thorn, as we've been alluding to earlier.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, what were your thoughts on what he was suggesting to Rampers that having struck 2 sixes? He's saying, look, I want my own. And he's really, that one has struck a long, long way over that house that we're seeing here on that side. Really, really a powerful hit. And I think this will be the end of Singh's spell, because certainly they're taking a liking to him after really, really, really bowling well.
I think what is also evident is the change in momentum from Guyana. Perhaps an award going out after the drinks break we had earlier, in terms of picking up the scoring rate and trying to put some pressure, at least bat Trinidad and Tobago out of the game.
Yeah, move the pressure away from ourselves and put it back to Trinidad by playing a natural game, play the big shots. I believe that is the message.
So
because certainly I've seen 3 massive 6s, and you can see a difference in approach. The aggression has returned via Thorn and Rampasad for Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago will have to come up with answers now. How do we cope with this? Maybe, as you said, I don't know of the time that CWI is off, but maybe it may be a time to try and stop this flow of runs over the last 10-15 minutes.
Yes. So the lead now is 187 for Guyana. That's getting into that dangerous territory we spoke about in terms of the 200, anything above 200. And as long as these two players are at the crease, they're going 200 and even 220, 230 would be a possibility in a very short space of time as well.
Certainly. As I said, you know, in my summation, 220 I think would definitely give a lot of problems to get on this track here.
So Singh, in his last couple of overs, he has been placed under tremendous pressure. Before that, he was very economical. What can he come up with to test his temperament? As he's flighting this one again, and he's pushing it down to long off. Well played. And he gets a single. So the score moves on to 155 for the loss of 7.
They have suddenly moved from low gear, as we say, to a high gear, and maybe overdrive. And they have really moved this total very rapidly with those powerful 6s from the batsmen at the crease, Thorn and Rampasad. And the momentum has certainly shifted from Trinidad and Tobago being on top. And we're going to take back this game. We are right on top, and let us play our natural game. I think that is what we're saying, natural game. And as we said, we alluded to earlier, they were playing a very, very dangerous game by staying there, wasn't scoring, and wickets were tumbling. So maybe the management of the Guyana team recognize what is happening. As I said, they are listening to us. There's a change in gear from second gear to overdrive, and they're really playing the big shots, and they're going distances, these maximums.
Yes, Rambaran, it would be from the far end. What can he come up with? We have a deep extra cover. We have a long on, a long off. A man at deep mid-wicket as well, as Rambaran comes in, bowls. His delivery is short of a good length. He's just turning that one down to short third man and comes through for a single. The score moves on to 156 or 7. Just an indication of the change in gear, Gunny Hines. A while ago we mentioned Singh's figures being 11 overs, 3 for 10. It's now 14 overs, 3 for 35. So it tells you the type of shift in momentum that we have seen. As Rambaran again, this one a bit flat. Rampasar just pushing it up back to the bowler, and there's no run. So I think it's 3 maximums we're seeing in his last couple of overs. 3 big 6s, yes, the last 2 overs. 3 big 6s there, and it'll be interesting to see if the captain persists with him or we see a change of bowling. But it's hard to see if the change of bowling, because Ramlal, okay, we'll come back to that as Rambaran comes in. A flighty delivery this time. He's coming forward. A quick single here. Very good running. A direct hit, but he's comfortably home turn. So they're not only hitting the big hits, but they're looking for the singles as well, Golly, which is good.
The question is, how does the Trinidad captain react to this changing or shifting gears, you said. It's a matter how they react to it, because certainly there's been a sport of scoring within the last 10, 15 minutes. They have shifted from second gear to overdrive. And with some of the fielders being deep, that was a well-judged single, because that mid wicket was fairly deep. So it was a well-judged single at the end of the day. So let's see what Thorn will do with Rambaran.
So 157 for the loss of 7 as Rambaran comes in. A faster delivery straight. Yes, a good delivery there. It was a quicker one. Thorn wasn't perhaps expecting it. And we were saying before, he hasn't looked comfortable when he's defending. So I'm thinking the better option for him is continue with his attacking ways.
Yes, he should have continued his natural way of batting. Because as he quite rightly said, he looks ungainly in his defense. But at least he made a contribution to his team. He shifted the momentum from Trinidad being on top towards putting Guyana, where they should be. Putting Guyana where they should be with his mode of batting, had he continued with his attacking shot, because he didn't get out trying to attack. He got out trying to defend, but all credit to the bowlers, a faster, flatter delivery. Yes. From the moment he struck his spot, he was actually walking. He didn't even wait for the umpire decision. So he knew he was right in front, and he has gone for 17? 17, I think it is. 17 there. Yeah, 17. 17. LBW to Rambaran, and Rambaran has reaped success for Trinidad and Tobago, and the total is 157
for 8.
57 now for 8.
So that was
190.
Yes. So that was a good delivery.
Can they keep them under this 200? That is the thing. But I keep saying 220 is a tough total to get here, based on the state of the pitch and the way the Trinidad and Tobago batted as against the way the Guyanese bowl. So it'll be very interesting after lunch to see what happens and what target is set.
The new batsman here is Vincent. Very surprising to see the field here. I'm going to come back to that after this over as Rambaran bowls to Vincent.
Vincent
long forward
defense for what you saw for him.
So perhaps we need to see more players around the bat.
Yes, I agree.
And that because we've seen Vincent from the first inning. He doesn't play a shot in anger. He will be more intent in just building a partnership here, as we see Rambaran bowls. A short delivery, Vincent going back and trying to pull that one. Trying to come back for second, they won't. Yeah, Gunny, the captain perhaps still shell-shocked by those big hits. Maybe somebody need to tell him that Thorn is no longer there. This is Vincent, a different type of player who is not as aggressive and not as powerful. And perhaps the field setting should dictate that.
Yes, I agree that, certainly. Because Vincent, what we saw in the first inning is he's just there to occupy the crease. Whether he gets one in 20 minutes, it doesn't matter to him. I'm here. You're not going to get me out easily. And maybe, as you said, maybe he's a bit shell-shocked. He doesn't recognize that it's Vincent who's come to the crease. Maybe, I'm not sure. But certainly there should be a different field setting for Vincent as against Thorn, who has gone LBW to Rambaran for 17. 158 for the loss of 8. Total overall 191. And it's a question now how well they can bat for the next 3 wickets. But we know Vince will just stay there and try to hang around as much as possible and bat in partnership with Rampasa. The new bowler is whom?
Ramnath. Yes.
Ramnath.
Yes. So it will be Ramnath taking over from Singh, who bowled a very good spell apart from those 2 last overs.
His figures, what his figures look like?
Okay, we'll come back to that. As Ramnath, a short delivery here. As Ramnath comes in, bowls, another shortish delivery. He's hitting this one straight to cover. My goodness. It was a short, long hop, lollipop, as Jeffrey Boycott would say. And Vincent, as we mentioned before, his attacking instincts are not that great. He came back and tried to punch that one through the covers and just hit it straight to the man there. I think the fielder there is, we get the fielder there for you.
Ramnath?
Ramdu, yes. The tall figure of Ramdu there. So That's a perfect illustration of actually buying a wicket there, Gunny. Because
It worked well.
Yes, it did. There. So Vincent, he didn't trouble the scorers, and the score is now 158 for the loss of 9. So Trinidad and Tobago doing well so far this morning, picking up 5 wickets. They want to polish off this innings as quickly as possible. The lead, however, so far is 191. So 191, as we mentioned before, Guyana will try and get this lead perhaps over 200 as a psychological barrier. So the last man is in his Sandia. He will be looking to build a partnership with Ram Prasad, who has been there for a while. So Ram not the best delivery, but at the end of the day, he gets a wicket for his captain.
Well, the thing with it is what we saw this morning here thus far is a case whereby they kept it tight. They got 3 wickets. Then there was a spurt of scoring between Thorn and Rampasad, and quickly 2 more wickets have fallen. With just 1 left for the guy needs to be dismissed. So there's a 3-part play here: wickets, tight, explosion of scoring, more wickets.
Yes. So let's have a look at the field. There's really, for the new batsman, there's no slip, there's no gully. Interesting field as Ramnath comes in, bowls a flighty delivery. Sunday's coming forward and pushing that one out to cover. So no man around the bat really. It's a spreaded field, surprisingly, for a new batsman. As we see Ramnath again, bowls another flighty delivery. He's just punching this one back to the bowler, Sandia. There's no run. So apart from those 2 long hops, Ramnath has actually found his groove here. Nice loopy leg spin. This one is another short one again. And Sunday is going back and hits that one to square leg, and he comes through for a single. The score moves on to 159 for the loss of 9. So Ram Prasad, who has been there for a while, the elder statesman as they would say, he perhaps will be looking to be a bit more aggressive now as well. As we see Ramnath comes in, bowls a faster delivery outside the off stump. Good thinking there by Ramnath. Good end to the over. It's a successful over there for Ramnath. Guyana, their second innings, 159 for the loss of 9.
Yes, as skipper tried something with this bowler here, and he actually Trinidad and Tobago skipper tried something, and it worked well. They got a wicket out, the vital wicket of Vincent, who has his natural propensity to defend, but he tried to attack and he just lobbed it straight. He did a man-hands at straightish cover, and he's back in the pavilion. So certainly it's a question now of that intensity towards effecting the final breakthrough. So I'll be able to dismiss the Guyanese and to look at the target that will be set by them, because they should not allow them to continue to just hang around. It's a question of trying to bet his best bowlers in and to have them eventually dismissed. So this is an attacking move here where there's a slip. What's it called? A forward, not even quite forward. It's a backward kind of a shot like there. And I believe a long on out there. No, you don't really need that. A wide long on, a wide long off. No. Put pressure on the number 11. He's a number 11 because of, except he's known to hit the ball.
Rambaran again comes through.
But I believe if he actually put pressure on him, he will try to do something.
A flat delivery there, and Sandy is in behind that one. As we see Rambaran again comes in, bowls a flighty delivery this time. He's coming forward and driving it uppishly, getting close to the boundary. They'll come back for 2. So 2 runs there for Sandia. Actually 1 short signal by the umpire. But Sandia there a bit anxious to come back for that second run. So
He's up to 2, having 1 shot from that previous double.
yeah, so the score is 160 for the loss of 9 wickets. As we see Rambaran again comes in, another flighty delivery. Sunday is coming forward and just pushing it out to the man at cover, Siwa, and there's no run. As we see Rambaran again, the slow left arm bowler comes in, bowls. This delivery is just coming back and pushing it out to cover once again. can't score.
Once you're down to number 11, come on. You need to apply pressure to him because if he's batting a number 11, his batting prowess is... If he's down to number 11, his batting prowess is not great. So apply some pressure, and he's going to, if Rambaran flights it, he's going to have a go. I'm certain he's going to have a go if he flights it.
Yes, so that's mind-boggling there in terms of the tactics here. As Rambaran again, that quicker delivery that he managed to get Thorn with, tried it again.
What he would do, what we saw in the first inning, is defend to this type of delivery. If it is flighted to him, he's not going to defend, he's going to try something. That's a greater chance of getting him out.
So Rambaran again comes in, another flighted delivery. He's a long way forward there, just pushing it out to the man at cover. There's no run, a good over there from Rambaran. And the score is 160 for the loss of 9 wickets.
160 for 9, a lead of 193. And the game is still hanging in the balance here. Trinidad and Tobago trying to effect the final breakthrough. So they'll be able to start their reply. And there's lots of time left in this game here towards getting this 100 and whatever. They end up with, or 200 or whatever. And it's a question of how quickly can Trinidad effect the final dismissal. And would the Guyanese number 11 with Rampasad, who is at number 9, hang in there for whatever period of time. This is a critical period for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. If they hang around and get another 20, 30 in the total, it may be curtains for them if they allow them to hang around. So they need to try and see if they could stop that by having the final wicket. But we'll see how it goes. A nice game going out there between bat and ball. A new bowler.
Yes, it's Joshua Davis. I've seen him from the northern end all game. I think this is his first spell from this end. He'll be looking to wrap up things for Trinidad and Tobago. So he has a slip as Davis comes in, a flighted delivery, hitting this one in the air. Should be the end of the innings. Well caught. So Rampasad there going for the big shot, taking the outer portion of the bat, and Jackasar there at point, taking a very easy catch. So that's the end of the Guyanese innings in the second innings. They're all out for the 160. Last wicket there been taken by Davis. So the overall lead is 193, which means that Trinidad and Tobago will need 194 for victory. The last batsman there, Rampasad, going for 17 from 30 deliveries. Sandia, he's not out on 2. Davis, 6 overs, 1 for 33. So he got his first wicket there. And I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago will be very pleased with this effort this morning. I remember Guyana resuming on 116 for 4, an overall lead of 149. They managed to add to 49 runs for the morning. And they lost 6 wickets. So it was somewhat a collapse for Guyana, considering the position they were overnight. Trinidad and Tobago bowled very well this morning. Agard bowled a very good opening spell. He managed to get the dangerous Yearwood out with a peach of a delivery. And Singh, he also bowled very well this morning. He managed to pick up 3 quick wickets. So that kind of dent the charge that Guyana was perhaps looking for in terms of getting runs as quickly as possible, perhaps getting a lead of over 200 and putting pressure on the Trinidadians. But the Trinidadians never gave up. At one point in time with Thorn and Rampasad, the rate was perhaps increasing a bit. They hit some monstrous 6s, especially Thorn. We saw a big hit from him, but he was removed soon after by Rambaran. So Trinidad and Tobago will be very happy with these efforts this morning. So the final score for Trinidad to trace would be 194. Guyana all out for 160 from 59.1 overs. So it's quite an interesting morning so far. We have had about 1 hour and 25 minutes. Play started at 9:30, remember. So we still have about an hour or so to go before lunch. And it will be interesting to see the approach of the Trinidad and Tobago players, opening batsmen, to this run total. Remember, they made 146 in the first innings, a very disappointing effort. So in order for them to win this game, they will have to bat better than they did in the first innings. Guyana, on the other hand, will be looking to their spinners in the form of Rampasad, who took 6 for 43 in the first innings, to really have another good outing and hopefully put pressure on these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. So in a while, we'll get some scores from the other games for you, as well as a comprehensive summary of this particular game. So as promised, in the game between Jamaica and Barbados, that game is being played at Cumberland on the leeward end of the island. Jamaica 4 innings 234 for all out. Barbados 386 for 7 declared. Jamaica in their second innings are 51 for 4. So Jamaica still trailed by 101 runs. And Barbados will be looking to take those 6 wickets as soon as possible. So Barbados in the driving seat there. In terms of windwards versus leewards, that is played at Arnesville. Windwards in their first innings 209 all out. Leewards 284. Windwards in their second innings, though, a better showing with the bat this time. They're 106 without loss. So they lead by 31 runs. So Windwards in the driver's seat there to some extent. They'll be looking to pile on some more runs and perhaps insert in leewards at some point throughout the day. So
Yes, Agnet. Just getting everything clear with the official scorers here. So Guyana are resuming at 116 for 4. They've been finally dismissed for 160. So they lost their last 6 wickets for 44 runs this morning. First up, we had Joda. He was caught Ramnath out Singh for 5. Lovely catch at low at first slip. Followed by Yearwood. He was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Agard for 30. Then we had Ramsamy, palpably LBW to Singh for 3. Then we had a little partnership between Thorn and Rampasad that actually added 33 runs, moving the score from 124 for 7 to 157 for 8. Thorn was LBW Ram plumb in front for 17. Then we had Vincent going against his natural instinct. He was caught Ramdo of Ramnath without scoring. And finally, Sadia, who was caught Jagasa of Davis for 2. So Rampasad was left not out on 17. 3 byes, 2 leg byes, 160 all out in 59.1 overs. 59.1 overs. Bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Agar 10 overs, 5 mates, 1 for 16. 10 overs, 5 mates, 1 for 16. Siwa 4 overs, 2 mates, none for 6. Rambaram 14 overs, 6 mates, 1 for 24. Davis 6.1 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 33. Ramdo 1 over for 8 runs. Singh 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 36. The pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets. Ramnath 1 over, 1 run, 1 wicket. So 160 all out, 59.1 overs. Top scorer being 49 from Ramnath yesterday. We had 30 from Yearwood and the others were in the teens. 160 all out. And it's Trinidad and Tobago have been set 194 to win in 76 overs. That is 61 plus the 15 in the final hour. And certainly we are in for a really good game here this afternoon. By sometime around tea, we'll have a very good idea as to what is happening in relation to the final outcome of this game. So Guyana 179 and 160. Trinidad and Tobago, they got to 146. So they will have to make the biggest score in this innings if they are to win this game. And Guyana, with their trump card in Rampasad, their spinners, Rampasad 6 for 44 in the first innings. Denval 2 for 17, both off spinners. Mohabia 1 for 28. So it will really truly be a test of the Trinidad and Tobago frontline batters in the form of Jagasa, Ramdu, Kishunat, Ramnath, Rambaran. It will really and truly need a very good effort on their part and move her from the 20s and 30s and try to see how big a score they can get for their team, be able to position themselves towards getting this 194 for victory. Psychologically, I think they'll be feeling happy that they don't have to get 200 to win or 200 plus to win. So it really and truly will be a test as to how well they'll be able to respond to this victory target of 194. So I think we are in for a very, very important period here before lunch. We'll have just about 55 minutes before lunch. Around 55 minutes before lunch, plus after tea and before tea and after tea. And it'll be very interesting to see how the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen respond to this total, based on the fact that Guyana certainly will be banking on their slow bowlers in the form of Rampasad, Dinval, and skipper Mohabie. So it's the pitch is being rolled. The Guyanese team huddle together, looking for the final prayer. Now the ground staff is out there, so too are the groundsmen. They're remarking the crease, etc., etc. And of course, it should be an interesting day. Come into the ground here and enjoy some cricket. West Indies under 19 cricket being played in their home village, so to speak. 194 to win. They're still huddled, the Guyanese team together. The marking is still ongoing, so we just await. So until they're ready, we'll go back temporarily for the time being. Yeah, back here at the Park Hill playing field, the teams are out. The two opening batsmen, Trinidad and Tobago, they're out. I think it's Jagasa and Ramdu. And it's 194 is the target. Guyana target, 10 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago 194 runs. So it's a nice, neat little battle here. I think what is very vital here at the start is the start from Trinidad and Tobago. Because if they have to lose quick wickets, they'll find themselves in problem. If they have a good start, thing will be high in balance. So crucial 52 minutes before lunch. That delivery, that's from the big man himself, that's Thorn. From the southern end, Thorn. He bowled from the opposite end of the first innings. He first delivery up to it seemed to be Jagasa.
Yes, that is Jagasa.
And full face of the bat. And no run. Ramdu, right? Here, Ramdu. Ramdu, the other bat. Change. So there's a change in the opening position. Thorn in, the big man in. Outside the off stump and edged. Fell just short of his first slip, but he made a very good effort. Stopped it from going to the boundary for 4. Why not taking the catch? Very good delivery there. Jagasa played it, this one outside the off stump. Snicked, he played it hard. Snicked. And it fell just before slip. And the same hole, Akimbo and his hips. Certainly some excitement there at the start.
Gunny, perhaps the keeper and the slips, you mentioned that in the first innings, the pitch is not the quickest, and they're a long way back behind there. Perhaps if you were in a bit more, then that would have been a comfortable catch to his right. Yes. As usual, we see Jagasa, he's always prepared to play shots, isn't he? Especially against Thorn. A little bit more pace, and sometimes that kind of rush you a bit.
Thorn, the big man, in. On top of it this time and defended it beautifully out to short extra cover, and there is no run. But 61 and 15 has 76 overs to get, if they go to right down to the tail, right down to the end of the day, 76 overs to get 194, less than 3 and over, it's gettable.
Yes, it's less than 3 runs per over, and given how Trinidad has played in the first innings, their rate was over 3, I think, throughout the innings.
It was over 3 throughout.
So I think it should be, it's just a matter of them batting. If they bat all these overs, I think they will come very close to this total.
In. Outside the off stump again, the wicketkeeper did not take it. Their hands were going up. The wicketkeeper again did not take it. And it was dying on him, so to speak. As I alluded to first, and it's high time that they recognize, if even Thorn does have some pace, as they know it in their homeland, the pitch is so slow, the ball is not really carrying. So they need to step up, and management should have recognized it and asked them to step up a bit, another 3 paces in, and things would work for them. But they're insisting that he has tremendous pace. They're staying way back. It looked like more like a Michael Holden type of slip area with Viv and Lloyd and the others in those days. But they're keeping their position. Thorn from the northern end in. It's striking on a pad.
Very good delivery there. Yorked him.
He's yorked him. A beautiful delivery rather than pitching it back of a length. He has actually gone through his defense and his ball is cannon into a leg stump, and Guyana in a huddle. And certainly they are off to a flying start here. The very important wicket of Jagasa, bowled by Thorn without scoring. Trinidad and Tobago, no run for 1 wicket. Brilliant start for Guyana.
Yes, Jagasa never really looked settled. He played after a couple and missed. He edged one to the wicketkeeper where he was dropped as well. So he never really gave himself a chance to settle into his innings, and overly aggressive at times. And Thorn there, his length throughout the match, Thorn has been back of a length to short. On this occasion, he went very full and perhaps catching Jagasa off guard there. Trinidad and Tobago have lost wicket. It's now no run for 1 wicket. And what a better start. And a very important man in Jagasa. Yes, Jagasa was one player we know if he batted for at least 20 overs or so, his normal scoring strike rate is very high. So he would have actually been scoring, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So to have a guy like that back in the pavilion, Guyana will be very happy with that. The new batsman is Kisonant. Kisonant, yes, Kisonant. I think he's the captain as well, the wicketkeeper. He played very well in the first innings, looked very organized. I thought he gave it away in the end.
Yes, definitely gave it away. So we have to play a skipper's innings here and try to guide the ship, shepherd the ship, so to speak. No run, one wicket, and Thorn with his tail up, running from about 20-25 meters, and certainly racing in from the northern end. On target.
Good delivery there. First up to the captain. He's in line, as we have seen. He's very organized, a very organized player. And he gets behind that one, and there's no run. So it's the end of the first over there by Thorn, a successful one. The co-commentator is having some technical difficulties with his mic, so I'll continue the commentary as we go along. So yes, the first over is completed. A wicket made no there from Thorn. He's having a good day so far. He had a good cameo of an innings at the end of the Guyana's, at the back end of the Guyana's innings, and now he's given him the first breakthrough. A good wicket there of Jagasa. So it's Ramlal. I think he would have batted lower down the order in the first innings if my memory serves me correct. But this time around he's opening the batting, so let's see how he goes. He'll be facing up to Vincent, who bowled well, who bowled a very good opening spell yesterday. And especially to the right-handed batsman, he's able to get the ball to move away from these right-handed batsmen because of his slinging action. So let's see how he goes this time around. So remember, Trinidad and Tobago chasing a total of 194 to win this match. They have already conceded 4 innings to Guyana. Guyana in the 4 innings 179, Trinidad 146. Guyana second innings 160. So Trinidad and Tobago has to get a total of 194. So it's Vincent, Bruce Vincent, from the northern end. From the northern end. And he'll be looking to... Yes, so Vincent will be looking to match Thorn's efforts. It's a good delivery there, as we mentioned before, squaring up Ranlal a bit. That movement away from the right hand that we alluded to earlier, we have seen evidence of that again here from Vincent. He's not the slowest as well, he has good pace, and he's able to get the ball to move away from the right-hander. And the Guyanese, the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen will definitely have to be very watchful and try and get through this opening spell, at least see off this new ball and see how well they can negotiate the spinners later on. So a good start from Guyana. The 2 opening bowlers getting the ball in the right areas and causing problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. A delivery there, just allowing that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper Caesar, who has had his difficulties throughout the day in terms of inconsistent bounce. He's still trying to figure out the right distance to really stand up to the different bowlers. Thorn, as we know, he has a bit more pace than Vincent, as we've seen already. So it's just a matter of getting your bearings right, getting the slip card and walked out and all these things. Vincent again. That delivery, Ramlal is pushing it up back to the bowler. There's no run. So it's not the best start for Trinidad and Tobago. When you're chasing a total which is relatively high in the context of this game, it's very important that you get a good start. And losing a wicket, especially that of Jagasa, who has played well in the first innings, looked good. It's a big setback. Vincent again steady, right on line. Bowling a very good length, a foolish length. That's the length that he has looked most threatening with. especially with his slingy action and his ability to get the ball to move away from the left-hander, from the right-handers.
Here we go again.
Ramlal, in his first innings, he didn't look as comfortable, and that was lower down the order. It is now going to be a test for him at the top of the order, because you know the ball is moving around a little bit more, the new ball, but he has looked the part so far, getting in line with those deliveries that we have seen so far from Vincent, and his captain coach will be hoping that he can stay there for a long period of time.
Yes, I'm back on again. You know, some problems with the mics. So it's 2 overs has gone, 2 maidens, and Trinidad and Tobago under tremendous pressure here. As I said before, there's a crucial 52 minutes before lunch. They have lost Jagasa, who was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Ton without scoring. Ramlal, who got a duck in the first innings, and Kisunat, the skipper. They have occupied the crease. There's a question now how they're going to respond to 194, because they still haven't scored a run as yet. And Thorn, that's about 20, 25 meters he's running from, the big man. And Vince himself, this innings, I thought that over he had a little more pace than he had first innings, to be honest with you. As Thorn, the big, tall, strapping Guyanese from the northern end to bowl now to the skipper, in. Clips this one away nicely on his legs and clip this one away nicely. And very quick from mid-wicket. And there's just 1 run. So the Trinidad and Tobago is really and truly off the mark. They're 1 for 1, so they're 193 more. And I think this period between now and lunch is going to be very, very crucial for Trinidad and Tobago as Guyana press towards looking for more success, having had the vital wicket of Jagasa back in the pavilion. Ramlal, he is going to face Ton for the first time from the northern end. In he rolls, he bowls. This one striking him on the pad, and umpire says clearly not out. Very early he said not out, so maybe pitching outside leg stump or somewhere there about. Umpire says not out, but the big man himself went up. Maybe buoyed by that first dismissal.
I think he has looked a lot better from this end, Gunny, so far, especially bowling a fuller length. A fuller length, and he's getting a bit of movement away from the right-hander. That delivery there, just perhaps beating the outside edge. Good carry to the wicketkeeper Caesar there. So I think it's the pace of Thorn that is really causing a bit of problems here for the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman. Despite
bowling on a slow track, he does have a bit of pace. I like to see him bowling on a pitch that give him a little assistance, because he definitely has some pace. Thorn from the northern end. This one out, dropped, my goodness, outside the off stump. He played at it with bat away from body, took the outer portion of the bat and into the man hands at gully and out. Guyana right on top, Thorn with his tail up, really flying in, and an easy catch put down there by I don't identify that fielder, but certainly a dolly catch. He should have taken it at this level. He should be taken, and Trinidad would have lost their second wicket. But it so happens that he dropped the catch, and they survive 1 for 1.
Gunny, I think some people will say to you that no catch in the slip corner is a dolly catch. It's always flying off the bat there, and knowing the pace of Thorn, it was a full-blooded drive by Ramlal, and he managed to get the outside edge. But it was at a comfortable height for the fielder, I must say, and it should have been taken, as you said.
Yeah, the thing about it, once you're in the slip cordon, once you're there and he's not slashing, he's actually just pushing at it, it becomes an easy catch. Because that is why you are there, to take these catches. Because it really didn't fly off, so to speak, to say if he's playing an attacking shot, it will really fly. But it came off at a good pace. But he should have taken it because it was at a comfortable height. He should have taken it. But be that as it may, the catch has been spilled. This one again, for the second time he opened the face of the bat. This one stayed on the ground. And it went past the same man at gully. Who's that? Number 30. You'll have to identify him. And he's off the mark. So Ramlal on 1, Kishanat on 1, 2 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. They're under pressure from Thorn, who's really that little extra pace. And It's a slow track, but he's generating a bit of pace.
I think the key here for Thorne is the length that he's bowling. He's bringing the batsman forward. Perhaps they're looking for a shorter length because we've seen that length from him in the first innings.
Thorne from the end, and he pushes this one past the bowler on the underside of the track, full face, and he gets another single, so he's up to 2. That's skipper Kisonat.
I like the look of Kisonat, though. He's a very organized player.
He looks organized, yes.
Even from the first innings, he is in line. He has his shots. He seemed to be a very good player, and perhaps one for the future we should look out for.
He looks organized, but fortunately, he gave it away in the first innings.
I think he made 49.
Yes, he has to play captain's innings if Trinidad is to get close to this total. 194 to win. They are 3 for the loss of 1. Thorne in at a bouncer, good one. Flew over his head there, wrong middle and off. A very good bouncer there from Thorne with a bit of pace and handled well by Lamel. Got out of the way.
Yes. That's the length. I think perhaps the Trinidad and batsman are looking forward to more from Thorne, give on evidence of his first innings spell. But he bowled a bit short, I would say, from the other end. But this end, we have seen so far that he has used the short ball sparingly, and he's able to put it on a very good length and get a bit of outward shape, and that has caused a lot of problems so far for the right-handers for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, interestingly enough, we'll have to see how things pan out with Thorne with this spell. Maybe he will get a full 6 overs.
Yes.
Maybe.
With the way he's bowling at the moment, I think he has enough in the tank to bowl a 6-over spell.
Yes, quite true. It's what, 3 for
and
1?
For the sake of development as well, it would be good to see him bowl a 6-over spell. No, there's no use bowling 3 overs, 4-over spells. You need to prove your fitness as a fast bowler, and like Agar did this morning, 6 overs.
He has definitely generated some pace and is creating some problems in the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Maybe that is why the slip in the wicketkeeper has gone back. They are aware of the pace he can generate. Before then he didn't generate that pace for sure. But this innings is definitely putting it down a bit quicker. Vincent in outside the off stump and cut to backward point, and there is no run. Vincent a bit slower. And we see the wicketkeeper has come up, the slips has come up a bit for Vincent because he is slower than Thorne, but Thorne certainly has a fair ton of speed.
I think in cricket as well, Goni, confidence is a hell of a thing. He played a very good cameo at the end of the innings, and that has translated to his very good opening spell here as well.
Yes, and I think he has gotten into his work. As we look at Vincent from the northern end, this one allowed to go by outside the off stump by the skipper, and there is no run. Cool conditions, no real sunshine per se to be creating heat. It's cool, good conditions for fast bowling as well too.
Yes, a slight breeze blowing across the ground, which is always welcomed, and we are seeing that. A tale of two ends, really. You're seeing Thorne from the other end, big, strong pace, and then we're seeing Vincent now just slinging action, looking for a bit of swing away from the right-handers.
This one outside the off stump with the slingy action allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no addition to the total. 3 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago having it set 194 to win. Guyana this morning resuming at 116 for 4. They were dismissed for 160 from 59.1 overs. Joda went for 5, Ramsamy 3, Rampasad not out 17, Thorne 17, Vincent without scoring, Sandiev for 2. And Yearwood for 30, the top scorer in this. No, he got 30. Top scorer was Ramnath yesterday with 49. Vincent in, same line, same length outside the off stump, allowed to go through, and there is no run. Bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Singh 3 for 36, Davis 2 for 33, Ramlal 1 for 31, Agard 1 for 16. To me, the pick of the bowlers, Rambaran 1 for 24. And those are the bowling figures for Trinidad and Tobago with a lead of 33, and with 160 it's 193, so it's 194 to win. And that was bowled by Thorne without scoring, 3 for 1. Vincent in, Outside the offside and driven nicely through the offside. One, and they're looking for a second one, but Ramlal was not interested. And skipper Kishanat has to return to his crease. He's up to 3. It's 4 for the loss of 1. That's a pleasant drive there by Kishanat.
Yes, another confident shot there from Kishanat. As we have mentioned before, he's a very organized player. Just getting to the pitch of that one and caressing it through the covers. Perhaps there was an opportunity there for a second, but Ramlal, as you said, was not interested. And they just settled for a single.
Yes, certainly wasn't interested. He has turned his back on his skipper, but certainly that is not the way to run. He's actually going to turn blind. So had he been paying, anyway, we'll get to that. Vincent in. This one on the fullish length. The return comes in as he pushed that one out to left of mid-off. He's off the mark. And it's now what, 5? 5 for the loss of 1, Trinidad and Tobago. With 3 to Kishanat, 1 to Ramlal. But certainly, the basic things here, turning blind, settle for 1. When he should have been turning with his face towards the way the ball was struck. This is basic coaching methods. Keep your face with the bat in the opposite hand, and you'll certainly have your body position towards looking to on which side of the pitch the ball has gone. So once it's on the opposite hand, you're going to have your face towards that where the ball has been struck, and you'll be able to assess it or judge. And they certainly 2 was on, but because of him turning blind with the back to the fielder, he was in no real position. But 5 for the loss of 1, Trinidad and Tobago, trying to get to 194 towards securing a victory. And Guyana with their tails up in the form of Thorn, who's really was at a last over peppering a very good bounce a while ago to Ramlal, who did well to get out of the way, right over middle stump. 5 for 1. Thorn continues his 3rd over from the northern end in. This one again, another short lifter outside the leg stump, and Kishanat decided he is going to fight fire with fire. Or Ramlal, he is going to fight fire with fire because he made an attempt to play him down to long leg, and incidentally there is no long leg. Very strange. Maybe he's trying to keep that line on outside that off stump, but if he's going to pepper him outside there, but it's very strange. There's no long leg, and now they are really listening to us because they have actually moved it individual from 3rd man to long leg. It's interesting. As Ramlal deep in his crease, if you look at him there, Asnet is deep in his crease, looking for the short deliveries. Torn in, driven, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. But certainly he is really set deep in his crease, waiting for the short delivery. But that one has pitched up his good thinking on the part of Torn, right into the black hole, and Ramlal pushed it out, duck it out, so to speak, on the offside, and there is no run. Interestingly enough, you know, who else we are making some comments, they are listening because they're actually doing exactly what we are saying they ought to do. Thorn, the big man from the northern end in. No ball called and signaled by umpire Joseph overstepping, striding for pace. I rather suspect.
I think he had a couple of those in the 1st innings as well. Perhaps striving a bit too hard in terms of trying to extract that extra pace. Ramlal, he's a small fella, but he seemed to have a big heart, as they would say.
Yes, he has a big heart. And, a bit surprised to see him move from his position in the 1st innings from batting number 8. He's up to open the innings, to face the music, so to speak. Thorn from the northern end, running in, racing in, outside the leg stump, losing his line a bit. And he needs to be a little more consistent. Losing his line a little bit there, and taken clean by the keeper, no run. It's now, what the score total is now 6. 6 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago tried to get to 194. It's not going to be easy. But Tom putting in a Park Hill playing field. Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament. Thorn, big man in. This one on his leg stump and clipped towards the onside of the field, but a half stop and good enough to stop any run. Part of Thorn, and there is no addition to the total. Trinidad and Tobago went from 61 overs generally, plus a mandatory 15. So it depends on how they approach it. Things have not gone too well for them at the start of the innings. They've lost Jagasar, who went bowled by Song without scoring. Ramla and Kissinata, they're fighting the battle for their country. Red, white, and black flag. As we see Thorn. This one on the leg stump. Short leg and bounced out to the offside. And no addition. Certainly, Guyana right on top in this game is keeping the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago, but the skipper in Kissunat and Ramlal that define Thorn thus far. There's a question of who will come out best by, let's say, lunchtime. I think this is a crucial period, 26 minutes to lunch. Very crucial as Thorn with his tails up and with that wicket that he took, certainly racing in to bowl to both Ramlal and Kissunat as he starts his run again once more. To bowl to Ramlal. Again, this time a much better line, much better length, and Ramlal equal to the task. Defended well at the end of the over. A pretty testing over there by Thorn. Trinidad and Tobago survives.
Yeah, Ramlal has actually looked good so far in his innings. He has gotten into line, played with a straight bat. It wouldn't have been easy for him to move from, as we said, the lower order to opening the batting against Thorn, who has a bit of pace, as we mentioned before. The wicket, as we said, is not the fastest, but we are seeing good carry to the wicket keeper from Thorn from this end. Remember, in the first innings, he bowled from the northern end. So from this end going up, he has actually looked quite a better bowler, as I would say, in terms of hitting the lengths that are required for a fast ball. It's one thing to have pace, but it's another thing to find the lengths that will actually trouble the batsman. And we've seen that from Thorn in his spell so far.
So Vincent will continue as we see the sun coming out probably for the first time for the day. The sun actually is hitting the playing area. Vincent to bowl to Kissunat, and he defended quite well. Good line, good length, and he defended it well. And there is no run. And certainly he will have to stay there for a considerable period of time if Trinidad has to get close to this total.
Yes, definitely. He has the temperament, he has the technique, he has the shots, everything. I believe he has to at least score something close to 100 gunny if Trinidad is going to win this game.
I would say something substantial. Yes, you say 100, but something substantial, and they will probably have to bat a wrong name, bearing in mind that Jagasar has left already. Vincent in. This one outside, middle leg, and he clips that one out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But it's not going to be easy to get 100 on this track. It's not going to be easy, but if he gets it, so be it. But a substantial score, I believe, is what he would need, and with the others batting around him towards getting somewhere close to it, because what we heard yesterday, the Barbadian got 100 at Cumberland, first 100 of the tournament. Vincent in, he clips this one away, and they're going for a sharp single. Return comes in, the mid-wicket went out a bit deeper and allowed Jagasar to spot it, and he went through for, that's Kissunat, and he went for a quick single, and they got it quite comfortably at the end. 7 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago, and they themselves are under pressure in terms of the scoring rate.
Yeah, more of that is needed, not necessarily boundaries, but change of strike and walking the ball into gaps. Keep the scoreboard ticking, yes.
Yeah. But they're not getting the balls to really do that, because especially Thorn, he's really been putting it thereabout, and Vincent with the slingy action is on target, and like something similar in terms of economical from Agard, something similar to that, keeping it real tight. Vincent from the other end, outside the off stump, and Ramlal on top of it, and just push that one out on the offside. Total remains what, 8? 7? 7, yes. The scoreboard, the numbers are so small. 7 for the loss of 1. Jagasar, he was bowled by Thorn without scoring. Kissunat on 4, Ramlal on 1, no ball. And Abai, I think it is, earlier. Ramlal on 2. Vincent in. Outside the off stump, and that one seemed to have cut back as he left that delivery from Vincent, and we see the wicketkeeper catching it and holding his hands in the air and saying, hey, what's happening here? Certainly that one cut back.
That's what we call a very good leave, you know.
Well, a good leave in the sense whereby it didn't clip the stumps, but certainly good judgment.
Yes.
I remember Ian Redpath, one of the best leave alone batsmen I've seen in my life, and people always spoke about him. Sometimes he left alone and the ball will pass the off stump by a quarter vanish. Sometimes go over the top of the bail. But in again, good delivery and the full face of the bat there from Ramlal, and he telling Vincent, you dare not pass here, and he stopped it there. The end of the over, another slow scoring over, but it's important from Trinidad's standpoint that nobody has get out for the time being.
Yes, it's a matter of just stemming the flow of wickets, especially with a break coming up in the form of lunch. They don't want to bat until lunch, go into the dressing room, reassess targets and come up with plans against certain bowlers and see how best they could counter this guy and his bowling attack.
Yes, definitely. There's no two ways about it. And Thorn will continue having a little chat with the skipper, Mohabie. And yeah, what is the skipper? But all of them seem to have some leadership capability. They seem to be speaking to one another, which is excellent for a team effort. So, what do you think he may have told Thorn?
Just continue doing what you've been doing. No need to change. Just a matter of playing on the patience of the batsman. He's into his 4th over.
Yes, and the wicketkeeper is resetting, the first slip is resetting the helmet. A bit of a slight hold up. All is well, ready to rumble again as Thorn. In. Oh, this is another bouncer just over his shoulder. And certainly you see him going down to the batsman, maybe asking, how dare you?
I think it's well played in the end by Kisonat there. He's just getting out of the way, swaying out of the way.
Good aggro.
That one.
What could the umpire be saying to the players there? The umpire right has come up, and what have you seen? I'm not too sure.
Perhaps breaking up the crusade that they perhaps were starting to have there, Gunny after that short delivery.
Yeah, but what do you think he may be uttering to
I'm not sure, Gunny. As an umpire, what do you think? You're perhaps in a better position than me.
I would not move from where I was, because if it's a short lifter, so be it. In. This one beautiful shot. This one, a no ball outside the off stump, lifting, and a wonderful shot there by Kisonat. Lifted it a la 2020 style onto the area over the ropes, and it's a maximum, certainly a fine shot there from Kisonat.
I think earlier you mentioned the cover drive yesterday from Jagasa was the shot of the match. I think this one would have surpassed that, considering the pace at which Thorn is bowling and the previous delivery as well. And as we mentioned before, Kisonat looks to be a special player.
Yes, definitely.
Based on what we've seen so far.
Fine shot, short lifting with pace after having received a bouncer previously, and you got to get out of the way. And there's one, he tried something this time, not on his body but outside the off stump, and he just carved it onto the hillside there for a 6. Wonderful maximum. Let's see how Thorn will respond. This one lifting this time. Good response just outside off stump and lifting, and he had to move away out of the area, and then he is gone through the wicketkeeper. And we see umpire again right moving forward. I'm wondering what could he be saying. It's not the one over his head per se, it's across his breakfast table.
Yes. Just dropping his wrist there, Kisonat. Well played in the end.
Well
it's
played.
A good delivery.
Well played.
It's a good battle here.
It's a very good battle on between bat and ball. Battle between leather and willow. Thorn in. No ball again. Striving for pace. Another no ball call and signal by umpire Joseph. And Kissonato was on top of it and drove it out sweetly to mid-off, and there is no run. But certainly, I'm wondering if Thorne has been carried away. You know, he had a bouncer. Some holes were passed from what we are seeing here, mutterings. Then he tried a second one. It went for the maximum. So the battle is really and truly on. That's Thorne, the big man from Guyana, in. Oh, that one. Oh, he's dropped him. Well. Another short lifter. I said the battle is really and truly on here. A short lifter to Kissonato. There's no way he could have handled it properly. It hit the batting gloves and flew over to the third slip area. And the fielder made an attempt, didn't hold on to it. And Kissonato survives.
Yes, as a bowler, you'll be very disappointed there. I'm going Thorne just walking up a lot of pace, putting in all this effort against a very good player in the form of Kissonato. We've mentioned that before. And he was able to get him in a very uncomfortable position there, hitting the gloves. It really and truly didn't fly to the man at third slip. It dollied up in the air.
Should have been taken. Yeah, definitely. Should have taken it. Thorne with this piece into Ramlal. This one on his leg stump, and he clipped his away foolish length out to midwick, and there is no run. But certainly that one should have been taken, and certainly the bowler would not be feeling too happy in relation to, yes, I delivered a bouncer, everybody happy. Then he carved me for 6. Then I got the better of him with another short lifter. He had to defend it with his batting gloves. You didn't take the catch. Tough luck on his part. And he continues to soldier on for Guyana. And fielders ought to support the bowlers, especially this is the second time it has happened to him. 2 drop catches. Thorne in. Outside the off stump, and there's an appeal for LBW, allowed it to go by. But certainly, the first one, when you are alluding to the fact that the slip is there, it was hard. I was saying no slip catches. No slip catches are easy, but once you're positioned there, you ought to take the catches. He did not take the first one. Okay, you excuse him. Fair one. But then this second one, certainly, there's absolutely no excuse for that second one. It hit the glove, and it flew into him. He certainly should have taken it comfortably, and Trinidad would have had a great setback, because Kissonato was the man that they have dropped on 10, on 11, as Thorne in. You hear that effort, you hear that groaning. We are hearing it from here. Wonderful effort on the part of Thorne. This has been a very good spell by Thorne thus far. A single to Ramlal, and the total goes up now to what, 13, 14? 17 for the loss of 1. But certainly Trinidad could have easily been in more trouble at about 15, 16 for 2 had that easy catch been taken. And certainly Thorne putting in a big effort here for Guyana.
Yes, a very good spell so far by Thorne. I'm wondering how much more he has in the tank. The skipper will be hoping that he can at least give him 1 more. He has bowled 4 overs so far, 1 for 14. It was a very good battle there with Kissonato. That's what you want, to the premier batsman of the opposition against your premier fast bowler. That is what you want in terms of him creating opportunities for the team.
That's what we came to see, man. Good cricket, good battle of attrition. Young people, a fast bowler up against a premier batsman and giving him problems, and he's responded with a 6, and you are hitting another one across a breakfast table. Really intriguing to watch. And unfortunately, Kissonato has survived, and from Trinidad's standpoint, I'm sure they're very happy that he has survived. And from Guyana's standpoint, tough luck. Not an easy catch gone. So it's 2 catches gone within 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, both batsmen have been given a
yes, life. Yeah, you know. Tough luck on their part. Catches win matches. Catches also make you lose matches.
It appears to be Rampersad, if I'm correct, if I'm seeing well.
Very early. Rampersad is coming into the attack. Yeah, the key man in the bowling attack first innings, 6 for 44. And that excitement of fast bowlers against batsmen is absent, because Vince himself is not that slow, but it's the skipper's choice. He would have seen something that we're not seeing, his decision, and he's asked his off spinner to come in. It's not too far from lunch, but maybe it's a good ploy.
Yes, I actually think it's a very good move to give your spinner at least 2 overs before lunch. Your premier spinner, considering the success he had in the first innings.
Yes, and
I think it's a good opportunity.
In he comes, off spinner. Outside the leg stump.
Another drop catch there again.
Looking to pull that one around.
Butterfingers by the Guyanese this afternoon, this morning, sorry.
Outside the leg stump, he looked to pull it. Seemed to have taken the outside portion of the bat and flew to that man there. It's difficult to identify him at leg slip, and he put it down. Another drop catch. It's the third in the innings here.
It was not the best delivery, but it created an opportunity which should have been taken once again.
Rampersad in. Back he goes and turns this one around. And a single there to Ramlal. Didn't handle it quite nicely. Should have been taken. So Kissunat comes into strike now. The better batsman, so to speak. Let's see how he handles this slow ball in here. But Guyana certainly on top. They're not taking the catches. That is the problem they face. Rampersad in. Back he goes and carves this one for 6. Short of a length on leg stump. Bad delivery. Loose delivery. And the better batsman, as I said, Kissunat, just helped himself, I would say, to a maximum. 6 runs to him. He goes up now to 17, and the total up to
24 for the loss of 1.
24 for the loss of 1.
Goni, what we're seeing there in terms of a different caliber of batsman, because a similar delivery was handed down to Ramlal, and he presented opportunity for the man at a leg slip. But on this occasion, Kissunat, being in the form that he's in, is able to put it over deep square leg for 6.
Rampersad to Kissunat in. But there's a faster delivery, and he had to defend on the back foot well. But certainly it showed the level of competence of Kissunat as against Ramlal. Rampersad to bowl to Kissunat. He is the key man. They have dropped him more than once. In. Back he goes and he carves it again for another boundary, another maximum, short of a length. And he's taken the attack to the key man for Guyana, Rampersad. Carved it over mid-wicket for another maximum, short of a length. As I said, the level of competence is there. And he helps himself to another 6, short of a length. And he's not going to push around. He's hit it beautifully for another 6. It's 30. All right? 30 for the loss of 1. A spate of scoring with those 2 sixes.
Not a good start here by Rampersad.
From the northern end in. Forward defensive is Kissunat. The end of the over, very expensive over, and one that should bring some relief to Kissunat and the Trinidad and Tobago squad. 30 for 1, 12 runs in the over. The scoring rate has moved from rather quickly with those 2 boundaries, those 2 maximums. And it's a matter where the skipper, Mohabir, tried something with his slow bowlers. Nothing was wrong with that. I thought it was a good move, but he didn't deliver. He didn't execute. And Kissunat capitalized and helped himself to 2 maximums. And Ton will continue from the southern end.
So Kissunat, he's raced to 23 from 20 balls. Ramlal has been there also a very long time, 4 from 26. So it's just a matter of building a partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago. And as we have seen so far, Kissunat is willing to pounce on any loose deliveries that are served up to him, whether by Ton or the spinner in the previous over.
So Ton into his 5th overs. Maybe he will have his 6 overs based on the time available for lunch. He will definitely have his 6. So he comes in now. Tough luck on his part. He certainly should have had an next wicket. As the Butterfinger fieldsman from Guyana put down those chances. This is a good delivery there. Very good delivery there to Ramlal. And he defended it, and there is no run.
Ramlal's defense has actually looked good, you know, Goni. He's getting in line. He's getting behind the deliveries from the big fast bowler there. And I'm sure his plan would be to just get through to lunch with his skipper and regroup and come back after lunch and continue the progress that they've made in the past couple of overs.
I'm getting the impression he's a makeshift opener. They probably didn't want to expose the... Ramdu. In he comes, Ton, races in. Again, better line, defended well, and there is no run. The other opener was Ramdu. He got 5, and he was bowled by Vincent in the first innings when the total was 14 when they lost.
So Ramdu was that left-hander. I think he would have done a good delivery.
Yes, a very good delivery from Vincent that came back and uprooted his stumps. So I get the impression that is a sort of a makeshift to avoid him from not getting another low score against, particularly Ton, who is really, really racing in and bowling well. Ton on target. 3 deliveries right on target. Is resorted to a line and length. But look out for this bouncer to come. Look out for it. I'm going to predict it. You're certainly going to get a bouncer of much quicker delivery as he goes back to his mark. 30 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago set 194 to win. The scoring has...
We definitely didn't see the best of Ramlal in the first innings. He definitely didn't show us a lot. But from what we've seen so far, he has a good technique and he's willing to actually get in line, which is what Trinidad and Tobago will be focused on at this point in time.
Thorn in. Again, right on target, but defended well by Ramlal, and there's no run. You can hear the song of the Trinidad and Tobago spectators who are here with them saying to hold him there. You know, because they recognize he is a key man, this Mr. Thorn. Ramlal in their first innings got, let's get to that. Ramlal got a duck. He was caught the yearwood of Dinval without scoring. At number 8. But he's up at number 2. Because Jagasa certainly will be number 1, so he went to number 2 as a partnership now. Thorn. 3 slips and a gully go down. Cover point, long leg, mid wicket, mid on, and short is extra cover. Thorn in. This one again outside the off stump, opened the face and ran it out to the right of gully. And there is no addition to the total. 30 for 1, but certainly this very, very interesting and exciting 52 minutes before lunch here with the fast bowling of Thorn and the problems he's given to the Trinidad batsman. More so the competent Kisunat, the skipper. And he's fighting it for Trinidad and Tobago as well. 164 more runs to be had. And we have a couple of minutes before lunch, then lunch onwards. It will be very interesting times ahead. This one on the leg stump and clipped away. There may be danger here. If he strikes it, there may be some danger here. He took that one out on the onside. They ran through for a very quick single. The return came in, struck the stumps, but maybe technology would have told us if he had reached on that. But certainly it was a good return and it looked very close to me.
Yes, it was very close. I think Ramlal was a bit on his back foot, really, and so it took him a little bit of time to get going. It was good feeling there by Vincent. Direct hit. Direct hits are always very close. It'd
be interesting if he had the technology, just because sometimes it's just a centimeter, you know, and you're gone. But it's a very close situation here. But the umpire ruled not out, and that's important.
So the end of the over there, 5 overs for Thorn, 1 for 15. Kisunant is on 23 from 20 deliveries, and Ramlal is on 5 from 32 deliveries.
So Rampasad will continue. We'll probably have 2 more overs before lunch, except the ball has been spanked away for more 6s. He needs to catch his line, got his line right. It's 5 minutes before lunch, so one rather expect to have 2 overs, but you see the Trinidad batsmen are not doing what the Guyanese did. They have actually slowed up Rampasad. In. Forward defensive he goes and pushes it out to extra cover, and there's no run. So we'll see if they'll get in the 2 overs and return probably to bowl the final over before lunch. But it depends on how quickly this over is bowled. Rampasad, the off spinner from the northern end, he's been stopped in his tracks there by Ramlal. It's part and parcel of the game, my brother. Thorn is changing his footwear. He's saying to say, let's go ahead. All that doesn't help the guy in his cause to try and get in another over. Rampasad in to Ramlal. Back he goes and forces it out to wideish mid-off. No runs. I think they will get in the over, to be honest with you. I think they will. As Rampasad to bowl to Ramlal, who's taking his time. If he knows what he's doing, he's taking his time, trying to see if he can delay this final over that we are predicting. Rampasad in. Bowls and a slow delivery. He waits on it on the back foot and just stabbed it out on the onside, and there's no run. 31 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 194 for victory. Guyana looking for 9 wickets. Rampasad, the off spinner, the tall man from Northern End. Back he goes and forces it out to mid-off and no run. You rather suspect we're definitely going to have the final over to come. Maybe, I think, from Ton, which will give him the 6 overs as mandated by the playing conditions. Rampasad into Ramlal. Forward defensive, out on the front foot, flighty delivery. And Ramlal just said his defense looked pretty compact. Never mind, he was brought up from number 8 to open the innings, maybe to quell the pace of Ton. As in, back he goes. You see, the difference there is that Kishonath will have slammed that one some way there away, but he opened up and just defended it, preserving his wicket. And it's the end of the over. Certainly it's just 2 or so minutes before lunch, and we're going to have Thorn for his final over before lunch, and his final over in this spell. He has really bowled well thus far.
Yes, what we've seen, we have not seen the best of Rampasad so far. In the first innings, he was causing all sorts of havoc on the Trinidad and Tobago players. So far, he has been a little bit short, so the batsmen have been a bit more comfortable against him. It's 31 for the loss of 1. 10 overs gone, so the run rate is just above 3, which is what we have gotten used to for Trinidad and Tobago. And that we were saying in terms of if they bat all the overs gone, they should be able to get close to this total given their scoring rate throughout the match.
And with Guyana not really holding the catches. That is the problem with the Guyanese. But certainly, Trinidad could easily have been same 30 for about 3 had they been taking the catches.
Both players have been given a life.
Life, that's right.
In the case of Ramlal, he has been given 2 lives.
Yes, so Ramlal has 2 lives and Kishonath has 1. So 3 catches has gone down so far. But certainly this will be the last over, final over before lunch. And I believe Ton will give it his all as he goes in to bowl to Kishonath from the southern end. Again, outside the off stump and an uppercut. Short lifting outside the off stump and Kishonath waiting for him on the back foot and an uppercut, you call it, over the slip. No third man, and he helps himself to a boundary. He's up to 27. It's 35 for 1.
Well, I think a change in field is needed here, Gunny. If he's going to be bowling that length, then perhaps a fly slip or a guy at third man just in from the boundary, a few meters from the boundary, would act as an attacking position in this case, because Kishonath is, and as we speak, they're hearing us, Gunny.
I told you that. They're definitely hearing us.
Kishonath is prepared to play that uppercut, and that position becomes a very key position given the pace of Thorn.
They certainly heard what you said because the fly slipper's gone out into his position. Thorn in. Clip nicely away by the skipper Kishonath for a single out on the onside, and he's up to 28. 36 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 194. Final over before lunch, 4 deliveries before we all head off to enjoy some good Vincent cuisine, as Thorn from the southern end. He really impressed me with his pace this morning. Unfortunately for him, the catches are just not being taken. Thorn races in again. The big, tall Guyanese in outside the off stump, and you can see the approach of Ramlal. He's getting that front leg, picked up the line, getting that front leg out of the way and allow the ball to go by as taken cleanly by the keeper. Be interesting to see if he delivers 2 of those shorter deliveries across his breakfast table. How would Ramlal respond to it? We were seeing the response from Kishonath. He's prepared to do the uppercut, and with the third man in place, it'll be interesting. Thorn from the southern end in. Again, outside the off stump and allowed it to go by. No harm done. Outside the off stump in ungainly fashion. He's dropped his guard and allowed it to go by, but certainly no danger there whatsoever for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, I think the Trinidad management and captain will be happy to see Ramlal taking most of the strike in this over from from Thorn, especially seeing that lunch is just around the corner.
Lunch is now.
So you want your key player really to come back after lunch.
Yeah, lunch is definitely now. It's a question of him trying to bat the final 2 deliveries from Thorn. Thorn in again. This one right on target and full face of the bat shown by Ramlal. And Thorn just looked at him as that ball struck. The leather hit the middle of that willow. And there is no run. 36 for 1, the final delivery before lunch. And you're absolutely right. They are going to be happy because Kisunat is not going to face no more delivery before lunch. It's a question of would Ramlal survive this final delivery or would Thorn induce a fall shot? We're not too sure. 36 for 1. Thorn in. No ball. Driven back by Ramlal to Thorn. And certainly I think he's striving for pace. And he infringed. Another no ball call and signal by umpire Joseph out of Antigua.
I think we have seen that no ball a couple of times.
Now, yes.
Even in his first innings, he managed to bowl a couple of no balls. So that's something he has to work on.
I think he's striving for pace. I think that is what's happening. Striving for pace. Because, you know, had they taken at least one of the catches, I don't think you will see this number of no balls from him. But he's striving, hoping that things will work. But Ramlal is ensuring that this is the final. And ensuring that this is the final delivery. This is good tactics, good gamesmanship. Umpires cannot fault him for it. So he's coming wrong the wicket now to Ramlal for his final delivery before lunch. Day 3. In he comes, passes umpire. This one on the leg stump and put away beautifully down to the losing his line as he went around the wicket, and Ramlal clipped it beautifully to the right of the wide long on for 4 at his lunch, and he goes up now to 9. Trinidad and Tobago 41 for 1 at lunch, and this game is interestingly poised at this particular juncture. 41 for 1. Jakasa was bowled by Thorn without scoring. The score was North, and then Ramlal and 9 not out. 28 to Kisunat. Trinidad and Tobago responding to 194 for victory. 41 for 1 at lunch. Your thoughts, Osnet?
Well, that was a very good spell there from Thorn. It was a very good session. Trinidad and Tobago managed to finish off the Guyanese innings, and they have made a good start, I would say. The scoring rate over 3 runs per over, so that's good in the context of this innings. They still have their key player there in terms of Kisunat, who's looked very well, played well. It's some massive 6s and is willing to pounce on anything loose. For Guyana, their spinners will have to do it for them, Gunny. And what we've seen so far from Rampersad, who was a key spinner in the first innings, he has not gotten his length right as yet. But hopefully for Guyana's sake, he'll be able to do that in the session after lunch.
Yes, so we have had a very, very interesting morning's cricket here at the Park Hill playing field in this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana resuming at 116 for 4. They were dismissed for 160, adding 44 more runs due to some belligerent hitting between Rampersad and Thorn. Because at one time they were really, really struggling at 127 for 7. But these two men added a crucial 37-run partnership and moved the total from precarious 127 up to eventual total of 160. And certainly give the Trinidad and Tobago something to worry about. Psychologically, Trinidad and Tobago inside that 200, we're saying to themselves, right, I think we have a golden chance to try and bat properly and get these runs. And when the Trinidad and Tobago innings start, very first over, Thorn produced a beauty to get rid of Jakasa, one of their main batsmen. And then they must have had some butterflies in their stomachs. But both Ramlal, who appears to me to be a makeshift opener, and the skipper Kisunat weathered the storm in their own way, having been between both of them 3 chances went a begging to the unlucky Thorn, and they have survived up until lunch. 41 for 1, the game delicately poised.
Yes, this game is on a knife edge. It can go either way. If Trinidad is able to continue with the partnership that they're currently going at, then I'm sure they'll be having that target in sight. Guyanese, as we mentioned before, Thorn spell would be finished now, so it's a matter of getting their spinners into play. Dindial and all these spinners, they will have a role to play moving forward. So it's a matter of how well the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen can now handle the spinners of Guyana and try and get as close to the total as possible.
I was very impressed with Thorn, you know. It's just the last over there where he lost his line a little bit. But certainly he bowled a very good spell from this the northern end here. The southern end, and really bowled a very, very good spell. Unfortunately for him, there was no support in the field. 3 catches went a begging. And would the Guyanese pay the price at the end? We are not sure, because Kisunat, one of the better Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, he is still there. Not out 28 at lunch when he should have back in the pavilion, but be that as it may, it's cricket, you know. But you do not drop all these catches and expect that things will not work for you. You have to take your catches. Catches win matches. So at lunch here at the Parkhill Field, Trinidad and Tobago set 194 for victory, 61 overs plus 15 mandatory. At lunch, 41 for 1, another 153 needed, and it will be a very, very interesting situation after lunch. Stanley Hines signing off. Score. Okay. Pleasant good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field in this game between Trinidad and Tobago. Cricket West Indies under 19 match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. We're about to resume after lunch. As a matter of fact, we have resumed after lunch as it's Rampasad back and forces it, and there is no run. Trinidad and Tobago been set 194 to win at lunch, 41 for 1 with 28 to Ramlal, 28 to Kisonat and 9 to Ramlal. Rampasad from the northern end, and he hits this one out to mid-off, and there is no run. 3 deliveries after lunch as Trinidad and Tobago look to put more runs on the scorecard. Whilst Guyana is looking for victory in terms of taking 9 wickets. 154 for Trinidad and Tobago and 9. Those are the lucky numbers. Rampasad in. This one driven back to him. No run. That is Kisunat. He's on 28. Ramlal on 9. He played a beautiful shot just the last ball before lunch and got a boundary. He's up to 9. As Rampasad, the tall off spinner from the northern end. Good sunshine out this afternoon. Back. Kisunat forces out to backward point, and there's no run. You see Ton off the field. We're not too sure what is his problem. Ton definitely is off the field. But he's finished. He can't bowl until after tea anyway. In. Back goes Kissunat, and that one deceived him a little bit, but he was able to defend it. The end of a first over after lunch, a maiden 41 for 1. Well, this morning, Guyana resuming at 16 for 4, were dismissed for 160 or 59.1 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago at lunch 41 for 1, so they got 85 runs for the loss of 7 wickets of 33 overs. That was the morning procedure. So between now and close of play, Trinidad and Tobago had to get 194 in 76 overs and 61 overs plus 15 monetary. Well, right after lunch, based on all the calculations, they need to get 154 from 50 overs plus 15. That's 65 overs. So that is the state of affairs. I'll hand you over now to Asnet. Good afternoon to you, Asnet. How was your lunch?
Yeah, good afternoon, Goni. Very good lunch. Really nutritious. Hopefully, we're going to see some very good cricket, which we have had throughout the 2.5 days so far. The new bowler is Jeremy Sandia, a slow left arm spinner. Yes. He'll be bowling to Ramlal. Short delivery this time, and he's punching it. The man at mid-off comes to his left and prevents the batsman from getting a second. So the score moves on to 42 for the loss of 1. 42 for 1. Trinidad in pursuit of 194 to take all points from this game. It's Sandy, and he'll be bowling to Kisonant. Was played well. He's on 28 from 28 deliveries. As Sandia comes up, bowls. Good flighty delivery. Kisonant just going on the back foot and punching it out to cover. There's no run. Sandia once again. Bowls, and this delivery is a short of a length. It's not going back. That's cramped for room a bit. And only Mata managed to get it out to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. A Sandy again, a short delivery this time, a top edge. Could be caught. Oh, it's dropped, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. How many, the Guyanese have, if this game doesn't go in their favor, they only have themselves to blame, Gunny. Because there it is again, a short delivery. Kisonat going on the back foot, trying to pull that one. A shot that he has played very well so far. Taking the top edge, it looped up in the air. You'll think the wicket keeper with his gloves are the safest pair of hands out there. But he dropped it.
It is really and truly impossible to describe what we've just seen. Looking to play it too early, lobbed easily to the wicketkeeper with his big gloves on, and he spilled it. There's a third chance for Kisonat, and the fourth overall. If they lose this game, Guyana can only blame themselves.
Splayed up the wicket again. So another chance there.
But I'll explain something to you at the end of the over and to our viewers.
Another chance there for Kisonat. He has to make it count. He has to score something big today because of all these chances. And really make Guyana pay. So it's the end of the second over after lunch. It's 42 for the loss of 1.
Yes, Asnet. What I observe is that he went the Australian side catching with his fingers pointed up with the gloves rather than the opposite way where the ball will fall into the palm of his hands. I think that's what happened, because once you go up the Australian style, which is fingers pointing up at both, and you miss, you don't have a second chance. If you are going to go up the style that we know, with both palms facing upwards, the ball fell straight into his hands, and if it hit and bubbled out, you had a second chance. But I think it was a poor technique why you catch it. But in all honesty, there's no way, regardless of which style you want to use, should have dropped it. No way.
Yes, these are national under-19 cricketers. We expect a certain standard in terms of catching, and that was perhaps the easiest of the lot in terms of the drop catches that we've seen so far. As Rampasad We're coming in from the southern end again. This one is hit out to a deepish point, and they should come back for a second. Yes. So Ramlal there. Getting 2 more added to his total. He's now on to 12. The score is 44 for 1.
It's impossible to describe that. How could he drop that? He didn't have to move basically a few footsteps. He right under it. Easiest Sunday morning. Easiest Friday afternoon here at Park Hill.
Yes.
So I don't know what is happening to them. There's the 4th time they drop, and that was the easiest of all.
I think perhaps something that was not in the favor of the wicketkeeper there is a slight breeze that has actually picked up across the ground.
You're looking for excuses
and
for
may
him.
have actually caused a bit of swerving in the air. I'm just trying to, make a case for Caesar. That was really a poor effort there, especially by the man with the gloves.
Well, I'll say bluntly, there's absolutely no excuse whatsoever. None whatsoever. Too easy. Like taking candy from kids.
That would have been an ideal start for Guyana, especially after a break, as Ramlal punches this one out to deep point. Once again, he's looking for a second. He won't be able to get it because Vincent has a very good arm. You've seen the evidence of that before. And they take a single as the score moves on to 45 for 1. Ramlal moves on to 13 from 47 deliveries. So he has spent quite a bit of time at the crease. Should be able to ascertain what the bowlers are doing. Rampasad is bowling now to Kissanat, the captain. Just need to settle down a bit. Perhaps a bit anxious to get started after tea. Just after lunch, sorry. Just need to settle a bit, and with his timing and abilities, he would be able to make up in the end. End of another good over from Rampasad, the tall off spinner. And at the end of it, the score is 45 for 1.
45 for 1 in pursuit of 194 with 9 wickets intact. And certainly, the Guyanese can only pay for these chances, except Trinidad decide to give them more opportunities to give them catch and practice, and they fail to live up to it. But going back to the Ramlal as the opener, what I found out at lunch is that Ramdu, yesterday he got injured and they didn't want to chance him now. They're hoping that they can bat deep in the event that he has to bat. It can be lower down the order and somewhere down there. Hoping that these batsmen will stay there. But Ramlal has filled the void quite nicely for them.
Yes, he has. Despite giving him a chance earlier in the third slip region, he has batted well. Sandia, once again, created an opportunity in the last over. He has bowled well, a slow left arm bowler. Having a slight, as I said, the wind is picking up a bit. Nice cool breeze coming across the ground. The sun itself is out. And today perhaps has been the best in terms of weather that we've had.
Yes, definitely. Sun is out, a nice little breeze, northeasterly breeze blowing here. Really, really nice. One thing missing is a few spectators.
I think the crowd is picking up slowly. Hopefully this afternoon we might have a bit more. As Ramlal pushes this one out to mid-off, gets a single. Good running. That will be key as well throughout this innings in terms of rotating the strike and ensure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over. So the score moves on to 46 for 1. We're in the 15th over. This delivery is shortish, and Kissanat going back, cutting it to the man at a deepish cover, as you say. Perhaps timed that one a bit too well and limited his opportunity of getting a single. Another shortish delivery there. Kissanat looking to just walk that one on the leg side. Perhaps rushed onto him a bit. He was not able to make any meaningful contact. Score remains on 46 for 1. Flighty delivery there to finish the over, and Kissanat just drives it up to the man at mid-off. So at the end of the 15th over, Trinidad and Tobago are 46 for 1 in their second innings.
Well, the cricket continues here with the battle between bat and ball. as it was another steady over there from Sandia, and both Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, Ramlal and Kisunat, equal to the top. That's the continue. The battle is continuing as every run brings the victory target closer, but at the same time opportunities are being created by the Guyanese, but they're not finishing it by crossing the finishing line by taking the catches. So the battle continues.
Rampasad again from the northern end. Flighted delivery, he's driving this one. Can he get it past? Yes, he does. Should be able to make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. So that's a very good shot there by Ramlal. It was a full toss, really. Rampasad perhaps looking to give the ball a little bit more air. And Ramlal leading forward and stroking it through cover. A good effort there in the field by Vincent, but in the end wasn't able to cut it off.
That's a 50 up.
So the score is 50 as we hear the applause from the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room. A milestone. I'm sure that's the first of many milestones they're looking forward to reaching this afternoon. As this one is punched out to point and a diving effort there, perhaps saving a single. But they still got the opportunity to take one. So Ramlal, he's looked pretty busy since lunch. He gets another single. His total moves on to 19 as Rampasad is bowling. And this is hit, a magnificent shot. It's 6, yes it does go all the way. So that is in keeping with what we have seen from Kisunat today. Today he's been able to be positive when he chose to. He has been given a few lives, yes, but at the end of the day you can only play what is in front of you. And that was a big hit there over long on Gunny.
Certainly a good shot there by Kisunat. Flighted to him and he used his feet and lifted it over wide long on for 6. A fine shot indeed from Kisunat.
So 57 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago, remember they're in pursuit of 194. So Kisunat, he moves on to 34. Ramal is there on 19. So it's a good partnership building here between these two Trinidad and Tobago right-handers. As that delivery just jumps a bit, and Kisunat went back perhaps to pull, a pull which he has played very well. There's also been almost led to his downfall with the last chance he presented to the wicketkeeper. Rampasad again is another pull stroke, as we were saying a while ago. Wonderful shot again, picking up the length early and depositing that one over deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce of 4. So we were just about saying that the pull, he has played the pull shot very well all afternoon. He has also presented an opportunity to the fielders with that shot in Sandia's last over. Well, but in that situation, he got it out of the middle of the bat and got himself 4 runs.
2 fine shots in that over for a maximum and a boundary, and has moved the Trinidad and Tobago cause by 10 runs as they go towards this 194. The 50 came up in 62 minutes. So they are going at a fairly good clip, and if they are continuing 3, as we said, just about 3 and over, the game could be over just after tea. The way things are going and the number of overs being bowled by the spin. But still a lot of cricket to be played.
Yes, definitely, Gunny. We have seen in this innings, in this game so far, we have seen some good partnerships, and then we have seen wickets fall in a cluster. So it's not the type of wicket that we have seen any prolonged partnership, 100-century partnerships and these sort of things. The bowlers always seem to have a chance at some point in time, and that is something that Trinidad and Tobago must be mindful of as they continue their innings. So Ramla once again manipulating the strike, as we mentioned before. He has been very busy since lunch. Another single to him. The total moves on to 62 for 1. So Kisunat, he's on 38 from 42 deliveries, a very good strike rate considering the match conditions. And Ramlal is on 20 from 54 as Sandia, a quicker delivery there, and Kisunat just driving it up to the man at mid-off. There's no run. So score remains on 62 for 1. An attempted sweep shot there, but I believe that one just heading down the leg side, a rather optimistic appeal. Kisunat, they're looking to sweep that one was pitched on the line of the leg stump and perhaps didn't turn back as much as Sandia would have liked to really influence the umpire in any way. And no run. A nice, good delivery there. Pitching and turning away from the right-hander. That's the ideal delivery that Sandia perhaps is looking for. Just pitching on and about the middle and off stump and turning further away. And a good take there by Caesar, the wicket keeper. So that delivery in itself illustrates the point we are making earlier in that on this wicket, the batsman seemed to never be totally in because of the tone and the assistance he's offering to the spinners, as well as the seam bowlers if they get it in the right areas. 62 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, in pursuit of a total of 194 for victory here at the Park Hill playing field. And a short delivery, he's cutting it. He should be able to get a single. The man at extra cover is very deep. So another single to Kisonant. And the total moves on to 63 for 1. Kisonant on to 39.
Yes, slowly but surely whittling down that total. 194. 62 for 1 at the moment.
132 is required.
9 wickets. But you made a good point in relation to partnership and then the cluster wickets, because we saw it with the Guyanese total. They were going fairly well, and then the cluster wickets, then the partnership between Thorn and Rampasad. And the moment Thorn got out, they just folded. And so far, this probably has been the best partnership. I'll check it again of the game so far. They have added, 62, because the first wicket fell with no run on the scoreboard. I think this is probably the biggest partnership we have seen thus far for the entire game.
I think we have seen a new bowler here. It's going to be, is it Dindial? Oh yes, Mohabir. So he's on. I think he would have bowled from his southern end in the first innings, and his first delivery is walked down to a wide-ish long on. Thorn coming around there and preventing the second. So another single to Kisonant. He's on to 40. The score is 64 for 1. They need a further 131 Trinidad and Tobago.
Certainly, this is the biggest partnership of the entire game. I just looked at the all stats there.
Okay, right. Because the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago in this innings went at
0.
No, right, so this the partnership is actually 63. Okay.
That's 1 to me.
Kisonant. As the captain again, bowls. This one is driven. A full toss there. Ramla perhaps a bit disappointed with that. It was a full toss. Just needed to find the gap through the offside, and he would have had some runs there. So 64 for 1. As Mohabir again, another full toss, and Ramlal is just pushing this one out to deep cover. Ramlal perhaps is prepared to give Kisonant as much as a strike as possible, which is very smart. He doesn't have the power as Kisonant.
And he's growing in confidence.
Yes. I think it's safe to say if Kisonant received those 2 full tosses, we perhaps see a better output for Trinidad and Tobago.
My understanding is that Ramdu is injured. When
Yes.
he got injured yesterday, so they had to find somebody to fill the slot.
So it's a good cricket, smart cricket. The field that long on just dropped back, just turn, and he just pushed that one up to long on and takes an easy single. So that's good batting.
So I understand from the Trinidad official that he was the obvious choice, because he opened the batting here or there, but he's not really an opener. But they had to find someone, and they entrusted the responsibility to him, to blunt Thorn.
And he did very well, Gunny. His technique was very good. And as you can see, he's now gaining confidence. He's playing the spin as well, walking them into gaps, and just rotating the strike.
Certainly, and given the Trinidad and Tobago management and other players hope that they can get these runs.
I think as long as Trinidad and Tobago is able to get this lead below 100, we mentioned the the psychological
psychology of the mind.
yes,
Once they can
aspect
reach,
in terms of
once they can reach 95, around 95, they'll recognize, hey, this is the countdown. So they are battling their way there in Guyana. Their own enemies here, having dropped 4 catches, and Kitchener 3 times. 3 times he's dropped, and Ramlal once. So his 4 catches has gone in this innings 4. It's 2 each or 3-1?
Yes, both of them 2 each.
2 each.
Ramlal was dropped in the gully earlier, and then at leg slip. In Kisonant, he was dropped by the wicketkeeper and a toe slip. Yes.
And the dolly.
Yes. So it's Sandia.
What about the wicketkeeper who dropped the lollipop?
Right, that's what I'm saying. The wicketkeeper and the man at slip off Thorn. And he came off the gloves. So Sandia will start the new over. He has a very nice action, a smooth action. Went past the bat a few occasions, and then once again he does that. A bit quicker, turn, a bit of turn as well, and beating the bat there of Ramlal. So he seemed to be getting a bit of turn from this end, and that's good news for Guyana. Hopefully they'll be able to hold on to a catch if it comes their way.
When the next opportunity presents itself, because they had 4 and they took none.
The longer this partnership continues, the more frustrated they will get, because they will know that they would have been presented with opportunities to dismiss both batsmen, and they were not able to take those opportunities. So all these 2 batsmen have to do is just bat as long as possible, and frustration will definitely set in. We are definitely seeing a change in course in terms of pressure being exerted on the Guyanese this time around. Whereas throughout the match, Trinidad and Tobago seem to be the team under pressure most of the time. That's how cricket goes, really. So Sandia runs in, a quicker delivery this time. I think that's missing the off stump. Yes, there's no shot being offered there. It's always a risk doing that. You give the umpire no option at times. But I think clearly that ball was just moving away past the off stump. I
thought it was on his part. I'll give him the credit. Good judgment of the left arm over, left arm wrong. And the thing about it is that he recognized the ball as outside the off stump. He just pushed his part rather than push in case there's an edge. So clearly, it's clearly not out. But certainly they have been given chances. They have failed to take any of their chances. And you can slowly but surely see a little bit of frustration creeping in. Slowly but surely. Once this partnership flourishes, they'll become more frustrated.
Yeah, so 67 for 1.
Another 127.
Yes, they have 19 overs being completed so far. It's going to be the captain again, Mohabir.
And there's a lot of time because they had 50 overs to bat after lunch plus 15.
Driven again nicely up to Laurent. It's very good batting, as we mentioned before. The field is set deep straight, so he's just pushing these deliveries down to Laurent and picking up quite an easy single. No risk really. Minimal risk.
The thing about it, they are rotating the strike and they're getting the singles, unlike how Guyana batted.
Yeah, I think that has been the major difference between the 2 teams so far in terms of the intent of the batsmen. Apart from Thorn and Rampasad this morning, most of the Guyanese batsmen never really showed a lot of intent in terms of scoring. But what we have seen from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, even though they conceded a 4 innings deficit, is that they're prepared to walk the ball around and put away the bad balls and be a little bit more aggressive, have a bit more intent. And we've seen their scoring rate being, well, in the context of this game, significantly higher than that of Guyana's.
Well, here we go, wasn't it?
Yes, we were just a while ago saying that that's a wonderful shot, but straight to the man at mid-off. We were just saying a while ago, Gunny, that perhaps today is the best day we have had in terms of weather. And
there we are, some rain.
There we are, some rain coming from the opposite direction from which it normally comes from.
Well, we'll have to start thinking about rain falling from the western end and not the eastern end, because the rain seems to be coming from that end since yesterday.
Yes, and we've seen this quite a bit yesterday, this nagging drizzle, a sharp shower. And I think the umpires also have to be applauded. They made some very good calls in terms of when to bring on the covers, and with the help of the local groundsmen and local knowledge, I think they have done well.
Including yourself.
As Mohabir again bowls, and Kisonant is forward and plays that one up to the man at cover. There's no run. The end of another over is 69 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Credit must be given to the umpires in this situation, you know, because they're not looking to hurriedly come off. They're trying to see how much play possible they will stay out despite these type of nagging drizzles, if you want to call it that. And they have stood their ground. The heavier part of the light drizzle seem to have abated. So it's a question now. There's a little bit of it down on that side there. I do not expect them to come off at this stage because the heavier part of the drizzle has stopped.
I think I saw one of the groundsmen was signaling a while ago that they don't really think that it will last that long.
And he's absolutely correct.
So yeah, as Sandy again comes in, and that walked around nicely. Should get a single. I don't think there's a chance for second. So that's well played again by Ramlal, who moves on to 24. Kisonant is on 42. He's been the aggressor in the partnership with a couple of monstrous sixes and has looked the part. So Trinidad and Tobago require for the 125 runs. So that total just slowly but slowly eating away Gunny. As we see Sandia, we bowl into Kisonant. Flighty delivery, and he's punching this one out to mid-on, and there's no run. So mid-on and mid-off are in this circle for Sandia, which I think is a good move. Try and encourage Kisonant to go over the top. We see here, we have seen before that he's prepared to do that as well, if the right opportunity presents itself. That's a wonderful shot. Pierce is the offside fielder on that 4. We were just mentioning that, Gully, as long as the opportunity presents itself, Kisonant is the type of player that will pounce on these deliveries. It was a flighty delivery, and he came forward and stroked it through extra cover for 4. Good shot.
Very good shot there. He flighted, waited on it, and he slammed it between mid-off and wideish. Extra cover for 4. Really, really lovely shot, a boundary there by Kisonant, and he's up to 46, and Trinidad and Tobago 4 runs closer to the victory target.
74 for 1. Kisonant moves on to 46.
And incidentally, if they are to get this total, it really will be a sort of a come from behind victory. If they are to get it, and they'll have to score the highest total overall if they are to succeed here this afternoon at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, it has been a low-scoring match, but an entertaining one, to say the least. Is that catch? Oh, not a job catch, Gunny, another job catch. Perhaps that was a difficult chance again, but you have to take these opportunities if you want to win games. It was a short delivery by Sandia. He went back and pulled it. The man at mid-wicket dived to his left, got a hand to it, and just couldn't hold on really and truly. It was traveling.
That wasn't the most difficult of all. It was traveling, and I will give him credit for getting his hands to it. His hand to it, I should say, his left hand. But certainly, it's another opportunity that's gone a begging. But certainly, this one was pretty tough. You know,
perhaps he injured himself also. I'm seeing the physio making their way across.
He went at it and struck his hand, and out it came. But be that as it may, it has to go down as another missed opportunity. The 5th of the innings, and that's Kisonant third.
Third, yes. So they were tied at 2 each, and Kisonant has basically gone ahead.
When would one stick? That's the question is, when would one stick? But certainly he got injured, and would he score
75?
75 for 1. The biggest partnership thus far. Earlier this morning you were saying probably Kisonant will have to try and get 100. I distinctly remember that comment you made. And I was saying a big total moving away from these 20s and 30s and try to get up to a decent total. But the way things are going, he has a good opportunity towards putting a big total, individual total on for his team. And who knows, the opportunity is there with all the chances he's getting to get 100. But what do you think Guyana should do at this point in time?
I think Guyana just need to regroup and revert to what they were doing in the first innings. I think one of the difference with in terms of this effort as opposed to the first innings effort is their ability to stem the flow of runs. What we have seen so far is that Trinidad and Tobago have scored a bit freely, a bit too freely, and that is never a good thing. It always puts pressure on the fielders and the captain himself in terms of his ability to keep an attacking field and just a bit more pressure. The drop catches has not helped. But
and
I
to
think
compound the drop catches.
Yes, I just think they need to go back to the basics and try and just string a few tight overs in and see how the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen will respond to that. We have not seen Dinial as yet. He bowled well in the first innings, and also
Mohabi.
well, we saw Mohabi here a while ago from the top end. So Dinial, yes, I think, is the other spinner.
So the player who got injured is leaving the field, is holding to his left hand. I said he really got his left hand to it, but didn't hold on to it. It's a very difficult chance. It has to go down the chance, but he say holding his left hand as he passes us to our right. And let's hope that all goes well. The physio is there with him. Let's hope all goes well. Maybe some ice.
Is he injured player? Oh yeah. So it's actually the captain there, Gunny. Trying to take that catch. He was injured, so that would be a blow if he can't continue. Hopefully for Guyana's sake he'll be able to come back, because he was actually bowling from the other end.
What I'm saying is, it was a very good effort, you know. It's just a question the ball didn't stick.
As we see, Ramlal punching that one to mid-off. A bit reluctant there was Kisonant. He left his blocks late, but Ramnath was already a couple steps down, so he trusted his partner there. It was his call.
It is the second or third time now we have seen Kisonant ball watching, I will call it.
Yes, so just need to trust your partner in situations like those. They're in a better position to see what is happening in terms of the ball is in front of them, and they can see better and judge the run a bit better. So it's the end of that over. 21 overs gone. It's 76 for 1.
They're not too far away from 4 runs and over, you know, because they've been scoring freely with all the drop catches that they have been given the opportunity presented to Guyana.
So the 3.65 at the moment.
They are taking the chances and they are scoring runs freely. And once it gets closer and closer, I think you have lifted the confidence of the rest batsmen in the pavilion. So once they can stay there, I would say probably the next half an hour and get this total to, let's say, 100. The confidence level in the Trinidad and Tobago camp will certainly be sky high, because regardless of how lack of competence they may have in the tail, even the tail will be able to come out and fight if they reach to that stage. But certainly they have lifted the confidence of the Trinidad and Tobago squad with all the frustration that they have gone through, particularly yesterday. Real frustration. But they are, for the first time, they are really and truly right on top in this game here. As a question, can they capitalize? Would they be able to capitalize on this situation? And Lady Luck is going there with 5 catches gone.
So it's Ramsamy. He bowled well in the first innings. His leg spin. He'll be looking to make similar amends into this batting lineup. Ramlal is a new bowler, so I guess he'll be a bit watchful just to see what the ball is doing. This one is playing very well, coming back and just walking it on the leg side, and they're coming back for second. Well run. Oh, he's out. He's out. He was coming back for second there. A good return, a good take there by Caesar. And the umpire are judging him to be short of his ground. So an unfortunate way to end this partnership. Ramlal did very well. It was a delivery. He walked into the leg side around to square leg. And the fielder and the deep square leg boundary coming in and sending in a very good return. Good take there by Caesar. He has not had the best of games, but this time around he was able to remove the bails, and umpire Joseph are judging Ramlal there to be run out. So that's a big wicket there for Guyana, just when the Trinidad and Tobago perhaps were getting a bit more comfortable, more dominant. So it's 77 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Guyana would be buoyed by that wicket. They really needed that wicket. because Trinidad and Tobago were going along very well. So the new batsman in looks like right. So Ramdu, we got some news earlier that he was injured, yes, and perhaps couldn't open the batting as he's used to. So he's coming in at number 4, replacing the man who actually replaced him at the top of the order. Perhaps not the time.
It was a tight return, a tight call, and umpire lifted his finger. But again, with the technology available, I'm certain that Ramlal would have asked for the review. I'm certain of that. They're so close. But he ruled it. He said out. That's it.
A short delivery, and he's cutting that one out to deep cover. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they're going to come back again. Kisonat there. Just calling back his partner there, Ramdu. That's a very good delivery to get up front. The shot asking to be hit, and he was able to punch it to cover and get 2 runs. So Ramsamy there, not the best of stats, but at least he would have been able to create an opportunity in the form of a run out for his team.
And the umpires are consulting, not too sure if it's the overhead plane that is making a bit of a noise. There's an aircraft over our heads here, and we're not too sure. But play temporarily, I think temporarily held up, 79 for 2. We're not too sure. There was an instance this morning when I made note that we spotted it where the umpire were going to speak to the players. What I found out from the umpire is that this ball had struck the batsman's helmet, so he was just checking to make sure he was okay. That is the explanation I got.
Yes, because at that point we were wondering what's the nature of that conversation between
I
the
tend
umpire.
to try to find out what happened. So he did say to me, the ball did touch his helmet, so he was wondering if he was okay.
That was in the midst of that fiery spell from Thorn.
From Thorn, yes. With that pace, if that hit you full, you know it is.
So it's Ramsamy once again. We bowl into the new batsman, Ramdu. His delivery is walking through the leg side, and he will get a single. It's a good start by Ramdu. Seem to be moving okay, yes, freely. Perhaps recovering from that knock he received yesterday. So Guyana.
A much needed breakthrough as far as they're concerned, having dropped so many catches.
Oh my goodness. It's a long hop, and Kisonant once again getting into the 40s and basically not being able to carry on. It was a long hop. He went back, tried to play his favorite pull shot, got an inside edge, and it went back onto the stumps. And another breakthrough there for Ramsamy. He gets his 1st wicket, and Trinidad and Tobago now 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Gunny, a while ago we were mentioning the wickets falling in clusters, and we are seeing it again happening right here in front of our eyes.
Definitely they're falling in clusters, and Lady run onto this, and he back. But surely crawling their way back into this game. 80 for 3. So it's going back where we can have a sort of an even-Steven situation here. Not quite yet. Still Trinidad and Tobago with their noses in front. But anything can happen at this level.
Yes, that was not the best delivery that Ramsamy will ever bowl to get a wicket. But at the end of the day, it's a very important, it's a big wicket as a matter of fact.
The biggest wicket that he could probably look for, and based on the fact that he got him on the 3 chances.
Yes. So it's 80 for the loss of 3. So it's Ramnath. He also would have batted a fair deal in the 1st innings. I'll get his score for you in a while. He made 27, I'll be just notified. So he played well also in the first innings and gave it away in the end. That is what we have seen, Gunny, from some of these youngsters. They seem to be starting the innings very well, looking promising, and then they're just not able to bat as long as they should and get that big score. So he's off the mark there, Ramnath, a sweep shot out to deep square leg, and he gets a run. Yearwood there with a very strong arm. He's the one who effected the run out in the last over as well, Yearwood. Good throw. Caesar would have made a very good collection there and dismissed Ramlal.
Ramlal went run out for 26. The total was 77. 3 runs later, Kishunati was bowled by Ramsamy for 47. They were unable to take the catches. So the only way they probably may have been able to get him, dismiss him, is for the ball to hit the stumps. And it's exactly what happened. Regardless of whether it was in fortuitous circumstances or not, they have got their man out. That is important. He looked very, very dangerous as far as the total is concerned. So Guyana slowly but surely clawing their way back here.
Yeah, I think Kisonat was a very big wicket there. He looks like the guy who would have been able to take this game away from the opposition. And to see him dismissing that manner is very disappointing from a neutral perspective. Was not the best delivery, but I'm sure Guyana will be pleased with that dismissal.
I thought the delay would have seen the reintroduction, but he cannot bowl because of time span. That is Thorn. I saw him up there speaking with 2, 3 of them in a cluster speaking to each other. So it definitely there's some team effort here on the part of the entire Guyanese squad. They tend to huddle and say what they have to say.
Sandy again, another short delivery, and is it Ramnath? Yes, Ramnath is pulling that one around. I think he has enough to get to, no, it just plugged in the outfield. They come back for a second. So we have not seen a lot of trees on this outfield either, Gunny. Most of the deliveries.
1s, 2s, 4s, 6s.
Yes, so I don't think we have had a tree throughout the entire game. So despite the outfield being a big one in some areas, I think the running sometimes is not as effective as it should be. As Sandy again, he comes up, he bowls into the new batsman, and Ramnath is forward. Played the spin well in the first innings. And I'm sure that Trinidad and Tobago will be depending on him to bat as long as possible and carry this innings as deep as possible for them. Another short delivery, and he's pulling this one in front of square. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they will. And so it's a busy start here by Ramnath. He moves on to 5. The score is now 85 for the loss of 3 wickets.
That sort of running reminds me of the way the top teams run in T20 cricket. Very quickly through wickets. He seems to be a bit of a hustler at the start here.
Not a shortish delivery. I think they have to be careful about these. Some of these deliveries, yes, they're short, but they have to be they're completely in the position to play these deliveries, because we have seen quite a few batsmen being dismissed by these short deliveries. So it's a matter of just building another partnership here, Ramdu and Ramnath.
I think Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that this partnership, they have to do a rebuild. This partnership between Ramdu and Ramnath, they're hoping that they can rebuild and do something similar or replicate what Ramlal and Kisonat do towards getting the total closer to the 194. Whilst Ghana is hoping for Lady Luck and hope they'll be able to dismiss at least one. Because the thing about it is that another wicket here will certainly, lift their spirits out in the field there. As we see Sandhu, and he'll be bowling now to Ramdu. Back he goes, that ball there. That certainly heard 2 songs.
Yes, there was a bit of an inside edge. Ramdu looking a bit unsure on that occasion. And that ends the over. It's the end of the 23rd over. It's 86 for the loss of 3 with Ramdu on 3 and Ramnath on 6.
108 more towards the victory target. Guyana, rather than 9, they're looking at 7 wickets now. So I think it's really and truly delicately poised. With the edge seriously the edge still to Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. Just looking to see if the captain would have returned to the field. Is he still out injured? Just check with.
I don't think I've seen him out there. I don't think I've seen him out there.
So it's going to be Ramsamy.
Ramsamy.
Got that big wicket in the last over. Let's see what he comes up with this time around. This delivery, Ramnath is going back. He's a good-looking player again. We have seen quite a few of these young batsmen.
What is he really bowling, boy? Off spin, leg break,
he's a leg break
quickish,
bowler, yes,
quickish kind of slow bowler.
This is attempting to bowl some leg breaks. Ramnath there going for the big hit over extra cover, missing completely.
The impression I'm getting, he seems to be a no-nonsense batsman. Because he has definitely been aggressive since he has been at the crease here. There's no two ways about it. He seems to be a busy player.
Yes, I like the word busy. I think there's a good description. Even from the first innings, he would have had a very good defense, but he would have put away the bad balls whenever they came along in good fashion. So let's see how he goes again as Ramsamy comes up. Another flighty delivery, and he's forward and pushes it up back to the bowler. So I think a key point to make as well, I think we would have alluded to it before, in terms of the strength of the lower order of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't think they have as this one is punched through mid-wicket and he gets a boundary. A good shot. We were just mentioning the dizzy nature of Ramnath, and there's evidence of it. A short delivery there by Ramsamy, and he got the treatment he deserved.
Yes, the thing about this one as compared to Kishanath, that one stayed up a bit and he was able to hit it for 4. Kishanath won't stay down and he hit the inside edge and ran into the stumps. But it's a good shot on asked to be hit, and he's punked it through mid-wicket powerfully for 4. As I said, he looks to be busy.
So it's 90 for 3. As he comes in again, this one torn in a bit and gets it down to gully, and they come through for a single. So 91, total moves to 91. Ramnath is now on to 11. Ramdu is on 3. The lead, they now require further 103 runs for victory. So as we mentioned before, as long as that required total goes below 100, it's just a matter of small blocks and ticking off these small targets as you go along.
But at the under 19 level, anything goes.
It's a full toss there, Ramdu. I'm sure his eyes lit up there when he saw that one a bit full, but he just pat it back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of that over. It's 24 overs gone. It's 91 for 3.
Yes, and they're inching closer to that 4-run and over. And if I can do some quick maths, 4 into...
The scoring rate currently is 3.82. So that is relatively high, considering the pitch conditions and what we've seen so far throughout the day.
Based on the run rate, another 28 overs and the game will be all over if Guyana doesn't dismiss Trinidad and Tobago, which means we'll be out of here by just after tea, based on the speed at which the innings is going and the approach of the busy man, Ramnath.
I'm tempted to say that based on what we've seen so far, there's a lot of turn and twist left in this game.
I do agree with you, but the way how it is going at the 3 point whatever.
I think the new bowler is Dinial, yes?
Dinial, whatever.
Dinial. He bowled well in the first innings. I think he got a couple of wickets as well.
He got 2 for 17 from 5 overs.
Yes, he bowled well in the first innings. A bit fast through the air, but he also has the ability to slop his deliveries. So that one was turning on the leg side, as I said to you before. He's a guy who pushes it through from time to time, but he also has this good ability to just slow it up and flight it a bit and extract a bit of turn and bounce. Let's push out to the man at deepish cover. And there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that Ramnath can stay there for as long as possible. He seemed to be a very competent player. not that Ramdu is not competent, but I'm saying on the evidence of what we've seen so far in terms of the first innings and this innings, he's a very organized player and he has the ability to put away the bad balls. And this delivery, oh, it's an inside edge, and wicketkeeper have no. It's a mix-up here. It's a mix-up here. Oh my goodness! It's poor cricket. Not the type of cricket you would like to see at this level. It was an inside edge. It went down to a deepish fine leg. And Ramnath was adamant that he should come back for the second. I think it was his call in the end, Gunny. As we said, we've seen some of these ball watching, as you would say. Ramdu there just never really turned around and saw what his partner was doing. And in the end, you would have to say he would have sacrificed his wicket to some extent, given how fluent Ramnath has looked. So Ramdu is the one that has been run out. They'll be very disappointed with that. Trinidad and Tobago will be very disappointed with that, losing 2 wickets to the run-out route. And Guyana will welcome these wickets with open arms.
Yeah, well, certainly. But again, it's a basic flaw in terms of the matter. It's 2 runs on. Ramdu was looking at the player, whilst his partner Ramnath was running towards him, and eventually, by the time he looked around, the ball was to the keeper and he threw it and ran him out at the opposite end whilst he tried to run. But his basic flaw, his face was to the fielder rather than to listening to his partner's call. Certainly, 2 comfortable runs has turned out to be a run out and put Trinidad under a little more pressure now because they're bringing the tail closer and closer towards the guy in his bowling attack. So certainly the game, as you said earlier, a game of twists and turns, expect wickets in a cluster, and again it has happened.
Yes, so 92 for 4. The new batsman is Rambaran, the left-hander, the left-arm spinner. Guyana now, they're a bit more buoyant. We're hearing a bit more chatter in the outfield, a bit more encouragement for their bowlers. But half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, we weren't hearing this. But that's what wicket does to a team.
They have a right, you know, because his 4 wickets has gone and they are really and truly digging deep and deep into the Trinidad batting lineup. In he comes, he delivers. And my goodness, that one, he defended back to the ball, the end of a successful over as far as they are concerned. They have gotten a wicket, albeit by the run-out route, and that's exactly what they are aiming for, wicket, regardless of however it is the Trinidad team is dismissed. So he got the wicket again, all fault to Ramdu, who got himself run out. There's no ifs, there's no buts. Certainly, stop the ball watching.
Yes, so at the end of that over, it's 92 for 4. 25 overs completed. I must say it has been an entertaining 25 overs going.
Yes, very much so. Scoring rate good, all cricket good, except for the catching. And certainly, we are going to have a winner here this afternoon. I will say just after tea. Maybe, we have an hour, 20 minutes to tea. Maybe who knows what will happen.
We've seen a bit of everything. We've seen some run-outs. We've seen some big hits. We've seen some very good shots. We've seen a very good spell by Thorn.
A lot of drop catches.
Yes, so it's a bit of everything we have seen. Everything that can happen on a cricket field, we have seen this in this Trinidad and Tobago inning so far. So, one thing we've mentioned is the scoring rate. It's currently at 3.68, which is a very good rate to be going at. So it is it Rampasad? Yes, it's Rampasad. He's coming back into the attack. So I think Ramsamy there, he doesn't look to be the most potent of the spinners, but he will have done a job for the captain in terms of dismissing
he brought him on for a purpose and he achieved the purpose of getting a wicket.
Yes, so now his premier spinner in the form of Rampasad is on. Rambaran, he'll be looking to build a partnership here. I think these two Gunny, I think these are the 2 last, we could say, of the
competent batsmen, so to speak.
Are the players that is likely to take this game away from the opposition. Let's just put it that way. We don't want to discount the remaining batsmen, but we're just
single there to Ramnath?
To Rambaran.
Rambaran
is the left-hander. Yes, not that we're discounting the other players or the players to come, but we're just saying, based on the evidence, what we have seen so far, these 2 batsmen are perhaps the remaining, the key batsmen here for Trinidad and Tobago on their quest for victory here this afternoon. This one is punched down to long on. They come back for a second. Is it fair to say, Gunny, that perhaps Rampersad has not been as good as he was in the first inning? He has not hit the lines that he
That's a very accurate statement. He has not hit the lines of the length. I just want to draw your observation to something. Rambaram, again, with that shot that went out, he was looking at the fielder rather than the player was coming on him after this delivery. But here it is, the ball was played out to Whitish mid-on, and Rambaram was looking at the fielder rather than, and his partner,
Ramnat, yes,
was halfway down.
Yes, and it's Ramnat calling, right?
Exactly, it was a comfortable single.
So that is perhaps something that they need to
work on
out between themselves in terms of who is doing the calling and who is in a better position to do the calling as well.
But there are some basic things in cricket that at this level ought not to happen. Basic.
As we see, all right, not to cut you off, Connie, but that's the end of the over. It's 94 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago. They will need a further 100.
Yeah, basic. Turning blind is one. Calling, yes, no, wait. These basic things they ought to be able to demonstrate that they are competent in terms of ensuring that they know the match awareness, I tend to call it. That is something to me seems to be absent from the level of West Indies cricket. To be very honest with you, I'm not being critical of them, I'm just saying these things are absent.
Yeah, and at this level, these are the things that we should be trying to instill in our youngsters.
It should be for 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, not 19.
This delivery is punched out to mid-off, and there's no run. So Dindial, as we said before, he had a good spell in the first innings, and we're seeing him here again. Captain will be depending on him to give a good spell here. This one, is it a jab catch again? The reaction of the fielders tell you that perhaps it is. We're not totally sure, but we are seeing a player on the ground. He dived to his right.
Body language suggests that it was a chance. The body language.
So, as we said,
big man Thorn?
No, I'm trying to.
No, Thorn is up at first slip,
yeah,
so it has to be Rampersad.
Yes, I believe you're right, Gunny. Rampersad, his height, I think it's Rampersad, yes. So, as we said, we have seen it all today in terms of drop catches and all these things. And the total moves on to 95 for 4. As we could see on our scoreboard to the right, require for the 99 runs. So that's good information over there for those persons who are in the ground and perhaps not having access to our commentary at the moment. So the information is displayed there on the scoreboard on the eastern side. As Dindial again bowling well. Rambaran will be looking to just get settled, get started. Look very organized in the first innings, as so many of these players seem to be. Just a matter of batting long and contributing runs. There's no use playing these pretty 20s and 30s, as you said. I think that's one of the problems our senior men team is actually suffering from. So many players coming through and making these pretty 20s and 30s. You can't win test matches with these type of innings. Right, you need to make a big one. That's what distinguishes a good player from a very good player and a great player.
Yes, and you made a good point. As the water break here now, it's 95. Yes, 95 for 4. The game really and truly on a knife edge here. Anything can happen. Trinidad and Tobago set 194 to win 95 for the loss of 4. The batsman now, Jagasa, was bowled by Thomas for a duck. Ramlal, he was run out, needlessly run out for 26. Kisunat was bowled by Ramsamy for 47, an inside edge. And Ramdu, again, second needless run out for 4. Wickets fell at 0, 77, 80, 92. So after a partnership of 77 between Ramlal and Kisunat, they lost 2 quick wickets after, one at 80 and one at 92. And certainly there's need as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned for a rebuilding effort from Ramnat and Rambaran. Wales Guyana, despite spilling 5 chances or 6 chances, whatever you want to call it, they are trying to rebound. They are not allowing it to phase them. They are really continuing to see what they can do. And yes, fortune has faced them with 2 needless run out, and maybe the 2 run outs has compensated for the number of drop catches. So who knows what will happen between now and then. 99 more runs needed, the double figures. And I keep speaking about the match awareness. The players who are batting should recognize that 99 is not 100. It's 99 is a big, big difference. So it's for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in Ramnat and Rambaran to recognize this and understand, hey, we can get these runs. Guyana, on the other hand, we're hoping, yes, it's only 99. We have to keep things tight and try to dismiss them under 99.
Yes, Connie, something to look forward to is the prospect of having Thorn in a second spell. We have not seen the fast bowlers really given a second spell as such throughout the game. Remember, even on the first day, we were looking back and saying why Agard couldn't get a second spell. But in the context of this match, I think perhaps Guyana might need Thorn to come back and perhaps give a 3-4 over spell later on, especially if it gets close and the tail enders are in. Perhaps he's the man to wrap up the tail, as they would say.
Conversely, you're so sure that the team won't be dismissed before they may have to ask him to bowl again?
Yes.
Conversely.
That's a possibility as well, but we're just looking forward to in terms of possible
No, I'm not against
activities.
What you're
yes,
just
yes.
look at the flip side of it. Because the wickets, as you said, and we have all seen it, the records show it, that they fall in clusters. So we expect a partnership here for whatever, 20, 30, 40, and then the wickets start to collapse again. That's basically how the game has been played, and we are basing our assessment based on facts. This is how the game has been played. Guyana this morning, tight, slow scoring. Then wickets start to tumble. And then you had a partnership between Thorn and Rampasad and changed the entire complex until Thorn got out. And then there was a collapse right after. Trinidad and Tobago, only wicket, big partnership in context of this game, 77. And then wickets started to tumble again.
I think that partnership with Thorn and Rampasad perhaps would prove to be a very crucial partnership later on, because that just gave them a little extra impetus, and it basically carried the score from what looked like perhaps a 160, 150 to a 195, 193. So that was a good partnership there by those two.
And in the context of this game, that partnership may very be the difference between victory, a loss and victory.
Yes. As Rampasad it is again to start, and Ramnath in his busy style, always looking busy at the crease, in his footwork, in his stroke play, in defense. Looks a very good player. This one again, a bit of uncertainty as well in the call in there, Gunny. As we mentioned, their running has not been the best so far, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm sure they would not want another run out at any point in this innings again.
But there's no need to hustle. There's a lot of time in this match left. Trying to go for those suicidal runs, begging for trouble. It's steady and bat.
It's another short delivery, and he's punching this one on to long on, and he gets an easy single. So now shortish delivery. That's a shot we've seen Ramnath play quite a bit. Just rocking back on his back foot and pulling it between long on and deep mid wicket. This time he only gets a single for it. The score moves on to 96 for the loss of 4 wickets. Rampasad perhaps would fancy his chances here against the left-hander. He would have bowled very well in the first innings against the left-handers, getting a few outside edges. He has a slip in place in the form of Thorn, and he also has a man at silly mid-off. So, bit of encouragement there for him. But what we have seen from Rambaran also is that he has a good technique. He's willing to get forward and show the full face of the bat. And that ends the over, the 28 over. It's 96 for 4. Rambaran is on 1. Ramnath is on 15.
Yes, as the Trinidad and Tobago pair, Ramnath and Rambaran looking to rebuild from the loss of those quick wickets, which is the general trend in the match thus far. And the Guyana be plowing away, toying away, trying their best towards effecting a breakthrough. It doesn't matter whether it's by the run-out route or what. They're doing everything possible to try to look for another wicket or two and try to expose the tail or the lower order. Let me put it that way, the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago squad.
To be Dinial again from the southern end. Sunshine is out in all its glory. It's bowled a good length so far. Not too short, a good length. Encouraging the batsmen to come forward. As we see, the captain is still on the sidelines there, Muhabir. He was struck with a delivery earlier. We assume that it was a chance, it was a drop chance actually at mid-wicket. So he has not been able to resume his duties on the field. So I'm not sure who is taking over the captaincy duties in his absence. That's perhaps something we'll get for viewers in a while. As Ramnath again, he just playing this one out to mid-off. There's no run. Oh, we've just been in from Rampasad would be the captain. So I'm assuming he was the vice captain in the first place. So now that the captain is off the field, he's the one to pull the strings, as they would say.
He just walked across in front of us with a strapping around his hand from the medics. So probably whatever's happened to him, they have applied the necessaries, the dressings. So maybe a busted hand, a cut hand or something.
Doesn't look too good from a Guyanese perspective in terms of their captain there. He was also bowling a few overs as well. So, and sometimes it's good to have your captain out there with you. You know, he might be the man to cheer up the team and lead from the front and give that extra motivation that is needed. And certainly Guyana would need that if they are to defeat Trinidad and Tobago this afternoon.
Interesting times lie ahead for the rest of this game because certainly they're going to be an outright winner. There's no ifs and there's no buts about it. Somebody is going to win this game. The pendulum right now is balanced. It is definitely balanced between both teams. Anything can happen.
So 97 required for victory here for Trinidad and Tobago. A full toss this time around. Rambaran not being able to get that one away.
Kisunato will slam that somewhere over the rope for a maximum.
Yes, he certainly played well. Disappointed, I believe, not to have gotten his half century for the second consecutive innings. He got 49 in the first innings, played wonderfully well. In the second innings, perhaps he was a bit fortunate in terms of the drop chances, but nevertheless, he played well, and he got 47. So it's the end of that over. Dinial completing it. It's now 97 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago set a target of 194 by Guyana. They are 97 for 4, so they require further 97 runs.
Well, the thing about it with Kishonat, he has to try and remember. You see, the problem is the whole match awareness. Don got 100 for Barbados yesterday, and everybody remember the 100. They only remember 40s.
So outside edge there, a diving attempt there by Thorn. Wasn't able to stop it, and they come back for a second. So Rampasar there with his hand on his head. I don't know if that delivery pass would have passed at a catchable height to Thorn.
I remember your innings of 168 at North Union, and I remember because of the 100, I'm certain you got quite a few half centuries and 40s and 30s, but you won't remember that. You remember the 100.
Definitely so, Mr. Hines. It's a slight misfeel, and Ramnath will come through for a single. The running has been rather chaotic, I must say. It's something that they have to work on, especially coming down to the business end of this match.
Well, we are into the business end of it,
Right,
because
so
they are now up to 99, 97,
yeah, 99.
99.
So, actually, it's 100. Sorry, so it's 100 is up for Trinidad and Tobago. It's surprised I haven't heard the applause.
Sure, the scoreboard is saying something else, you know.
Yeah, scoreboard is saying 100. It's 100.
100? Okay.
Yes, it's 100. It's one slower. They're giving it a bit of air. Rampersad trying to get on the wickets sheet. So far, he has been a little bit disappointing. 7.3 overs, none for 37. So he has not been able to stem the flow of runs gone in. Neither has he been able to get a wicket for his captain. So it's not been the best of spells for him in his second innings.
He's still a potent weapon, because he has, if he has to reach down to the lower order, he may well end up with 4 or 5 wickets. Who knows? That's how things crumble. The cookie crumbles at times. Although he not really bowl as well as he did first innings.
So going through his overs very quickly there, Rampersad, at the end of the 30th over, it's 100 for 4, sorry. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 194. They're 100 for 4, so they require for the 94 runs.
Yes, for the 94, but this is the thing about it. Speaking about people continuing, your good namesake, our good friend Rodan Bentic, he got 247 at North Union. You remember these big scores, these hundreds, and wickets you look for 5s, 5 and 6. You don't remember 1, you don't remember 99, you remember the 100, you remember the 5s. So these players here, the West Indies under 90 players, need to understand that.
Oh,
like Don, he would remember the 100, and people remember the 100, the only man to get 100 in the tournament thus far.
I think that's what we want to see at the under 19 levels. Players scoring big hundreds, you know, getting the opportunity to bat for 3 days, 3-day tournament. You should put up a big score, put up your hand and make yourself be counted. And then you can transfer this form now from the under 19 level to perhaps the first class level, and then on to the senior level. That's how you operate. That's how the Australians operate.
The confidence level will be there because you know how to score 100.
As it is Denial once again. And this one is walked on the leg side. There's an attempt for a run there. There's no run there. That would have been suicidal again. It will not be the first we've seen that, but
second.
Thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago, Rambaran was not showing any sort of interest in that run. Oh my goodness. Oh, those two. That's interesting there, Gunny, because there are two guys at a short mid-wicket and a straightish mid-wicket. And that delivery there was tossed up and Ramnath came on the front foot and it went in there. If there was a shot, like, would have been an easy catch. So that is very surprising there in terms of the choice of field that was in that particular situation. It was neither here or there in terms of the field setting there. So Guyana, the captain there perhaps missed the trick a bit.
Yes, certainly missed the trick there a while ago, because had there been a silly mid on, it certainly would have gotten an easy catch. Well, if they would have taken it.
Yes, I was about to say that he would have been given an opportunity to get a catch, because based on what we have seen so far, the catching has not been of any high standard from Guyana.
Absolutely, what high does not apply in this situation. There are too many catches went a begging. Barring one, what I would really say was very, very difficult. The one that the skipper got injured with, that was very, very difficult. But the other 5, I think it is, certainly, they all should have been gobbled up.
So it's 100 for 4. At the end of the 31st over, it's going to be Rampersad again from the northern end. Rambaran is driving up to the board. He seems a bit bogged down, Gunny. He's on 1 from 17, but he shouldn't be perturbed by that. It's just a matter of building a partnership with Ramnath to get Trinidad and Tobago home.
Well, the thing about it is that he's supporting Ramnath. So Rambaran is supporting Ramnath. As I said, expect a partnership. And then if anything is to happen, there'll be another couple of cluster wickets falling. The way the matches have been going.
And the good thing about this partnership to Gunny, even though Ram Brown is not scoring as quickly, Ramnat has looked very busy, so it's not a matter of the two players being bogged down at the same time. So perhaps Guyana was guilty of that on a couple of occasions where the players in the wicket, both of them were going at a very slow pace. So it ended up putting pressure on themselves. But if you have one player who is scoring freely and the other one is not scoring as well, then that is crucial to a partnership building.
So they complement each other.
Yes, very much so. Couple deliveries now from Rampasar, just teasing the batsman outside the off, some turning away. Rambaran not interested in those. I think Rampasar perhaps is looking for him to make a loose drive outside the off stump. He has a slip in place. He also has a man at silly mid-off. It's a shortish delivery and Rambaran not able to put that one away. Sometimes when you're in that defensive frame of mind as well too, even though you get a bad ball, sometimes it's difficult for you to switch on and put it away. Which is why we were saying that the innings of Kisonat and these guys, they were able to put away the bad balls whenever they came along.
And it's so crucial at the end of that over. It's so crucial once you're in, is to stay in. Again, and reiterating the point, move these 30s and 40s and so on into, the century. And if you're going to get out somewhere in the 80s, it's okay. But you should be targeting the hundreds. And unfortunate for them in this game, we have seen quite a number of players get into the 30s and the 40s.
The high score would have been
59. He got 59 in the first innings. Ramnath got 49 for Guyana. Who else? No one has really passed up.
Yeah. So it's another over here from
32 top score from Ram got 32.
Oh my goodness. Once again, Gunny, it's interesting here again. We've seen another delivery here similar to the last one that occurred a while ago, where we were mentioning that perhaps the captain missed the trick in not having a man at short leg. So the first delivery of this over as well, you have seen a similar type of delivery and a similar type shot, and the ball looped in the air to where the man is now. So it's a form of reactive captaincy rather than being proactive.
But at least the thing about it is that they have done what you have said, have that man shot, which makes more sense than where it was before.
Oh my God, it's a big hit. He has a chance here for a catch. Will he take it? Yes, he will. So Ramnath there. Another flighty delivery by Dinial. Ramnath looking to go over the top. The ball taking the outer portion of the bat. And the catch being taken there by Yewood. I believe, yes, Yewood. And that would be a very disappointing end for Ramnath. We were just mentioning a while ago that he seemed to be the busier of the two players. And now he has to go back to the pavilion. I'm wondering also, Gunny, that the move to have the short leg that might have played in his mind. Sometimes the field places not necessarily to get the batsman out this particular mode of dismissal, but it also can present opportunities for the batsman to be dismissed in another manner. So here we have it that the batsman perhaps thinking to himself, I cannot go forward again and hit the ball in the air in that direction that the player is coming into. So he tried a different shot and he was able to slice it out to
You have summed it up correctly, because I'm about to make that point. The positioning of the fielder there, he has to change his mindset. And rather than push forward, he decided to go over the top, and it was a dolly catch. And again, to me, that's a gifted wicket.
Yes, very, very, very poor shot selection, I would say, there from Ramnath. He was playing well. He looked very competent, and he was the one player you thought that could just carry this game a bit deeper for Trinidad and Tobago.
And certainly, the pendulum has swung to Guyana.
Yes.
There's no two ways about it, because we are down now to the lower order of the Trinidad batting, which didn't suggest prominence in the first innings.
Yes, hopefully let's see how they go this time around. Maybe a bit of nerves. I think that is James. Yes, James is the new batsman, as Daniel bows to him, and he's just walking it to the leg stump. So a bit more chat out there by the Guyanese, a bit more clapping and a better body language than we saw about an hour or so ago.
But quite rightly, because they have picked up wickets, regardless of how they have achieved their target. They have picked wickets, they're 5 down, and it's 92 more to the good. So Trinidad have to fight for every run here.
Flighty delivery again by Daniel. He has bowled well. Been impressed with him, Gunny. In the first innings, he came in and he made some crucial breakthroughs. And he's doing the same here again in this innings. He has 1 for 3 so far from 4.3 overs. So he has been economical, as well as he has taken a very important wicket there of Ramnath. And I think that is what has happened in the last half an hour or so. The Guyanese spinners have been able to exert a bit more pressure as opposed to what they were doing when Kissonath and Ramnal was going well. So good weather for cricket, as we mentioned before. We had like one sharp drizzle earlier. We don't want to jinx it because it seems like when we speak about these things, they come to pass as that over comes to an end. And at the end of it, it's 100 for the loss of 5, Trinidad and Tobago. Just losing their way a bit in the quest to make 194 for victory here against Guyana at the picturesque Park Hill playing field.
I think they have lost their way. Not necessarily losing their way. They have lost their way because the 2 needless run out. Yes, they got 5 chances. 2 needless run out because they did not capitalize on the chances they were given. And the 2 run outs were aided and abetted in the Guyana pulling themselves right now. They're at the top of the game. If I were either of the captains, I'd rather to be in the Guyanese captain's shoes because certainly at 100 for 5, bearing in mind what transpired from what we saw from the Trinidad Tobago low order, it suggests that we can win this game quite comfortably.
Very much so, Gunny. And as we mentioned before, Rambaran, he'll have a key role to play here now. What we've seen from Rambaran is he's the type of player who perhaps will not put back any sort of pressure on the bowling as such. And James, well, he didn't make a lot in the first. Oh my goodness, it's caught again, another wicket. We were just speaking about Rambaran there not being able to exert the type of pressure back on the bowler as some of his counterparts would. And there it is, that a short delivery there by Rampasad, who collects his first wicket. He has not been in the best of bowling form this innings, but it was a short delivery there, and Rambaran went back and pulled it straight to the man at mid-wicket, and it was a good catch there by Dindia. So he's having a very good day in the field. He just got a wicket a while ago, and now he's taking a very good catch. And
the first to be taken with all those drop catches.
Well, actually, I think it's the second one.
We had the second one, yes. The second.
Yearwood
took one.
Yes, taking the one from Ramnath.
Regardless of how hard it went, how easy they were dropping them, but the last 2 opportunities that presented themselves for wickets, they have taken them. It's in Yearwood and now Dindal.
So it's 100 for the loss of 6 wickets. 100 for 6 here at the Park Hill playing field. I think that is Joshua Davis, the off spinner. He will have his hands full here against Rampasad, as we were alluding to earlier. The lower order of Trinidad and Tobago is very susceptible, so it will be interesting to see how they go, given the pressure of the situation here.
I remember saying to you, probably didn't take a wicket, he may end up with 3-4 wickets. Versus Rampasad, he did not bowl as well as he did first innings, but based on the fact that what we saw in the Trinidad and Tobago first innings, him bowling not as well as he should have. He has taken one. Who knows if he's going to wrap up the tail? Who knows? I think definitely Guyana is in the ascendancy. There's no ifs and there's no buts.
In a while, we'll get you the scores from the other games. But for now, we're focused on this gripping contest here between Guyana and Trinidad
clearly and surely on top. And they sense in victory. And they have applied the pressure. There's no Kishonath, there's no Ramlal, you know. Ramnath, these are not, they have gone back to prevalence. It's a matter of dealing with the lesser likes in terms of batting.
I think it's safe to say the top guns, if you call them the top guns, are back in the pavilion, Gunny. It's a short delivery there. And Gunny is next to me here smiling, perhaps saying that should be somewhere over this pavilion. But Joshua Davis, his first delivery, facing, perhaps, given the benefit of the doubt, he's not picked up the pace of the wicket as yet on these things. So He just walked it on to the leg gully region, and there's no run. So the captain Muhabir, he will be happy to see his charges getting through the over. Getting through the over as well, and very sprightly in their approach.
From all reports, it appears if the game at Cumberland is finished with Barbados defeated Jamaica by an innings. That's what is not finished. Okay. Thought that was the indication we got. But we'll get the factual score for you.
Another wicket there for Rampersad. I think he slowed up that one. And our don't fall on the ground, Gurney Hines. We have called it just as it is. And as we mentioned to you before, the lower order of Trinidad and Tobago is not the best in terms of competency. And what we've seen there is a slower delivery. It bounced a bit. The bounce that we have seen from Rampersad in the first innings, right? And Joshua Davis there coming forward and just spooning a catch to the man at short leg, an easy catch. Well, I'm just using the word easy there loosely as it relates to Guyana's catching this afternoon. But thankfully for Guyana and their supporters, that was caught and held by the man at short leg. I'm trying to determine who the player was at short leg. Is it Joda? Yes, Joda. So this looks to be Siwa, the new batsman.
Yes, as I said to you, who took the catch a while ago?
Joda.
As I said to you, do not be surprised if he end up with 3 or 4 wickets because he's down into the tail at the moment. So Rampersad, despite not bowling well, has grabbed 2 quick wickets. Trinidad and Tobago catapulted from 100 from 92 for 4 to now 100 for 7. And the rate at which things go in this game could be all over before tea. But yeah, the match between Barbados and Jamaica, I understand, is finished. And Barbados won by innings and 14 runs.
Yeah, so just an update on the other 2 games playing at the moment. You're not missing any cricket. Windward Islands in their second innings, they are 205 for 8. So they lead Leeward Islands by 130 runs. So that perhaps the game is in the balance, as we would say.
Outside the off stump, looking to cut, missed, and taking cleanly the end of another successful over. Trinidad and Tobago certainly under the radar here, and Guyana oozing with confidence despite their lack of catching that took place earlier. Certainly on the verge of victory here at the Park Hill playing field. 1 victory already secured. That is Barbados defeating Jamaica by innings and 14 runs. Windward Islands 205 for 8, leading by 130 runs. And here at Park Hill, to me, it's really a matter of time before Guyana chalk up a victory here over Trinidad and Tobago.
In that game with Windward Islands, I'm going perhaps Windward just need to bat as long as possible and give Leeward as few overs as possible. Yeah, but the problem is
there's still a lot of time left in the game. Look at the time, it's just 10 after 2.
Yes, so 130 really, unless some kind of dramatic collapse.
Some regard action to bat.
But they started well. Windward Islands were going very well.
They were 100 and somebody for 2.
158 for 2 or something along that line.
And we'll focus here as Guyana close in. I would say Guyana is closing in on victory.
CWI is the new batsman. It's 100 for 7. And he's trying to sweep this one. Takes the pad and he's going to get a leg by. So aggressive stroke there by CWI. Perhaps that is the way to go, I would think. If your technique is perhaps not as good as you think it should be, then you just play what you know.
Is that James or Siwa?
Oh, that was James. Sorry. The right-hander is James, and Siwa is now on strike, the left-hander. So we're in the 35th over. The run rate is still good, 2.94. But the problem is, the problem is for Trinidad and Tobago is that the wickets are going, and the type of wickets they're losing as well. Some of their key men back in the pavilion. And I think we would have mentioned that before, that the top order for Trinidad and Tobago is very important in terms of setting up their total. I don't think they... Oh, and that's a sharp chance there. Another sharp chance for the man at short leg. Some of those stick or they don't. They will see what coming forward and pushing it. Went in the air. And so we have 2 two men in front of the bat there. Too silly mid-off, as we would say. This delivery again is hitting. Would it be caught? I think it would be safe. Would it? Oh, a very good effort there by Thorne. It was always going away from him. It was a difficult catch. He was in. CWI was tossed up and CWI tried to go over the top. Didn't connect on it well. And he just managed to evade Thorne by a few inches. So he lived to fight another day.
A good
102, 103, sorry, for the loss of 7.
A good effort on the part there of Thorne and trying to take that catch, but it eluded him by, as you said, inches. But be that as it may, as I said, Guyana certainly closing in here on victory.
I think looking back in terms of the analysis, the management of the Trinidad and Tobago team, in analyzing the performance, I think what they would say is perhaps our key batsmen just have to score more runs. They have to set up the innings a little bit better for us. The bowlers didn't do too badly throughout the game, but it's the batting that has really let them down. They made 146 in the first innings, and now they are 103 for 7. So clearly, the batting is the cause of concern. As Siwa again goes deep, straight to the man. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh my goodness. That was as easy as Sunday morning, as they would say, Gunny Hines. It was a flighty delivery again by Dinial. Siwa came forward and hit it over the top, but didn't get enough of it. And the field out there, I'm trying to see who it was. Didn't have to move an inch, and he dropped it. And we're seeing our exchange in fielders. That's never good for the confidence of the fielder himself, who is the culprit.
How are they dropping these catches? To be honest, that's the big question to be asked, $1 million question. It is as easy as you're going to want it. My goodness.
I think after this game, perhaps the coach might want to do some catching practice with the Guyanese team. Yes. Thinking from the perspective of a coach, and you being a former coach as well, Gunny, I know you would have had about 3 hours of catching this afternoon. As James again trying to walk this one down to fine leg, and he gets a single. The total moves to 105 for 7. They need for the 89 runs. Stranger things have happened, Gunny, in the past. I remember Ian Bradshaw and Courtney Brown in that Champions Trophy 2004. And when all hopes were gone. You know, so we have seen some situations like that in the past. Is there any chance of a repeater?
Where there's life, there's hope. But based on what we are seeing, it would definitely appear as if they're not going to get the runs. Based on what we are seeing, right? Yes, they can get the runs. But the problem with it is, my opinion, I do not think they're going to get it. Because based on the way they are batting, and except the ball is struck in the air and these catches continue to be dropped. That's the only thing I can say, basically, because I cannot explain to anyone how are they dropping these catches. It's impossible.
I think we can clearly say that Guyana is trying as hard as possible to lose this match. Trinidad is not trying hard enough to win it.
Exactly.
Yes, because with the number of drop catches we have seen and
easy catches.
Yes. James there going back, not looking the most comfortable there. Rampasad will be licking his lips, bowling against these lower order players of Trinidad and Tobago. He has 2 for 37. A while ago he had 0 for 37. So he has come back very well. Once again, James perhaps winding up there to go over the top.
I believe, as I said to you about half an hour ago, don't be surprised if he wrap up this deal. Don't be surprised. Rampasad didn't bowl as well as he did first game, but certainly you're down into this deal who doesn't show any level of real.
Now, flight, that's a good shot. That's a magnificent shot over extra cover. Perhaps one of the shots of the day, Gunny.
Really, really good shot.
So, there's a bit of optimism here for the Trinidad and Tobago supporters, whether locally, regionally, internationally. That's a good shot there by James.
Very good shot by James.
111 for 7 now.
Flighted, and he's spunked that one over extra cover for 6. Where there's life, there's hope. But to be very honest with you, you'll have to many of these type of shots for Trinidad to come get themselves right back into this game. 111 for 7, another 83. Divide that into 6. You'll have to hit another 14 or 13 of those in order to get victory. 13 maximum.
I think what we can safely say, though, is that the defensive capabilities of these lower order batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago is not that great. So I think they actually have a better chance being a bit more attacking, a bit more proactive.
Play a type of a turn innings. This is what you can do it.
Yes.
See what happens. But certainly, that 6 will not down the Guyanese because they know they're right on top. It's a question of trying to hold on to the catches and finish off this game.
So that was a good hit there by James.
Very good hit.
I think he was the opening bowler in the first innings from the southern end for Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't bowl as much in the second innings.
I don't think he bowled at all.
Yes, I would have to check with the scorers and see that. Because he opened the bowling in the first innings. We didn't see much of him with the bat either in the first innings. I don't think he made quite an impression on the scorers. This time around, he has the opportunity here.
He didn't bowl. There was Agard, Ram Davis, Ramlal, Siwa, Randall. He didn't bowl.
Right, so he has the opportunity here to take this one home, or take it as close as possible, make it as uncomfortable as he possibly can for the Guyanese.
Or maybe try to be Trinidad and Tobago hero today.
Trinidad Australia has had a couple of good weeks in terms of athletics. We were following the Commonwealth Games as well as the World Championships. Got a few medals. As this one, the keeper not gathering cleanly, and they come to take a bye. A while ago as well, we saw the captain again. He definitely perhaps will not take any further part in this innings, Gunny. We'll have to get that confirmed from the team management because we're still seeing him nursing that hand injury.
Yeah, but the 2 days rest will serve him well for the round too. So the way things are going, it'd be wise for him to keep out of this game for the rest of the afternoon and hope everything goes well for the next game on Monday.
So that would definitely be a big blow if he cannot compete in the next round. But let's pray for his sake and Guyana's sake that he'll be able to recover in time. As Rampasad again is coming in a cut shot, a good shot. It's a good shot. Should have enough on it to take it too close to the boundary with it. Yes, that's a very good shot there by Siwa, I believe. So the two lower order batsmen, Gunny, playing a bit of shots, and that is good to see. That's refreshing to see.
Well, the important thing is for the batsmen in the crease, Siwa and James, to play their cricket, play the way they know how to bat. It's very similar to Thorn, although he tried to curb his instinct this morning, but certainly his style of batting is to be aggressive, to score boundaries, and he tried to curb it, and eventually he should have gotten more than 17. And a lovely shot there from Siwa. And
so it's 116 for 7.
78 more needed, and Guyana should not panic because I'm at 3 wickets, and it's a question of how well they'll bowl, because I do not think James and Siwag will hold out to play defensive cricket the way things are going. They certainly will be playing shots.
Very much so. As we said before, stranger things have happened on the cricket field. And just want to see good cricket. That's what we're here for. As James again walking this one down to square leg, trying to come through for a single. Would have been another suicidal single.
Once these balls are tossed, these two batsmen are not going to stay there and defend. You cannot bowl it on a length. Flight it and allow them to come to it, and you'll see the fun.
It's another big swing there by James. Flighted delivery, as you were mentioning, Gunny, and Dinal seemed quite prepared to do that. And James was looking in the region of that cream house over there. I think we saw earlier Thorn hitting one in the vicinity of that. A big 6, about 123 meters.
Big 6 from Thorn, and
yes.
James may be trying to emulate him. But as I said, once the ball is tossed to tail-enders, you're not gonna play defensive cricket like that. You are going to look for the big hit, boundary 6. You know, so it's interesting to see how James and Sewell would fare up to flight the deliveries, and Guyanese should really recognize, flight these deliveries and see what happens.
Yeah, I think Sewell was nursing a slight ankle injury earlier. Spoke to him a few hours ago.
Because there's still a bit of runs to play with. There's 117.
So 77.
Right, so 77. There's still a bit of runs to play with, so they can afford to have them tossed and hope that they will hold out and long on, long off.
Shot again, he's cutting this one. Thorne will come around and should be able to cut this off. You don't want to take a second there on Thorne's arm. He's a very strong guy, as we have seen. Very dynamic player. In his bowling, in his batting, even in the field, seems to be a very dynamic player. So hopefully he'll be able to develop his and hone his skills.
Yes, a talent that the Guyanese authorities should really try to hone.
So 76. Slowly Trinidad and Tobago counting down. At what stage do you think the Guyanese will start to panic, Gunny? What do you think? That's a good shot again over extra cover, my goodness. So we have seen two beauties here from James. He seemed to favor that offside region, Gunny. Those two strokes, one going for 6, and on this occasion, this one rushing into the fence, 2 bounces.
I think they will panic if they reach 190 for 7.
So you're saying, you're saying only when it's under 10, that's where panic will set in.
Yes.
Okay,
Outside of that, I think they are confident that, as I believe they are confident it's a matter of time before one of these batsmen lands the ball into a player's hand, except that they're not taking the catches.
So it's 122 for 7.
72 more needed, 3 wickets intact. The two have added, 22 for this wicket. And we have seen this similar Thorne and Rampasad this morning. So maybe we're seeing a repeat. So it's really actually a question of who can keep their cool.
In all fairness, though, Gunny, I think both innings have taken the same course, as we would say, in terms of you get these small partnerships developing, and then you have a cluster of wickets, and then you have this attacking partnership, and then you lose wickets again. So
and then everything collapses right up.
So
it's a general trend.
Hopefully for Trinidad and Tobago's sake, that would not be the case this time around.
Well, they will have to put on the biggest partnership of the match if they are to get anywhere close, because the 77 made between Ranal and Kishunath, the buys for the match, and I believe the management will be hoping they can at least put on 77 and replicate what they did.
Rampasad again, flighty delivery. CWI is driving it. So as I was mentioning before, he was nursing an ankle injury, so I'm not sure how freely he's moving in terms of running singles and these things. So perhaps that too will contribute to his attacking nature, because they want to put a lot more pressure on that ankle of his. Didn't see him a lot in the field, didn't see him with the ball today. So those are all factors that we will have to consider. The field is a bit spreaded, in and out field, we will call it. We have a slip. A man at silly mid off. A short delivery, and he's pulling this one. Is it safe? Yes, it is. A good stop there in the end by, is it Sandia? I think. Yes, I think it's Sandia out there in the outfield. It was a short delivery. CWI perhaps looking to hit that one a bit squarer. Didn't get all of it. And in the end, it fell safely. And Sandia doing some very good work there in the outfield, saving his team 2 runs. So it's 124 for the loss of 7. Another shortish delivery there. CWI very disappointed with that. He perhaps was looking to punch that one through the covers. The delivery was just there asking to be hit. A lot of encouragement coming from the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room. As you can hear, we're in very close proximity. As CWI again just rides this one down to the man at point, and there's no run. So the running, as we mentioned before, has been iffy all game, if I could say that. It has not been a coordinated effort in terms of running between the wickets, which has resulted in a couple of runouts that we have seen earlier. In this case, that perhaps was an easy single if the batsman backing up did a better job. Yes, James. Perhaps James is still reminiscing that 6 hit over extra cover. As another shortish delivery, and this time he's cutting it down to the man at long off, CWI, and he gets a single. And I think that's the end of the over. It's 125 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Yes, slowly but surely they are creeping up as the good old language 1-1 tend to fold the basket. But definitely Guyana is still in the ascendancy. It's a question of finishing the job, but certainly the Trinidad pair of Sewell and James, ensuring that they do not go down without a fight. And they are definitely fighting for their country. And it's a question now of who can hold the nerves. That's how I see it. It's reaching that point whereby if they can add another 20, another 25, you can see the Guyanese started to wonder what is happening. I believe that's basically what will happen if they stay there and add another 25, especially if they have a couple of maximums and a couple of boundaries. So it's a delicate situation. Middle of the road situation as they try to get to 194. 125 for 770. 69 required. It's gettable, you know. It is gettable.
See, we're punching this one out to deepish point, and he's going to get a single. A quicker one there by Daniel.
It's gettable, but the evidence doesn't suggest that Trinidad and Tobago will reach this total. It's gettable, but it's a question of would it be too little, too late? I'm not sure. I'm really not too sure because cricket at this level, anything goes.
I think the old saying, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And we're just keeping our fingers crossed here that perhaps we could get a nail-biting finish. It will be good for the few thousand that are gathered here. As James again driving this one up to long off. He seemed to favor that shot. Very good through the offside. And he has timed the ball very well so far. Yeah, Gunny, I think I would have brought up the issue of Thorne. If it's possible that perhaps he would come in for another spell. If this partnership continues to any great extent, then that perhaps is an option that the Guyanese captain would be thinking about.
Yeah, well, they're not too far from Tees, and he would not be able to bowl until after tea. So based on the number of runs required and the minutes left before tea, if they are not dismissed, he will certainly should have a spell after tea. 68 runs to get is still a lot of runs at this level of cricket, you know. So it's a question of who is going to hold their nerves. Ghana still in the ascendancy. Not too sure what is left in the pavilion. Number 10, Agard.
Any indication as to the overs remaining in the display? That's a very good shot there. Hit it very hard. It will get close to the boundary, but it's now plugging and they come back for a second. So Daniel here perhaps losing his way, a bit frustrated perhaps. He should have gotten Sewell, yes, caught in the deep, and it was an easy catch that was spilled. So maybe that is still in his mind, fresh in his mind, and just jogging down the last couple of deliveries we've seen him bowl to Sewell. So the score is 129 for 7 at the end of the 39th over. So we have Siwa, he's on 14 from 20 deliveries, and James, he's on 14 from 15 deliveries.
28 is overs because they had 11 before lunch, and if they reach 39, it's 28 between lunch and now.
Okay. And a good partnership developing here. I think the last wicket fell on 100, Gunny?
Yes, exactly 100. Three fell on 100. 3 wickets fell at 100.
So the partnership of 29 here
is crucial, and they are lifting the Trinidad and Tobago team hopes with the lower order who didn't suggest permanence first innings. And yes, they're still there, but drop catches is creating the problem for Guyana, because had they taken those catches, I believe this game would have been all over. But be that as it may, catches win matches, and catches also make you lose matches as well if you do not take your catches. So it's a question of, as I keep repeating myself, who can hold the nerves?
So I think it's Ramsamy back into the attack. He would have gotten the big wicket of Kisonan.
So they're going to try something again?
Yes, so Ramsamy seems to be the man with the golden arm, as we would say. And he'll be bowling to James. So you have a long on, a long off, a man at deep mid-wicket. A man at short leg, point cover, extra cover. Ramsamy. Flighty delivery this time, and James is just pushing that out to the bowler.
I think it's a good move with the leg spinner to the number 8 and 9. I think it's a good move.
Yes, also a man at deep square leg, so quite a few players patrolling the boundary as James is swinging at this one and missing everything. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes. So it was a big swing there by James, looking in the vicinity of that breadfruit tree perhaps on the hill. And he missed everything. The keeper was a difficult take for him because that delivery had a bit of bounce, yes. Ramsam is a very tall guy, so he should be able to extract some bounce. I think we have seen more bounce for the spinners from that end.
Yeah, the northern end.
Coming down, yes, the northern end coming down. Whereas today we have seen a bit more bounce for Thorn coming from this end, right? As opposed to yesterday. Yesterday, a few of his deliveries were dying before they reached the wicket keeper. Today we saw him bowl some snorkelers, is that what they call them? Some snorkelers really passing through the chest plate of the batsman.
The breakfast table, you call it.
Breakfast table, yes, I like that. Got a breakfast table. So, let's see how he goes again. Davis, as Ramsamy, have the tendency to pull on one or two deliveries. So perhaps James, yes, James should just wait on that short delivery.
James is in the red cap and Sewell in the red maroon helmet.
Yes, so it's James, the right-hander. Just wait on that delivery, a full toss here. If there's any delivery, perhaps he wanted to hit out of the park. That was it there, but I don't know, sometimes these things happen because the first delivery of the over was on a length and he was aiming somewhere in the vicinity of Salt Rivers, as we mentioned before, a neighboring village. And then this one was a juicy full toss and he managed to just pat it down to short mid-wicket.
The battling truly is really on and things are warming up here. With just a couple of runs we needed, 60 odd. With just 3 wickets, but Trinidad and Tobago with this 8-wicket pair holding out hope against hope.
Delivery just skidding through, beating Siwa outside the off stump.
Guyana have themselves to blame for the number of drop catches, to be very honest with you. And Trinidad is capitalizing on it, and they are frustrating. I think they are frustrating the Guyanese team out there. And they're to be blamed for their own misfortune at this point in time. Number of catches. Easy catches as well.
I think a plus for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen now is the fact that they've been able to reduce the number of fielders that are around them in terms of short leg and slip.
Yeah, which has eased the pressure.
Yes. So it makes it easier for them to function. You know, these lower order batsmen, as we mentioned before, players around the bat, it can be very a lot of pressure exerted on them. So the fact that they've been able to do that means that they're doing well as a batting partnership, having the field spread, and they're able to find the gaps and get a bit more singles. They don't have to go for the big shots as such, but then as you know, some of these lower order batsmen, it's against their nature to really play defensive cricket.
I think what is happening again is, despite the drop catches, they are unable to finish off the job, so to speak. The hand is in an individual throat. You keep forcing it down further.
Similar to what happened in the first innings for Guyana, where Trinidad and Tobago were frustrated a bit by the lower order of the Guyanese batsmen. I think finishing off the tail is an art, though. If you look around world cricket now, for example, in the case of Australia, you have Mitchell Stark and these guys clean up the tail, you know. You don't stick around. And back in the day, the West Indian fast bowlers.
No, the days of those glory days, Ghana, you aren't going to survive.
Yes.
Yorker after Yorker, tail end, you're not going to survive.
So it's another big hit. Can he catch this one? Yes. A good catch on the boundary there. A short delivery. Siwa perhaps not getting all of it. It was short. And remember, they had switched the fielders on this long on boundary here. Siwa perhaps going too much towards cow corner. Maybe if he had gone a bit squarer, then that ball would have gone for 6. But he didn't connect on it as well as he would have liked. The catcher is Ramsamy. A very good catch there. He had to move to his left. It's a big boundary out there. And Siwa, unfortunately, he played well.
Well enough for 12. Raised the Trinidad and Tobago team hopes. And
it's 133 for the loss of 8.
A decent 33 run, 8-wicket partnership. Decent 33 run, 8-wicket partnership. And lifted their hopes. Maybe another 33 will bring it a bit closer.
So yes, the new batsman is Singh, who bowled well, bowled a very good spell this morning. I think it was just in his last couple of overs when Thorne and Rampasad was on the go.
He went for a few.
He went for a couple of lusty blows. I remember one that 6 from Thorne, as we mentioned before, about 120 meters in the vicinity of the cream building we are seeing in
ended up in the mango tree.
East. Yes.
A big mango tree that is there.
So it was a big hit there, but he bowled well. So he'll be looking to perhaps score back those runs that were hit off his bowling. James managed to cross, and this time he's just walking it to the leg side. So a lot of opportunities there for singles, as we mentioned before. There are not a lot of fielders around the bat. So CWI perhaps will be disappointed with that, although it was a short delivery and he perhaps his eyes lit up. But there was a lot of opportunities there to get singles and just keep the scoreboard moving along. But that never really materialized.
And that wicket taken a while ago would have lifted the tension as far as Guyana is concerned, recognizing they have moved one of the pillars that were creating some problem. 33 runs, very important. So the pendulum again, whilst it was easing, it has gone back to Guyana with the fall of that wicket, the wicket of Sewell. He went for 12, but certainly what can Singh offer in support of James towards getting Trinidad closer to 194?
He didn't offer a lot in the first innings, Gunny, if I could recall. He didn't trouble his scorers to any great extent. Let's confirm that for me. As Daniel again, flighted deliveries forward.
He got 10.
It up. He got 10. Okay, 10. So in the context of the game, if he can get 10 along with another 10, then that would be good for Trinidad and Tobago's sake. It's a short delivery, turn and bounce. So it's 134 for 8, so it means that they need a further 60 runs, Gunny. The optimistic view we had perhaps 10 minutes ago, that would have been damaged to some extent by that dismissal of Siwa, who along with James were putting on a very good partnership of 33, yes.
Yes, the end of another over. 33-run partnership has been broken by Denval with a good catch taken by Ramsamy at widest long on, looking for one of the longer boundaries here. Maybe one of the shorter boundaries you would have gotten away, but the longer boundaries and the catch finally taken. So Ghana still back into the ascendancy, although they didn't really lose it for any great period of time. They are really a matter trying to finish off what they started on day one with their approach, slow approach, dour approach, and they got themselves, as they say in this game, tend to have partnerships, then a fluctuation, wickets, then another partnership, fluctuation, wickets, and this has been the general trend in this game.
This perhaps is the last over before tea, Gunny.
Yes, it's close to tea time.
So it's Ramsamy again, a full toss, and he's driving it. So perhaps James might want to...
If the 9th wicket falls, they will have to play on.
Okay, so if a wicket falls, no, you're saying that they'll have to play 15 minutes or so.
Extra half an hour.
Half an hour, okay. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hines. His umpiring experience is priceless.
So it's important that he try and stay there and bat out until tea, so that they can sit, relax, and come back after tea.
Full toss again, and he's punching this one down to long off. They look a bit disappointed there, James. Perhaps we're looking for half a dozen from that delivery. So as we said before, Ramsamy tend to serve up some scoring opportunities by way of short deliveries and full toss.
He served up one and he got a wicket, the big wicket of Kisunat.
Yes, so far he has 3.1 over, 3.2 overs actually, 1 for 12. So it will be Singh. So he's a leg spinner, facing a leg spinner. He should be able to negotiate, all things being equal. He knows what to expect. I think he perhaps is ensuring that this is the last over. So on that issue, I think the Trinidadians have been a little bit more proactive in terms of just running long time whenever these opportunities present themselves. We were speaking about the Guyanese perhaps not doing the same yesterday afternoon. As Ramsamy getting one.
I believe that they should really crowd Singh, you know, because down to T, he's number 10. There's still a bit of runs they can play with. certainly I a bit surprised if Mojave was there. We'll have seen a more attacking field.
Yeah, Mohabi perhaps would have done so. Certainly, we don't need a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket and a long on and a long off. 1 over before tea. At least we need another man in close, especially when we see deliveries like those. A bit of bounce there, Ramsamy getting from the pitch.
The funny thing about it, if he plays one in the 8th silly mid off, they'll then move somebody and put the silly mid off. So they need to be a little more proactive.
So reactive rather than proactive. I think Rampasad is the captain, I was told, in the absence of Mohabir. So I think that is T. The umpires are removing the bail. And at T, Trinidad and Tobago 135 for 8, chasing a total of 193. So they require 194, so they require a further 59 runs. But unfortunately for them, they only have 2 wickets remaining.
Yes, the game is not over until it's over. Cricket being the game of glorious uncertainties. 194 to get 135 to 8. Certainly. Yeah. I'll go one time across now. Okay. Yeah, so at 135 for 8 is a question of 59 runs to the good for Trinidad and 2 wickets for Guyana. And one thing we keep saying, keep harping on, they're going to certainly be an end result here, an outright victory. And Trinidad and Tobago at one stage really battling well. 77 before the second wicket fell. That was Kisunat who went. One that he played on from Ramsamy. He tried something and the ball hit the inner portion of the bat and flew onto the stumps. And then there was another wicket right after that of Rambo. He was run out needlessly for 4, followed by Ramlal, also needlessly run out for 26. And there's like putting the cats among the pigeons, because thereafter 3 wickets fell at 100, Ramnath for 18, Rambaran for 1, and Davis without scoring, 100 for 7. And certainly it really looked as if they will finish very early. However, a partnership between James and Sewell took this total from 100 to 133. A good partnership for the 8th wicket. And 19 to James not out. They have to resume after tea. And the Guyana team, they are the ones who will be hoping to come back out after tea and wrap up the situation. So at tea, Trinidad and Tobago 133 for 8 set, 194 to win, 59 to the good, or 2 wickets. So until that time, we lock off until 3 o'clock. Yes, back here at the Park Hill playing field, we just after tea with Trinidad and Tobago, 133 for 8, needing another 59 runs with 2 wickets. And the ascendancy still with Guyana. James will be facing, it seems to be Dinval. James is on 21, and he turns this one out on the onside, and he gets his 22nd run. And the total rolls up now to by 1 to 136 for 8. And it's not over yet because they still have to get 2 wickets, or Trinidad style, they have to get another 58 runs to win this game. So it's not over as yet. The place is darkening up a little bit. The cloud, the sun is obscured by the clouds. That's the sun. As Dinval in. And here is Singh pushing it out. Firm bat, straight bat, vertical bat out to long on. And he gets a single. He's off the mark with 1. So Singh is on 137 for the loss of 8, 137 for 8. As James, who is on 22, will be facing Dinval. Guyana looking to wrap it up here. In. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. And Caesar, and there is no run. 137 for 8, 137 for 8. It's not over as yet. Still 2 wickets. Another 57 runs to get. Let's see what happens here this afternoon here at the Park Hill playing field. Forward defensive goes James. He seemed to have cooled down, as we'll say, and just pushes that one out nicely. No run. 137 for the loss of 8. 137 for 8 as Dinval from the southern end in. Defended this one quite nicely. A flatter trajectory. 137 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago, 194 is the target. Where there is life, there is hope. I think that is the way the Trinidadians are looking at it. But can James resist the big hitting? Dinval in. Defends this one quite nicely, competently out on the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 137 for 8. The approach of the Trinidad and Tobago numbers, the batsmen, that is James and Singh, will be crucial as to which way this game may go.
Yes, I think perhaps they have to cope their natural instincts, which is to be aggressive and perhaps play smart cricket. We could see a lot of gaps in the field. There are not a lot of fellas around them in terms of putting that pressure from the offset on them. A lot of players in the deep. So for you to really clear these are rather big boundaries, Gunny, so you have to really hit the ball as clean as possible.
I think the guy isn't missing a trick, though. Why need these 5 men out in the deep, in the country areas, as we tend to say? I would have put some pressure on the number 10, particularly when he is batting. So it's Singh facing this one outside the leg stump and clipped away to deep mid-wicket. Fielder had to run in, collects a single, so single goes up to 2. It's 138. 138 for 8, 138 for 8. But certainly they've missed a trick here, Asnet. I think you'll agree with me. There's no need for these deep country fielders, so to speak. It's a put pressure, particularly with the number 10, not with James. James seemed to be able to clear the infield. So that man deep down at the long off, I think it's really a waste of time down there. To be very honest, yes, all he needs to do is a push through the offside and get a comfortable single.
It's a long way down there, going as we could see.
Back he goes and forces it out to cover, and there is a run.
That is about 85 meters down there to the long off. Yes, it's very
They're not going to reach there. And I don't think number Singh will be looking to hit 6s. I think what they're going to do here is a question of a tuck around and see how we can get 1s and 2s. So one looking to clip it out on the onside. There seems to be a double song. We'll wait for the umpire's call. No, it's a leg by. It's a leg by. 139 now for the loss of 8, 139 for 8, 55 more runs needed. Can Trinidad and Tobago hold on and get these additional runs? Would Guyana be able to dismiss the final 2 wickets? Singh, the left-hander, to be facing Ramsamy. Tucks this one nicely out on the leg side. He's speeding for 1, maybe looking for a second, but his partner James has turned him down very, very quickly. And
never a second there, Gunny. Never.
Never second, but he was really sprinting, looking for a second run. He goes up to 3. It's 130, what, 139? 130, 140.
Yes,
140 for 8. And they will keep doing this with the singles if Guyana is not careful. In. Forward defensive and end of it all. But certainly what they will do here, what I'm seeing here, the approach for the Trinidad, James and Singh, is to tuck the ball around and get maybe the rest of the runs in singles. That's the way, that's the approach I'm seeing.
Yes, Singh has looked very comfortable as well since coming to the crease. Look very busy. And that's good signs so far for Trinidad and Tobago.
End of the over, 140 for 8, but certainly the Guyanese Rampasad is in charge of the squad out there.
Yes, he's the captain.
There's a need for him to look at the situation and recognize we have to press home our advantage. The advantage could easily slip because all it needs for the next couple of overs, if these guys continue to get singles, I'll tell you something, they may just start to panic.
Yes, it's just a matter of finding the right balance between attack and defense. You don't want to be too attacking in this situation, but at the same time, you don't want to be too defensive. So you can have an in and out feel, but as you say, put some pressure at least on the number 10 batsman.
At least the number 10.
Although Singh has looked comfortable so far.
Dinval in, Singh forward defensive, back to the bowler, full face, no run, 140 for 8. And the longer he stays there, the more confidence he will get by ball hitting in center of the bat. Dinval in, Singh driving out to mid-off, no run, 140 for 8. With a 6-3 fielder, he has to keep the ball just on around that off stump, just outside, 140 for 8. As we've seen Singh facing Dinval. Allow a slow delivery to come on to him, or waits on the back foot and just allow it to run it out on the offside. No run, no danger whatsoever, absolutely none. As Dinval in. Again, he pushes this one down and he actually slipped into the crease. Fortunate for him, he didn't slip far back to touch the wickets. But he's still there, he survived. As Dinval into Singh. Singh goes back and forces this one out to the left of cover. They're going to have one. They're going to come for a second. No, they have been turned back again. As I pointed out to you, saw Singh turn in blind again.
Yeah, good decision. They not to go back for that second round. They don't want to risk any sort of run out at this stage again, only. That would just be like a dagger in the heart of the Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, but the problem
fans.
with it is he was in no position to say anything because he was turning blind. He's back to the fielder. These are the basic things I was speaking about earlier. As Dinval into bowl to James. James pushes this one out to cover. No additionally told the end of another over. 141 for 8. And as I said, what we would certainly be seeing here from what they approach is to take them in singles.
Yes, I think the management perhaps instill the mode of operation in terms of just taking as much singles as possible, batting as long as possible, just trying to carry the game as long as possible, which I don't think is a bad ploy at this point in time. There's no point in just coming and swiping for 2 overs and you end up having this bulk of overs that you could have perhaps tried and capitalize on and score more runs.
Yes, at tea time after tea there were 19 overs and available plus the mandatory 15. So overs is not a problem. The weather seems that it will hold good for the rest of the afternoon. So it's a really truly a question of some common sense cricket. That's what we're really looking at from a Caribbean standpoint. Common sense cricket and see who will come out the winner.
Yes, it seems to be a new bowler. Is it Sandia?
Sandia? Is it Sandia? Is a change of bowling from the...
Yes, I think it's Sandia.
Not an end?
The left arm slow bowler.
Sandia will be bowling to Singh, but certainly a bit more pressure should be placed on him. That long on out there, to be honest. No, sir.
Yeah, I think he's wasted out there, to be honest. At least come in a few yards.
Sandia in. And Singh hits this one down to the man at long on, and he collects a single. He goes up to 5. 142 for the loss of 8, but certainly had he been in a mid-on position, he would have stopped it. There would have been no single. That's the point I'm making. So it brings James, who has curbed his natural instinct.
Yeah, we saw a very good shot from James all the way up in inning. One of the shots of the match. If you have to select a shot from the match, that would be it. The shot over extra cover for 6. Never an easy shot to play. but he played it very well.
Sandu to bowl to James from the northern end. James stucks this one out to short leg, fielded well, no run. 142, 143?
142.
142 for the loss of 8. 52 more runs needed. Not impossible task. 2 wickets to the good. As Sandu in, James defended well. Back to the bowler, no run, and Guyana will be doing everything towards effecting at least another wicket fairly quickly, because as I said, if they keep kicking over these singles and the score get low, smaller and smaller, they may panic. We don't know. This one is short of a length. Back he goes and forces it out to wideish. Well, long on actually ran away from his position into the cow corner area. Collect another single. That's James. He goes up to 23. 5 to Singh. 143 for the loss of 8. As Sandu in to bowl to Singh. Singh defended quite nicely back to the bowler. No run. 143 for 8. 51 now to the good. And the countdown is really on. I think that is what really is happening. As Sandu from the northern end. Wide outside the off stump, taken kidney by the keeper, and is the end of the overs. I said earlier, you know, Osnet, I said 220 certainly would have been out of the reach of the Trinidad and Tobago total, but psychologically, because it's under 200, they fancy their chances. And yes, there was a big of a hiccup in the middle, but these two with a solid, dour approach by taking singles, still giving their team hope that they will be able to reach 194.
Very much so, Gunny. I think from the offset, Trinidad and Tobago went out with the intention to win this match. You can see that manifested in their stroke, with their busyness at the crease. Some of the batsmen, perhaps, looking back, would tell themselves that they perhaps gave it away. But nevertheless, it's now 51 runs to victory. And we spoke about that partnership with Thorne and Rampersad earlier in terms of that being a key partnership in this match. And we are seeing it here.
Dinval to James. James, oh my goodness, that one bounced on him and it fell short, just short of the short leg fielder there, and there's no run.
I think that is Joda.
Joda, but to be honest with you, it fell just in front of him.
Yeah, just in front of him.
Dinval, that one was flighted in. Long he goes and he forces it out to long, wide long off. They're coming for one. That's all they will have. He's up now to 24, I think it is.
21.
21, he's up to 21. Yes, 21. And he's really holding the fort here for Trinidad and Tobago. He seems to be the key in terms of getting these runs.
Yes. As you mentioned before, the partnership between Thorne and...
That may be different between victory, loss and a victory.
Yes, the partnership was 37, I think. So if you subtract 37 from the total, Gunny, you see what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It means that we're going to get basically needing 13 runs to win now.
Yes, I said that may be the crucial point into the game, that partnership. And he's out stumped. He is out stumped. Singh lunging forward, missed from one that spun across him, and the wicketkeeper Caesar, the Guyanese keeper, made no mistake. And so Singh is out, stumped off the bowling of Dinval for 144. 144 now for 9. So it's all over. As far as I'm concerned, it's really and truly all over by the shouting, except some big hitting from James and whatever little support he may get from Agard. Because when you're down to number 11 at this level, you really don't expect much.
I think the issue there for Singh is that that ball was turning away from him and he was looking to perhaps play it on the onside for a single, and he basically ran past it. So good bowling again from Dinial. As I said before, he looks to be a smart bowler. He pushes through some of these deliveries, but at times also he's able to flight the ball and get it to turn and make some crucial breakthroughs.
That's his third wicket.
Yes, his figures now 11.4 overs, 3 for 24.
Yeah, his third wicket, and he's been crucial to the guy in his victory charge, I would say. I won't say victory as yet because you never know. And the victory charge, 3 for what? Plays that one Come across his hip, out on the onside, the end of a very good over, successful over, a crucial wicket taken there in the form of Singh, because he gave the impression he wanted to give James as much support as possible, but he perished, lunging forward, overbalanced, and that was that. A quick stump in there by Caesar, and Guyana inching closer to victory.
Yes, Guyana just chipping away at these wickets. Just one more chip is needed. It's like you're chopping down a big tree, and you're now at the stage where one more chop and the tree is going to fall to the ground. So Trinidad and Tobago, though, I guess you could. James give a glimmer of hope still, though.
Yeah, once he's there, there's a glimmer of hope, yes, because there's no one else to support him. It's just Agard alone, and what are the batting capabilities of Agard? We are not sure. We don't know. Sindhu in, and this one is swung away out to the cow corner area for a single. Was it an advised single?
There was no run. He didn't take the single.
Because I'm wondering why would he want to take a single at the start of the over. The total remains 144 for the loss of 9. And that from that shot, he gave the intention, he intend to play some shots.
Yes, very much so. Which perhaps is the way to go at this point in time.
He would know about the propensity or the batting capability of Singh. So I believe what he can do is chop it somewhere in between and get 2. And here it is.
Over cover.
Going through cover. 1. Coming back for a second. Gets it quite comfortably. He's up to 23. Am I right?
Yes, 23.
He's up to 23. 146 for the loss of 9. Is exactly the score they got into the first innings. 146-9. Would they go past it and make it a little better? Or would they out in the same total? We're not sure. 146-9, exactly what they got in the first innings. As Sindhu in, Sundai in. And here it is. He forces it out to cover, no run. You'll have to make up his mind what he wants to do, because he will not be taking single, because it will take too long. And you're never too sure what is going to happen. So he has to make up his mind what he wants to do. In. Down he goes and lifts this one beautifully over long on for 6.
That's a wonderful shot, Gunny. It's one of the few occasions in this match we have seen a batsman actually using their feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and depositing that one straight over long on.
Yes, a beautiful shot. Flighted, and he came down the track and used his feet well and lifted it over long on for a really good 6. A long boundary out in that area there, and it's now 152. The difference now is 42. With the last wicket on show. So as I said, he cannot continue to just push around with ones. What he can do now is to look for a single.
Yes, definitely farm the strike, as I would say.
Sindhu in to bowl to James on 29. Is looking to carve out a victory here for Trinidad and Tobago. In. And looking to sweep that 1-1. I think he should stay at 1, to be very honest. They don't take the strike. We'll wait on the return. It's 1 return umpire, 1 by. 1 by, so remains on 29. 1 ball for Singh to face, just 1, maybe 2. It's 153, 41 to the good, but loaded to that partnership with Thorne a little earlier. It's coming down to that difference in that partnership. It was between Thorne and Rampasad. So it's Sundai to bowl now to Agard. From the northern end in. Oh my goodness, a good Yorker fight in there, and he just barely managed to keep it away from his wicket.
Just an observation there, Gunny. Even with the number 11 batting there, we saw the same. There was no visible change in the field. We see that 3 men on the deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and long on. Boundary, a man out at deep point. There was really no need to have all those fielders out. Crowdy batsman, he's a number 11 batsman, just looking to survive basically and keep James on strike.
But what is really happening here? We're seeing the rain coming from the area we expected to come from, and certainly that is a shower of rain is coming. That have a part to play in this game here.
I think all our Trini viewers perhaps praying from rain, doing the rain dance, as they would say.
Yes, if you want to know how to do the rain dance, you have to come to St. Vincent and Grenadines to go to Union Island. And they'll tell you all about the rain dance. But definitely the rain is going to fall here. Whether it's a drizzle, a little heavier than a drizzle. But it's not any heavy shower we are saying it is in. Forward defensive, and there is no run. But certainly the rain is definitely coming this way, except some wind to blow it away. But even you look beyond this rain here, you can see the dark clouds hovering on the eastern side of it all. Dinval in. And striking them on the pad, they're confident. Appeal. He's out! He is out, LBW, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost this match. Guyana are victors. And just before the shower of rain came, maybe James did not see what was happening with the rain, and he played across the line, and Guyana played across the line, missed, struck him on the pad, and he was out. LBW to Dinval, and he got to 29, and Trinidad and Tobago lost. Guyana runaway victors here by what, 40 runs? 154?
41.
Yeah, 41 runs, 154, 153.
153.
153. So they
40,
won by 40 runs. So Guyana won this game here by 40 runs. And it all goes back to what we're saying all the while, that partnership between Rampasad and Thorn that moved the total from 124 for 7, and they put on a 37-run partnership. And that is the difference between the two teams in this innings.
Yes, definitely, Gunny. You would have mentioned that earlier. I think James might be disappointed there, but he had no choice really. The choice of shot perhaps was an issue there, trying to go across the line, and he has been hitting the ball wonderfully straight down the ground. Last over we saw him chip down the track and hit Sandine straight back for 6. So perhaps that was his downfall on that particular occasion. It was a well evenly contested match between these two teams. The scores doesn't suggest a lot of runs, but the contest between bat and ball was always there. And even though the scores are low, there was a competitive spirit among the two teams. In the end, Trinidad would feel hard done by in terms of their batting. Their batting really didn't come to the party as such, and as a result, they end up losing this game by 40 runs. Yeah, well played to Guyana.
The thing about it also is that despite the number of drop catches and something the coaches has to deal with that Guyana is catching, they're really atrocious. Some very, very simple catches went a big in, and there's absolutely no way at this level of cricket those catches should be put down.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that if they had held all their catches, we would not be here still.
Yes, that is true, but at the same time, they need to do far better than what they did or exhibited this innings here. But what we can come clearly is about half a dozen chances. And let me say, barring one that was really tough, that injured the skipper, the others should have easily been taken. You want anything easier than the one that the wicketkeeper sees are dropped? No way. So, at the Park Hill playing field, just about a minute or two ago, Trinidad and Tobago succumbed to 153 all out, giving Guyana a win by 40 runs, having it set 194 for victory. So, while to get the score, we're waiting on the official scorer to get the scorecard. We could easily look back at this game until he's ready. The thing about it is that I think the team that won deserved to win the game.
Yes, over the course of the 3 days, I think Guyana has played the better cricket from the offset. They managed to forge important partnerships at crucial times, partnerships with their batting as well as when they're bowling as well. It's important, as we mentioned before, to not only bat in partnerships but bowl in partnerships as well. So, on that evidence, I would clearly say that perhaps Guyana deserve this victory. Trinidad and Tobago will go back and look at the first innings effort with the bat, where they conceded a lead, just chasing a paltry 179. They were not able to match Guyana's total, and as a result, it ended up leading to a deficit on their behalf, and Guyana were able to build on that lead, and ultimately Trinidad and Tobago falling short. So it's been a very competitive 3 days here at the Park Hill playing field. While we are speaking here, we are seeing some rain. So perhaps if the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen were able to hold out for a little bit longer, perhaps the weather would have had a final say in the outcome. But that was not to be. Guyana ended up dismissing Trinidad and Tobago for 153, gaining victory by 40 runs. Well done to the Guyana team. They had some very good performances throughout the match. In the first innings, we had Caesar with a well-played 50. We had Rampasad, he took 6 for 43. And in the second innings, in terms of their bowling effort, Dinial, he was consistent throughout. Rampasad perhaps didn't bowl as well as he should, but he ended up with some wickets as well. As we now turn over to Gunny Hines for a summary of today's proceedings.
Yes, well, Guyana ended up victory by 40 runs, and had James realized the rain was going to fall, I stayed there a bit because it is falling fairly heavily. And there will certainly would have been an interruption. And who knows, it may end up to be a dry. The rain may have come to save them. But the thing about it, he didn't really, not blaming him. Not blaming him. It's just that the rain is falling heavily. A couple of minutes after he was adjudged LBW. And that's that. So set 194 to win. Trinidad and Tobago lost. Jakasa without a run on the board. He was bowled by Thorn. Next up after 77-run partnership, it was Ramlal who was run out for 26. Then it was Kishunat, who was bowled by Ramsamy for 47. At 80, another needless run out, Ramdu run out for 4. At 92, it was Rambaram who was caught Dinlal of Rampasad for 1. Then wickets fell at 100, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. At 5, 6, 7, whereby wickets tumbled. Davis went for a duck. Rambaran went for 1. And then at 100 for 7, we really thought Curtins was there, and that was that. But we saw a partnership between Sewell and James, and they added 33 before Sewell was caught by Ramsamy of Dinval for 12. Then at 144, another 11 to the total. We saw Singh who was stumped over balancing as against Dinval, and he went for 5. And the last man out just before this very, very heavy shower of rain. This rain certainly would have saved Trinidad and Tobago. And James was LBW Dinval for 29. Agard not out, not 153. Bowling, Thorn had a very impressive and fiery spell, 1 for 25 from 6. Vincent, no wicket for 3 runs from 3. Rampasad, 2 for 50, very expensive, 2 for 50 from 12. Sidhu, none for 26 from 8. Mohabir, none for 6 from 2. Ramsamy, 1 for 14 from 5. And the pick of the bowler, 4 for 24 from 12.2. Certainly, Guyana deserved to win this game. Overall scores Trinidad and Guyana 179 and 160. Trinidad and Tobago 146 and 153. Guyana winning by 40 runs. But certainly the game had its highs and it has its lows, whereby there was a pattern, whereby there was a partnership, although maybe about 40, 30, 50. And then once one is out, there's a collapse of wickets. Wickets tumble. Then there's another little partnership and another collapse. And this has been the general pattern of both innings. And what did we see on show? What did we really see on show? We saw some good talent in being unveiled in Kishunat, the Trinidad and Tobago player. He looked very, very well organized. Ramnath looked organized as well. In terms of the batting that's Trinidad side, we saw Jagisa, I say he got 37. Ramnath got, he also looked fairly competent as well. And basically that was that. In the second innings, we saw Ramlal hang in there as a standby sort of opener. He got 26 and really gave the Guyanese some problems. From the Guyana standpoint, we had Caesar who got 59 in the first innings. He looked solid for his 59. 28 came from Joda. And Ramsamy, he got 43. Those were the real batters or run scorers for Guyana. And in the bowling, I was very impressed with my Isaiah Thorn, the Guyanese fast bowler, tall with a bit of pace. Then there's Agard again, bowled very steadily for Trinidad and Tobago. Those two stood out in terms of the fast bowling area, medium fast bowling area. The spinners, well, all had their own little save. Rampasad 6 for 44. Ramlal got 4 for 39 in the first inning, but I thought he bowled a little too slowly on this slow track. What the others? Singh, I thought bowled very well too as well. He bowled very well. Singh bowled well. And at the end of it all, certainly the spinners dominated the wicket takers. And Richie deserves on a slow track, despite having lost time on day one. The game finished at about 3:20 there, about 3:25 there, about. And whilst I'm speaking to you, a very, very heavy shower of rain is falling. And as I said, I maintained it. Had Davis tried to hang on there, you will very well find that the game is very well gone very deep, very late this afternoon, because what has happened here is that the rain is falling very, very heavy. There's no two ways about it. There's no need to cover the square, because the pitches itself need the water, and there's need to get water from the pipe. It's coming from the heavens. So this is good preparation, moisture for the next round of games. There's no two ways about it. And it's all a question whereby the better team won. If you were to award a man of the match, who would you give the man of the match to, Osnet? If you were to award a man of the match?
I think we have some good performances. We had Caesar with 50 in the first innings. We also had Rampasad with a 6-wicket haul in the first innings. I think he took up 2 wickets as well in the second innings. But I think overall, I think Dinial would have bowled very well in both innings. I think he got 2 in the first innings and 4.
17 and 4 for 24 in the second.
And not only the wickets that he had, but the caliber of wickets as well. He took some very important wickets at some very important stages for Guyana. It's hard to really pinpoint one performer, but in my situation, I think Dinial would have been my man of the match.
Well, that's a fair choice, because low scoring and nobody really stood out, per se. But I thought that the Trinidad wicketkeeper, Kishunat, he also would have been in the reckoning as well for his 2 scores.
Yeah, fair enough, but the fact that he's on the losing side,
not necessarily,
but
not necessarily. If even you're on the losing side, yes, and you're putting a wonderful performance,
it happens.
It really happens, but it do happen. So it's really a question of a choice between Denval, I agree with you, Denval, Kishunat, and Rampasad. Well, yes. He got 8 wickets as well,
right,
too,
he had 8 wickets in the match.
Yes, so it's all a question. It turned out to be a low scoring but fairly competitive game. Let me put it that way. On a slow track, the Guyanese batted it. They won for a very, very long time, and the intentions that we saw was to bat for the entire day, ensure we do not get out and they want to lose this game. And it really worked well for them in terms of batting for that day when there was some interruptions. Then Trinidad and Tobago, the more flamboyant, they were scoring at a faster clip. And it turned out to be a competitive game, a good competitive game.
On second thought, Gunny, I think I will switch my allegiance to Rampasad, because remember he had that very good partnership with Thorn. So I think that would have tilted the balance towards him. 6 wickets in the first innings and 2 in the second innings, and he basically formed a very good partnership there with Thorn to take over the game basically from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so my choice certainly would have been Rampasad, to be honest with you.
Yes,
and
we can agree on that.
I think I will go on to Rampasad. It's one of these tough decisions, but certainly I will go on for Rampasad because of the 8 wickets and the way he bowled in the first innings, where he actually limited the Trinidad and Tobago with a 6-wicket haul. He didn't bowl as well second innings, but he had good enough figures to, for me, and for you now, you're agreeing with me, to clinch the man of the match. But certainly, all in all, it was a good game, and the rain continues to fall. And as I said before, I'll maintain it, had James realized what was happening, he may have very well saved the game had he decided to bat out and, bat and bat and bat. But he was down to number 11. He's unaware as to where the rain is going to come from. But it's a very heavy shower of rain. It has subsided somewhat. And But basically what will happen is that it will prolong our stay here, because as it seemed to be easing, if there were no leakages or anything, it's just the 1 wicket, and certainly Guyana would have ramped home. So from the Park Hill playing field, in the CWI under 19 match between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana winning the game by 40 runs. Overall scores, Guyana 179 and 160. Trinidad and Tobago 146 and 153. Guyana won by 40 runs. But certainly it was a good game. So on behalf of all, including Osnet and all others who are involved, the scorers, the technicians, each and every one, it's been a wonderful journey up and down the country road to come and do streaming, live streaming for viewers across the region, across the world. So until Monday, when both of us will be back together at Annesville, where there's another game to be played there, if I can give you, before I actually switch off. On Monday, the matches to be played would be on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Round 2 would be Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados at Annesville. We'll be there. Then you have Leewards against Guyana. Yeah, Guyana will be staying here. They know the pitch. They will be playing against Leewards here. And at Cumberland, Jamaica will also be staying at Cumberland. They will be playing against the Windward Islands. Those games are round 2 to be played between Monday and Wednesday of next week. There's a 2-day break tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday as a result of the having to shift because of a luggage problem in terms of not getting the luggage here in time. But be that as it may, victory for Guyana, and from what we heard earlier, it was victory also for Barbados. So the other game between Windward Islands and Leeward Islands is ongoing. So final time you're going to hear my voice and hear all the voices you had heard, Osnet and others. So on behalf of all, including the technician, Stanley Hines signing off from the Park Hill playing field.